4, 3, 2, 1, and go. So like 10.
Good luck, friends.
8.
See you guys later.
6.
Good luck,
All
everyone.
right.
You guys got this.
Have fun.
3, 2. All right. 1, welcome and everyone go. to the Lzuruha Spotlight race. Today
luck,
we got a
friends.
race between Ajneb174 or Ben and
got
CarNage64 in the Final Fantasy VII No Slots Any Percent Run. They're both like pioneers of this category, both former world record holders of the No Slots run. No Slots basically just means we do not use Kitesith's second limit break slots, which can potentially one-shot every boss if used correctly. I am Mies Baker. I guess some of you know me just from Chom's channel or Ben's channel or just from my own stream. I'm actually streaming Final Fantasy VII myself at times. And by my side is Creative Ellie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, I'm also an FF7 runner. I will be alongside with Mies.
Yeah, we're gonna try to just guide you through the game and explain all the speedrun shenanigans so you know what we're actually doing.
Yeah, you guys are going to be in a treat. Like Mies said, these are top runners of this category, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's actually a race that has been kind of anticipated a lot because many people said, in the last year, that they should do a race because there was this time when they were both fighting for world record. Then Ben got it, and Karen was trying to get it back, and so on and so forth. And yeah,
it's happening today. Oh baby.
Yeah, it's happening today. Probably the two most active No Slots runner of the last 1 or 2 years, I would say. And we got actually also the biggest communities, 2 communities of No Slots viewers coming together today. It's probably going to be a lot of fun. I'm really, really hyped for this.
I have no doubt. Absolutely.
So I'd just say let's just get into the meta right away. Like the first menu we're seeing is just doing like the basic stuff, just increasing basically everything that's speed related to the maximum. We got dialogue speed, battle speed, just increasing the maximum to get through as fast as possible. The battle speed maximum is mostly for escapes. Like when you're trying to run away from battles, it depends just how much ATB time you had. Like if you have more battle speed, you're gonna run away faster. That's just, and we're putting usually the cursor on memory, which is kind of helping in the fights. And that's pretty much everything for the first menu. And I would actually then start with the step count right away, because this is also one of the first things you're gonna see soon.
Yeah, a common theme that you're going to see in Final Fantasy games is that you're going to use the first menu to put everything to fast, like Mies said.
So this game's, just as many other games from the Final Fantasy franchise, actually uses a step counter to determine when you get fights and what kind of fights you get. You see now that they're just walking like 8 steps here. That is already the start of the step count. You're trying to skip the first battle that you normally get with this walking. I'm gonna try to quickly explain, like as short as I can, how the step count works and what it does. Like the game keeps track of 2 variables that are increasing over time when you're moving in hostile fields. One we call the danger value, which kind of determines whether a battle check is successful or not, and the other one is the actual step count, which simply counts literally every single step that you take. And the way it actually works is that every single step has a certain chance to trigger a fight. And if you start from a new game, those values are always going to be the same. So you will know that you always have the exactly same amount of steps done if you're getting an encounter. Like the way it works, that every step has a certain danger limit, and if the danger value that I mentioned earlier is above, then you get the fight, else you don't. And on the one hand, this means that the step count is perfectly consistent, that we always have the same fights in the same spots. It also means that we can skip certain fights, because by walking you can make the danger value increase slower, and this can make battle checks fail. So you can if you kind of know how many you have to walk exactly to make the next battle check fail, then you can kind of skip the fight. And this is why you have just predetermined numbers that we're walking that are just been routed, and the runners know them by heart. And yeah, whenever you just see walking in hostile fields, then you know that we're trying to skip a fight.
Yeah, that's a good point that you pointed out. Just to keep in mind, step count is a very unique feature of this run. It's actually not easy, and these runners have put a lot of time into this. So when they step count, it's actually a very difficult thing to do to keep consistent throughout the whole run. But it's a huge time save because you are going to get those encounters that are beneficial.
Yeah, the step count in FF7 is really powerful as opposed to some other games of the franchise. It does not only determine when you get fights and if you get fights, you determine also which enemies you get. There's no no sort of randomness in that.
Mm-hmm.
And it also determines the mode of the fight, like whether it is a pincer or whether it is a back attack or whether it is a preemptive. And of course, you want to get enemy formations that are as beneficial for your run as good as you can get them, you know. And so the step count is not perfectly routed only to get as few fights as possible. Sometimes we're just, I don't know, forcing a fight in a certain spot, or we're not walking to skip a fight even though we could, because we just want to ensure that we get certain fights that we check before, that we'll get them in case of a certain behavior. So we want to make sure we have the right enemies in the right places. Not just because preemptives are nice to run away from, also we need the correct enemies for enemy skills. We have to make sure that everything is on the road. Like, this is planned from start to end for 7.5 hours. There's no way to ever fix it if it's broken, you know. You have to use one predetermined route and you have to execute it from start to finish without error, actually.
I'd say the first 2 hours of, I'd say Midgar is it's a pretty execution based, especially step count. It's not easy to step count in Midgar.
Yeah, pretty much Midgar is the key of the step count. Midgar has the most direction changes and most stop and go and stuff like that. Midgar movement navigation is really, really complicated, but once you got it down and you can keep it up after that, it's mostly just running in one direction. Now, Guard Scorpion is not too interesting to explain, actually. You just use bolts with Cloud because they deal double damage, and physical attacks with Barret because you don't even have a choice, you can't do anything else at that point. The only thing you have to pay attention to is that you always keep the turn order intact, so you always want to have the one start who is about to be attacked. So you look at the search scope who's targeted, that's going to be the guy who gets the next damage. You want this person to start, because limit attacks actually have priority. We are in an active fight, so we always have like two attacks from our team, one attack from the boss. But a limit attack, even though it's usually now the boss's next turn, will always have priority and happen before. So you want to have the opportunity, in case you get a limit, that you can select it during your partner's attack. So when, let's say Cloud is getting a limit break now on Karn's side, well, it didn't happen, but if he's getting the limit break while Barret is attacking, because he's going first, you can select the Braver right there, and then you get 3 attacks in a row. This way you can kind of squeeze an extra turn in, thanks to the limit.
Unfortunately, both sides are going to have slow battles, because none of them got a limit break before the tail went up. And it also looks like they're, especially Ben's side, Cloud's magic is doing poor. He's getting like 86 and 88s. It's just pretty mediocre.
Ben going a little bit risk here. Actually, when you don't have limit breaks, it's the fastest way to kind of just wait out the tail phase entirely. Don't go for any tail laser like you see on Ben's side. It bears the risk that simply Cloud is not getting his limit. For Barret, it wouldn't matter if he doesn't get his limit because he's getting it on Airbuster. Cloud, it can go bad. We just have to hope that he's gonna be lucky.
Yeah.
But yeah, you saw he did now overtake, because this is just a slightly faster strat if you don't have the limit. But yeah, as I said, it's also more risky.
One way to help out Cloud's limit is that they're going to still get a few encounters before Airbuster in which they need the limit breaks. So he's kind of hoping that Cloud gets hit a little bit on the way there. The first time I ever played this video game, I couldn't leave the reactor and I didn't know why. And that was because I forgot to pick up Jessie. I completely ignored her. Second time around, I learned my lesson.
Yeah, you gotta talk to her first, or you can't make it out. Like,
Yeah.
you're just standing there and you can't open the door, you know, you need Jessie, and then you have to run all the way back.
Oh, yeah.
Basically, the No Slots run has a lot of RNG in it, like in every aspect. Every single fight that you're getting in field can already have a huge impact on the time that you're getting. Like whether you get a fast escape or not. If you get 3 enemy attacks, then you're losing 15 seconds. So it's a game with a lot of execution in it, that's for sure, but there's also a huge part that you cannot control, which is why, you know, always anything can happen in a race. It's just one run, and you have this one shot, and you need to hope that the RNG plays along.
Yeah.
Which is also why you have to do some stuff different. Sometimes you use more safe strats. You are like, you're doing some saves. We're gonna do some safety saves for sure. Just because you only have this one try, you cannot reset like when going for PBs. And there's really a lot of RNG danger in the run. So sometimes I gonna try to explain what is the safety strat, what would be the normal strat that you're taking, because when we're playing like on your own stream, just trying to go for a PB or even world record, then you will always go a little bit more YOLO at everything.
Yeah, if any of these players got the reactor that they got, I believe that they would reset, especially if they're trying to go for world record / PB.
Yeah, both reactors were kind of unlucky. I think like a normal good reactor is around 11-20 or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, CarNage is about 15-20 seconds behind because his guard Scorpion was slightly unlucky and he had some bad runaway luck.
One thing, by the way, we haven't mentioned yet. Maybe you saw or noticed that we gave both characters only a one-letter name. That's just to make the text a little bit faster. And FF7 text builds up frame-based, so it will just build up each character, like not frame by frame, like it's more characters per frame than one, but it does build up the characters one by one. So the fewer characters you have, the faster the text will go. It's not doing too much. Actually, Brutal explained to me the exact time, but I forgot. It was a lot less than I thought. I think there's like every text box only a certain chance that you will even save a frame, and but it will add up over time.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Also to bring up, if you really want to get a good time in this game, one of the keys that you have to do, you have to really work on your mashing. You have to mash really, really fast, well, really hard too, if you want to get a really good time in this. Because in this speedrun, there's definitely a lot of dialogue in it. Absolutely, I think that's what we want to see. I'd put my money on a good race too.
Yeah, definitely. I just hope that RNG is like kind of balanced and not totally ridiculous on one side and on the other.
Yeah.
So I guess we're approaching Jess's skip. There's a lot of skips that you can do in field that always kind of function the same way. You're trying to trigger like 2 text boxes at the same time. One by activating an object or an NPC, and one simply by crossing a certain line. If both happens at the same time, you can move during dialogue, and that sometimes allows you to skip certain sequences. So I'm not perfectly sure if they're even gonna attempt it, but in that case, you can try to skip the route map scene.
Wow, they both got it. That's
both
awesome.
got it, yeah. So both Jesse skips worked. So you see, what you're doing is you talk to Jesse and you try to leave the car at the same time to make the guard come out. And then you can just leave, and just before you leave the screen, you make the text move on to like to the trigger that would take you to the route map scene, you know, where Jesse is explaining this is like the route map net of Midgar and so on and so forth, and explains the sectors and so on. And you can just skip that. It saves around 15 seconds minus the time you need for setting it up. And yeah, GG, both runners got it. Very, very good. Well done.
I would imagine that both runners are going to save at the dangerous parts, especially at the end of disc 1.
Yeah, I think we actually agreed on a lot of saves, and I think both runners are doing the same ones also, like in front of every part that can basically rip the run, just for the marathon safety,
right,
or race safety in that case. Like when you can soft lock, like for bar skip or stinger skip, or of course the dangerous bosses that can just destroy you simply by RNG. You don't even have to make a mistake. There's some bosses that can just make you, force you into a situation that has no way out. So here we're just going back out of the screen, like out of the screen and back in, just to skip some dialogue. When the screen reloads, then everyone is gone. You can go in the bar directly. It's just like a lot of small stuff that... Like, I don't know, that's just not necessarily in everyone's notes or so. That's just the small stuff that you gotta learn over time.
Yeah. Some other small things. Cloud is going to be prompted a lot with decisions, especially in Midgar, and there are faster choices that you want to select just to save a few text box.
That's actually true. I think that basically second dialogue options being the better outcome is just something that game developers come up with to troll speedrunners. It's like
right,
because in text normally you mash, you just really make your arm mash as fast as you can just to get through, and suddenly you have to time stopping, and then you have to go down and select the right text box. No runner likes that.
Absolutely troll. And there are some points where you actually want to make sure you choose the correct option, or you do lose a run. So that's like, especially coming up in a few minutes, or you make a bad decision at Wall Market.
Oh yeah, of course. You're talking about the material tutorial. I didn't even think about it right now. Yeah, but material tutorial is like 1.5 minutes or something. Hey, Neohard. I really find it funny the way they kind of made this part of dialogue. I don't know, like usually in a game you have some window popping up and it says, here we got a tutorial, yes, no. But in this case, you just got to be plain rude to Barrett in order to skip the tutorial. I always have to think of Legend of Dragoon when talking about this dialogue option stuff, you know. Like, you got, I don't know, 8 or 9 hours into an 11-hour run, you got just a set of dialogues where you just have to keep using the right dialogue option or the run is over, you know. Just because this, I don't know, quiz around the psych bomb, but I always have to think about that, you know. That's like the part where you're just taking 5 minutes for every text box.
Man, that sounds crazy, especially for a run like that. That takes like 12 hours. Just having a run go wrong if you choose the wrong option, that just sounds crazy.
Yeah, you got this weird thing where every character is tested and they get some sort of scenario and you always have to pick the right choices. And that's really where you sit with a piece of paper where every dialogue option is on and you do it super slow.
Thankfully, in this speed run, you're not going to get a lot of it, but there's just a couple points where you want to make sure you pay attention to the choices.
Yeah, also you have some sort of, I don't know, room for creativity in the text box in some parts. There are some text box choices that are time-wise the same, but they determine whether you get the date with Tifa or the one with Ares. You can kind of choose every run. That's pretty cool. Yeah. You can simply decide which date you want to have by choosing the first or the second in some parts, and it's like, this doesn't really make a difference on the timer. It's also important before apps which character you talk to before. Like, if you look at the runs, you're gonna see which date they're picking just by seeing which character they talk to first.
Very nice. Both players, or both clouds, accepted the mission, so now they're on their way to the second reactor.
Yep. Just a lot of text coming up, and then a little bit of, I don't know, mini game you can call it. You have to be a little bit careful what you do in the train. It's actually funny. I had no idea when I was younger and played this game casually that you can just jump out of the train at any point. I thought when the timer runs out, you're like dead. I was always so tense. Too, right? Yeah. So what we're doing here is just we'll let the timer run out like right there and just jump out as soon as we can. Of course, also while waiting out the 10 seconds to jump out of the train, you have like 10 seconds of free time that you have to wait out anyway. So, of course, you want to try to do as much useful stuff as possible in that time. So we're actually talking to an NPC to get an eye potion, to get some money, and doing some small menu stuff simply right in this point because we got like 10 seconds free to do the stuff.
Yep, might as well take advantage of your free time. Now, these are very good runners. You're going to see their menus go ballistically fast. menu there wasn't really important. It's just putting Barrett, giving him a better weapon, putting him in the back row.
And removing the bolt from the ice material from Cloud just to increase his strength a little bit and hope you don't get trolled on the airbuster.
Yeah. It is way faster to jump off the first train, even though you have to walk a little bit more in the sewers. The step count's already routed in.
Yeah, here we got like the first preemptive of the run. That's like really the nicest thing, in my opinion, about the step count, that you can just squeeze so many preemptives in. Like, Windows knows what I'm talking about. In FF8, it's still RNG if you get preemptive or not, even if you have the step count. Kappa. This is also another really important part for dialogue choice. I think if you say the wrong thing, you're going to have like 30 seconds or 40 seconds of talking where Barrett is telling you that he doesn't fit in this thing, in this tunnel.
Yeah, that's pretty slow. Now, there is some treasure that they will get, especially in Midgar. The things that they're going to be picking up are ethers, and they're not going to be using them at all. They're going to be selling them for a lot of money because they are worth a lot in this game.
Yeah, just like the high push on the train before. Basically, everything you pick up is just for money to buy stuffs. And the fight we're just seeing, maybe you saw that Karn tried to open the menu at the right time. The fight that we're just both in, this back attack can be menu skipped. This is one of the really interesting tricks about this game. If you open the menu on the same frame as a battle trigger occurs, the fight disappears. It cannot be used everywhere. Like, the first thing when I heard that when I was new to the speedrun was like, why don't you do that like everywhere? When you just like skip all the fights? And the thing is, if you remember what I said earlier about the step count, the danger value does not get resetted. So most of the time you just have another battle triggering like few steps after if you do the menu skip. And also the step count in most cases will change. Since you want to use a consistent route, the only fights that we're even attempting to skip are those that do not change anything about the step count, no matter whether you get the skip or whether you don't. So that's like, I don't know, we have I think 5 fights in those slots that can be skipped. I'm out on those slots for a while. I'm not sure if it's 6. I think it's 5. I'm not perfectly sure, but it should be 5.
I think it's around there, yeah.
And we got 68 total, so it doesn't do that much, but it is kind of important if you really want to go for a maximum fast time. Also, there's a very interesting glitch about it. If you actually succeed in menu skipping a fight and then you get like an event trigger, like a fight that is not part of the step count, but that triggers because of, I don't know, some sort of dialogue, like a boss enemy, something that game scripted to give you a fight. This fight will appear twice. The game will load the fight once. You can imagine it as it loads it once for the trigger and once for the fight that you skipped. It's really interesting. This is how you can fight bosses multiple times, actually.
It does happen to people sometimes. I definitely seen runs where they trigger the boss fights twice, and that results in a rip.
Certainly, why not? There's a lot of menuing in this category, so it might just happen that you just open the menu and accidentally you get it on the fight trigger because you're not really thinking about where exactly your next fight is gonna be, and you just do it right on the fight. I saw that several times.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so, Windows. I think it happened on Materia Keeper because you got like a lot of fights before and you menu a lot before, and if you just accidentally skip a fight, then you can fight the guy twice.
That must be your favorite. That must be your favorite boss, Neo. Having to fight him duped 3 times.
Yeah, it can happen totally casually without really attempting it. If you just happen to menu where there would be a fight, and you don't get another random fight in between, that kind of clears it. This is also... Oh, no, I'm not going to talk about that just yet, but... Yeah. Normal, if you get a random fight in between, it clears this glitch.
Wow, double carry armor fight? That sounds like a nightmare.
So you can get a quad lapis.
Oh, no, 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 no. The reason why Karn got ahead is that Ben is trying to farm Cloud's limit break, so he's taking his time to get it.
Didn't even go that bad. Like, you can be really unlucky in this fight, and they don't attack Cloud at all the time.
Yeah.
It was time loss, but it was rather quick.
You know, this button press, it's pretty interesting to watch like new runners, because when you start running this game, the button press can be slightly difficult, but the more you run this game, you're gonna have a feel for it.
It's one of those things that really sometimes throw me over, because it's really annoying. The first time you get a chance to press the button, you need to wait 1.2 seconds. And if you fail the next attempt, it's always 1.5 seconds. So that's kind of, it's a little bit longer. So that's kind of always throwing you up in the timing and throwing you over.
Yeah. I don't know about the seconds for PlayStation. So 1.2, 1.5. There you go.
Airbuster's classic press A to win fight. Basically just... You can either just hold circle, or you can attack with Tifa first, then with the other two limit breaks. It depends how Tifa's limit break is. You want to make sure that Tifa is able to get her limit in the course of the app's boss fight. So if her limit is really low, you will attack with her first. If her limit is like at least, I don't know, 1/8 of the maximum or so, then you will just hold circle. Also, there's another 10-second RNG factor in this fight. It is purely RNG whether Airbuster picks Rare Gun or Body Blow as the first counter attack. And if he picks Rare Gun, he's not gonna counter the next one. So you get one attack less from him if he starts with Rare Gun. So you hope to see that.
Yeah, it's a good point. Just another small RNG factor that just racks up seconds right there. Looks like Karn not opting to attack with Tifa first, but oh, it looks like he got bad luck. Some low damage rolls. So that's going to be more time waste. Of course, you want this battle to be over within the 3 attacks. And any other extra attacks is just a time waste and really bad luck.
Yeah, it can actually happen. He's got 1200 HP, and yeah, you get like 500 to 600 from both Barret and Cloud, and you get like the other 100 from Tifa. Tifa can also do like 120 to 130. Sometimes she can save you, or you get a crit.
200 beat rush. Oh yeah.
Oh, that was limit. Okay, then it wasn't a crit. Then it was. Yeah, okay, then I wasn't paying attention well. It was my mistake. But yeah, if the damage rolls are bad, then you don't get the 1200 damage within the 3 attacks, and you lose a lot of time. In normal runs, that's a reset for sure, because it's gonna target someone, use Big Bomber, and so on.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, some more text, nothing special here.
Yeah, at the moment, I think Karn has... Well, they're really close to each other. Just a few seconds off. So going a little bit back and forth because of some bad RNG on both sides. Unfortunately, calling Eris a slum drunk is a little bit too slow.
Ear rip. Ben not saving the frames for the name. It's gonna cost 2 minutes, mate. Now this guard minigame also has several outcomes, several methods you can use. Like, probably you remember that you can tell Ares either to run or to fight, or that you can say hold on and you try to throw one of the barrels on the guard. And what you have to do is you have to throw at least one barrel on a guard successfully, and then you can tell Ares to run on the other occasions. It is a little bit faster if you use the barrel on the second one rather than the first one, but using it on the first one consumes a little less steps. So if you fell behind the step count quite a bit earlier on because of some mistakes, you can fix it pretty easily here, because it saves a lot of steps actually. If you do the turn right, if you throw the first barrel, it will cost like 2 seconds only.
Yeah, that's a really good point. There are minor things that you can do to help your step count if you do fall behind it. This is a good example. Looks like Carnage is slightly behind on step count, but he'll be fine. And Ben too.
Yeah, it's no problem. Like, the good thing about the step count is, since every time you get a fight, it's gonna be the exact same step. You know that you spent the exact same amount of frames in movement, so you're perfectly resetted if you get a certain fight in the same spot. Those fights are the ones that we call reset points. Like, sometimes we have fights that we just force, and we know that everything from now on is gonna be the same, because we know we're on this exact same step again now. And the first reset point we got is Genova preemptive, like the guards fight before Genova, which we make use of to get the boss preemptive actually. I'm gonna get to that later again, how that works. And this reset point is really far behind. Like, there is a lot of movement required until you reach that actual step. So if you did Midgar perfectly, you're gonna run up and down for at least 7 seconds there and waiting for the fight, if you did it really on point in every aspect. So you can see that you have a lot of buffer in Midgar to waste steps and not do optimal movement. And it won't matter because you still hit that reset point. In fact, what I even like to do is not use the screen to save steps, but to consume steps. Because if you think about it, forcing it, like, if you have to force a fight, you know you have, like, let's say Genova preemptive is like after 500 steps or so from the start. So you know you have to put in somewhere 500 steps. If you reach Genova after 480, you still have 20 free, and it costs time to do those. So I like to do movement in screens where it doesn't cost time. Like during this mini game, you can run up and down for free, and you have to wait for areas anyway. So I like to put myself behind there just so I have less time, to force before Genoa.
That makes a lot of sense. Runners actually get out of their way to pick up the extra stuff for the garden. Cover is actually going to be used, and the Ether, of course, is going to be used to sell. And what the cover material does is that if you slap it onto somebody, the person with the cover material will have a % chance to block a physical attack if it's targeted on someone else. So level 1 cover material, if you put it on Cloud, Cloud will have a 20% chance to cover somebody. And they're going to be focusing on leveling up at least later.
Yeah, cover is actually the only material in the game. I think it is the only one in the game where the effect stacks cumulative and without limit. Like, normally if you stack materia, it's going up to a certain point, let's say HP plus. What it does is it goes up to 100%, you can double your HP, and you can put more HP plus to kind of cancel the other materia that is removing your HP. So if you put, but it doesn't matter how many HP plus you put, you can never have more than double maximum HP. But cover actually keeps increasing the chance. Like, every cover is gonna contribute towards this chance. Of course, after 100 it doesn't make a difference anymore. And if I remember right, once it reaches 255, it's gonna overflow and it's gonna start at 0 again. But I'm not perfectly sure on that. It might have been something else, but I think it works that way.
That's pretty crazy. Of course, there's definitely no reason to have like over 200% cover when you play this game. But that's pretty funny.
Yeah, there are a lot of variables in this game that do not even have any sort of overflow check, because either it was just simply ignored or overlooked, or it was not expected that the variable can ever reach its limit. Like, the first thing that comes to my mind is actually the timer. I think the in-game timer at some point will reset, and the amount of fights that you ran away from is counted in the game. Once it exceeds like the 32,767, it's going to reset as well, or it's going to overflow. And of course the damage, that's one of my most favorite glitches about this game.
Oh yeah, the overflow day. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just so amazing. Great. Unfortunately, it's not an element in any of the speedruns, but it's really cool.
If only.
In the damage calculation, the damage is passed on over several variables, and one of them is not big enough for the damage that it can in theory be passed to, that it can receive, Like, I think the limit is 262,144, and yeah, that's the limit. That's too...
Looks like CarNage opted to buy 51 grenades, so it looks like he's going to do an extra shopping for another set of grenades.
Yeah, that's probably Elevator.
The Elevator? Okay. Ben himself, he bought the standard between 65 and 70 grenades.
Well, what I was going to say, what happens when you're actually having the damage overflow in the calculation is that you're going to deal negative damage, because if you know how it works, like a variable that's has a certain definition will just overflow into the negative limit if it exceeds the positive one. And since when you deal negative damage, you're actually healing the opponent, the game will kill him right away. And just because what the game thinks, it doesn't get that you're really trying to heal, or that's also not what you're trying. How do I say that the best way? The game actually thinks that you hit the enemy so hard that his HP overflowed from the negatives back into the positives and ended up higher than before. That's how the check works. And this is why the enemy is getting killed when you're using overflow, because you're healing him without actually using an attack declared as healing. Yeah, that's how it is.
What Mies is talking about, if you haven't seen it before, I would highly recommend going on YouTube and just type in overflow kill and see like an emerald weapon being killed by the overflow glitch. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you need for Barret you need 440,000 HP. No, 1,444,000 HP minimum to get an overflow. Like his weapon is just getting a higher multiplier the more HP is in the weapon, on the materia in the weapon. And from 1.4 million onward you can reach an overflow, because you're getting like, I think 10 or 11 times multiplier, and that's enough. It is unfortunately impossible on Ruby weapon, because the opponent's defense is applied before the variable that can actually potentially overflow. And Ruby's defense is like 480, so
very crazy high up there.
Yeah, it will kind of reduce the damage really a lot, because it will be like multiplying it by 32 and dividing it by 512. You can imagine there's not much left. It's actually funny that bosses can have defense stats, or basically any stat over 255. Like, the way it works is... No, it's only for the defensive stats, but still. Like, the defensive stats, if you look in the game data, are half of what you see, like, on, I don't know, Final Fantasy Wiki, for example. Because the game wanted to have, like, the opportunity to have the enemy defense or magic defense higher than the normal 255 limit. So what it does is simply doubling the base stat. So in the game files, Ruby Weapon will have 240 defense, but in fact he has 480 in the fight then. That's not the way character stats work, but enemy stats work that way.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Well, I don't know if the players are going to attempt to do the bar skip, but if they notice that, if they decide to do it and they notice they have a problem, they can get out of it. They just have to notice it.
I think they tried but safe before, so I don't know. We're gonna see soon enough. Basically, to get back on the run, actually, what we're doing in Wall Market here, you might wonder, why are you actually picking up this stuff? Isn't this like more of a casual quest to make Cloud be selected by Don Corneo? It is important that you set it up. We're actually pretty fast at collecting everything we need in Wall Market to make Cloud be the one selected by Don Corneo. And it's quicker because you skip all of this scene with Scotch and his lackeys that you have to fight. It saves actually more than a minute if you just go over this small few mini games here, mini side quests and dialogues in Wall Market and collect this stuff, so you don't have to do the fights. And yeah, the bar skip is just one method to speed that up. You're gonna, yeah, Karn is saving, you're gonna see it.
Yeah, this is definitely something that blew my mind when I started watching FF7 speedruns. Like, why are they collecting stuff? And you don't even need to go to the Honeybee Inn to get Cloud chosen. So this is just a really nice route.
The bar skip functions the same way as the Jesse skip I explained earlier. It's always the same principle on pretty much all of the field skips. You always just try to get two text boxes up at the same time so you can move around while dispatching them. And this is just what is happening. You're trying to advance the dialogue for the dress and the one for the perfume simultaneous.
It's like a lot of glitches in this game. What they're doing is not easy. Glitches like this definitely take practice. And there's a potential to rip here if you fail. That's why they safety saved. The game can soft lock. Cloud will run in place, or Eris will run in place. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Just at the end is like a trigger of the field script that just makes Ares go to Cloud's position, and yeah, then he joins your party and you can go again. So you have to make sure that nothing is in the way in between Cloud and Ares when you advance the last text box, because if like you cannot move anymore when that happens, and if Ares is not able to get to Cloud, she will soft lock. She will just run against the table forever. So that's like again.
Another small thing, make sure you don't practice, because that's 30 seconds wasted and a reset.
Yeah, exactly. You can say that you want to practice how to do those quads, right? Yeah. Good.
So next time you guys are playing this casually and just want to get done with Midgar fast, I recommend doing all this. Like, it's hard to not do this when you're playing this, and especially seeing the speed runs.
Basically, the fight strat that you don't use attacks or magic most of the time. You just sell everything you have and you buy like 68 grenades. You're just running around with a bag of grenades and throw it at everything. It's so funny.
The strats. Yeah, Me's mentioning you're going to be chucking grenades. Grenades are so powerful that they actually like outdamage your own attacks and your magic. So that's why they stack on the grenades. Very powerful item early on.
Really close together right now, both runs. Heads up.
Just some funny minor details. You mentioned earlier that you have to navigate around the tricky screens. This is a example of a tricky screen, because actually running up those stairs fast is you can get caught. Just some of the screens can be tricky to navigate around with the way this game is made.
Yeah, for sure. The movement is not only important in the hostile screens. Like, hostile screens are the ones where you can get random fights. We name them hostile screens. The others are like non-hostile fields. In the non-hostile fields, you can still lose a lot of time, simply movement. And Midgar is like the part in the game where that is the most striking. Like, there's a lot of stop and go, and you have to change quickly between pressing the movement buttons and mashing, and there's a lot of weird turns you have to do, and you can lose so much time and all that. You can, if you have a little bit of delay between switching around to your controls, you can really lose a lot. Like, the navigation is the first thing to practice in Midgar. That's the basis of a fast time.
I would agree with that. Yeah, new runners are going to struggle with their movement and going to get a lot of encounters. The more you run this game, you're going to get a better feel of how to move on the screen. You're going to have an idea of how to move on the next screen. You're going to keep that in mind.
Yeah, the grenade shopping is different because we see, it's actually cool that we have a direct comparison here. Ben will actually go for the stairs, I believe, and Karn will go for the elevator. So, like, if you remember, in front of the Shinra headquarters, you can decide to do what Barrett says, just bust in, or you can go around and sneak up the stairs. You have the choice. The stairs is like the more consistent one, because like it's every time the same. The elevator has like the potential to be faster, can also be slower. It's RNG how many fights you're gonna see in the elevator. It seems to save time mostly, but it is a risk, so it's pretty cool that we see it side by side here. Gonna be in like, I don't know, half of an hour or so from now, or 20 minutes from now.
CarNage is a guy who likes to put his foot on the pedal. He likes to just go elevator every single time. I'm not sure about Ben. I think he usually just takes the stairs. I've seen him do the elevator a couple times.
Well, there's more to the elevator versus stairs than just Midgar. I think purely for Midgar, if you look really only at Midgar, elevator has most of the time really the better outcome. The thing is, in those slots you want Bravers. And when you're fighting Geneva Birth, Cloud has the extra level, so he will not get a limit break from one enemy attack if he used the elevator. It can be no difference, can be fine, it can actually cost you time. Not necessarily in the fight itself, but actually in farming the 8 Bravers for cross slash. Like, this is something we gotta do in the run. We have to make sure that Cloud does 8 Bravers at any point to get cross slash, and it has to happen at least before Red Dragon.
Absolutely.
This is something you have to take into consideration. I guess still the elevator is usually quicker, but it's just more risky. So that's just 2 routes that are both legit to choose. And it's cool that we have like both choices been made.
Yeah, very cool.
Apps is just like another one of those boss fights where the only thing you really have to pay attention to, other than throwing grenades, is turn order, and you have to input 1 magic attack. The magic attack is just like an AI thing. Normally in ATB active you always have 3 attacks from your team, 1 from the boss, because everyone's ATB is increasing at all time during animation, so you know if you selected 1 attack with one of your characters, like the boss ATB is already full again, so you always have 3-1, 3-1. But if you use magic on apps, for some reason he will keep skipping 1, and you will always get 5 attacks, and he will only get 1. So this way you can just get in more turns. You use 1 bolt, not for the damage, just to make his AI stop using an attack every round.
It's a very interesting strat.
Of course, that's really, I really find it interesting. Also with the turn order. If you have, like, you get 5 moves, if you got the 3rd character, get his limit break, and have the faster ADB will get 6. That's where you can squeeze in another extra. This is why you also have to pay attention to the turn order in this fight. Alternatively, you can just try to go for the first turn grenade. I think that was Karn is doing right now, just trying to get the first turn grenade and then just...
He got it. Yeah, very nice.
I'm a little bit behind. I always see the things a little bit too late, but it's okay.
I'm using Khadgar. I can link it on the Discord because that has less delay than the channel.
Maybe I should use that.
Let me link it to you. Unfortunately, Ben getting that extra tsunami attack. Don't think Tifa... Yeah, Tifa started off the limit break with the 0 limit break because she had to use it in Airbuster. So his fight is slower. Fantasy. The thing about random encounters in the speedrun is that we're not going to be killing them purposely for experience. We're gonna kill a few random encounters because we need enemy skills, but in general, we're going to be super low leveled in the speedrun, and most of the experience that we gained are from the bosses.
Yeah, I think in FF7 there's quite a big difference between like the XP that random enemies give and that bosses give. Like you need a lot of grinding to make up for a boss, so it doesn't really make too much of a difference. You really need to grind a lot if you want to get a lot of levels extra.
Mm-hmm. Essentially, this is pretty much like a low level challenge. Just like a lot of RPGs, you're going to be going through the game at low levels. Thankfully, there are some mechanics and strats that we can use that you're going to see later on that will get us through the boss fights at these low levels.
This is also one of the spots where you actually force a fight. Most of the time you're not really far enough ahead that you could make it up the ladder anyway. But in case you are, you wouldn't try. Like earlier when they were entering the train graveyard, we were we would be forcing a fight at the end of the sewers rather than getting on the graveyard, because it changes the enemy formations to get it in the other screen. And some of the enemy formations are immune to the preemptive flag that we're getting if we have the changed ones, which is why we're gonna lose 3 preemptive escapes in Midgar if we are actually not forcing it at the end of the sewers.
Yeah, right now both player step counts looking pretty good. Like it was said earlier, if you try to load up a save for this train graveyard and then try to walk as optimal as you can, you're gonna find it difficult.
One thing about the elevator is just if you're going for it, you need a little bit more grenades. This is why you actually divide the grenade shopping into 2. One's here on this red guy, which Karen is shopping now on, and like on top of the first one that you did in the Sector 5 slums. The thing is, you just don't have the money to buy all the grenades you need on the first shopping, so you just kind of you just split it. You also cannot just go through apps without grenades, so you have to shop twice. Kind of, it's a little bit of time loss, but it's really low. It's something like 6 seconds or so. It's not a big deal. Oh, I think. Yeah. Okay. No. Never mind. But yeah, really most bosses in Midgar are just gonna be hold A to win. You just throw grenades and that's it on most enemies. Like the grenades are just overpowered for Midgar. Normally your damage range would be something like 40 for a physical attack and around 80, 90 for a magical attack, and grenades have a base of 160. Like before they're applied to the enemy defense, and that's just more than you can get without really extensive leveling.
Believe it or not, this boss fight actually does have some RNG to it too, even though it's pretty much hold A to win. For example, if Reno uses his electroshock and paralyzes the character. So there's a chance he's going to get his second pyramid off, especially if he didn't get any early grenades. Thankfully, Carnage got an early grenade.
Yeah, there's RNG in every boss in this game. I think like the only boss fight that's really perfectly consistent is 100 Gunner. I think it doesn't matter at all. I think it's always the same. You just throw the 12 grenades, and I think it doesn't make any difference what he does or when you get your grenades off.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's really that must be really the one and only fight in the entire run that's 100% the same every time.
I kind of feel the same way about Motorball.
A Motorball has RNG too. He can use double arm attack or single arm attack. That's like the range
true.
of 10 seconds. And also you can have damage rolls sufficient to use 4 bolts only and 12 grenades, or you can use 6 bolts and 9 grenades, or the standard would be like 11 grenades. It's all RNG. It's terrible. Even dying when you got the right arm still has RNG, because he can choose to use a final attack when he's dying, yes or no, and also you can get a first turn or not. So there's still like a 20-second swing almost.
Oh yeah, Demon's Gate definitely consistent, 100%. Kappa Kappa.
Actually, the slap skip, like where Tseng's animation where he's slapping Ares is not happening, not loading. It's one of the few things I don't really know 100% sure why they happen and when it happens or not. I think it's like we believe it's just because of how fast you mesh, because I believe it's kind of, if you advance the text really fast, you advance the scripts too fast for the game probably to keep up and load the animation in time, but I'm not perfectly certain on that one, because I was told by someone that he used a turbo control and did not get it, so there might be more to it.
Still funny nevertheless, get that skip animation, but that's very interesting.
Yeah, I think it doesn't even save time, maybe half a second or so. It doesn't really change much, but it's funny that it happens. If you want to know exactly how it happens, you have to ask Brutal, for sure.
Oh my gosh. Brutal is definitely an FF7 library himself.
Yeah, Brutal is the one who routed like most of the stuff that we're doing today, and he routed so long ago actually, and kind of revealed more and more what you can do. He's like the master of this game. You can actually not commentate an FF7 race without mentioning him.
Oh,
At
absolutely.
some point, like the step count was discovered by him. Most of the strats that we're doing were used in the segmented run he did like 10 years ago. Like it's really crazy. Like the stuff with Power Soul and Tifa, and all of those field skips I talked about. Like when you're using double dialogue to move around during text, it was all found by Brutal. Brutal Speed, he's called on Twitch, the master.
Brutal is a god. Definitely a huge contributor of the speedrun and in FF7 in general. Like I would check out his YouTube channel too. You're gonna see a lot of amazing stuff that you probably haven't seen before in FF7.
Yeah, he's got really a lot of cool stuff. It's really funny. When I was getting into the No Slouch run and I was checking some strats and so on, and I saw this video from Brutal in his channel, which is like 10 years old and has like a 158 Shizo no slots fight. I was like, what?
Right?
So he already knew, okay.
Let me see about getting you the link macro. There's his YouTube channel.
Also, with the elevator, you have like one huge extra screen you have to run through, so you're going to consume a lot more steps. This is why we changed the step count in Midgar for elevator. And it bears another, like, it's not really a risk, but it's a slightly uncomfortable situation. Karn is going to fight like a back attack against a thief, and it's not the worst escape. It doesn't really cost much time because usually it doesn't do anything, but you can decide to get a turn and steal before you can run away. And if you take something essential, then it can be pretty annoying. It's basically just to get ahead. Like normally, you would just force a fight before so you don't get the thief, and then walk more steps later. If you take the thief, you can walk less and you can just save steps. Ben is doing a different step route. He's walking the steps earlier. There are multiple opportunities to do Midgar, which kind of end up on the same step after you leave it. And simply for elevator, you have one that has this thief back attack, so it puts you ahead. And that's, yeah, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Hopefully it's gonna go well for Karn.
I hope so too. Midgar, of course, being a huge portion of this game, almost 25% of this game takes about 2 hours, and of course they're both over halfway done. I would say that Midgar definitely says a lot about the pace of your run. I feel like it gives you a lot of momentum, especially if you get a good Midgar, because when you try to strive for a PB or / world record, the key is to really have a good Midgar or a really nice start.
Yeah, I think so too. You will see most runners that go like world record paces or like try to get a really good PB over and over. They will keep doing runs and they will like have the Midgars always happen like in the same range, like a really small range. Like you will always get kind of similar times. There's a lot of RNG in it. Like you have, I don't know, 1 minute swing or so, but it's always going to be inside that. You're never going to see suddenly 157 Midgar from someone who's going really fast. It will always be somewhere between 54, 55. With elevator, can easily go in the 53s even. Like the elevator has the potential to save almost 2 minutes if it goes well.
It's pretty crazy. There are going to be a lot of dialogue sequences in the speedrun. This is another example of a pretty long one. Not as long as the calm flashback, but this one's pretty decent. We just sit and mash.
Yeah, Midgar is actually still pretty executional. I like Midgar a lot actually. It has some RNG, but it doesn't have too much, and it has like a lot of stuff to do. It has complicated movement, the most complicated movement for all of the speedrun. It has different bosses where you have to behave differently on in terms of turn order and some other things. It has many different skips, like the battle skip, some of the paralyzing dodge skips, like the double dialogue skips. We call them paralyzing dodge skips. And well, Karn only lost the Phoenix Down. That's fine. Yeah, and that makes it really pretty executional. I like Midgar a lot. There is some text in it, but it's not near as bad as some of the later.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Like there are 2 or 3 parts that are like 17 minutes or 20 of only dialogue. In my opinion, the worst part is after Geneva death. You know, this whirlwind maze stuff with weapons coming out, and then Tifa wakes up in Junon, and it takes forever, and you just smash your arm till it doesn't work anymore.
I agree. That's a really good point. That's like 40 minutes, almost an hour of just sitting through dialogue. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, actually, some underarm workout is good for FF7. So your meshing is staying consistent and doesn't really take away from your concentration and doesn't bother you too much to keep meshing as fast as you can.
Both players opting to get an extra cover materia. It's pretty risky just to go with one. And of course, you don't want to forget the batteries. Very important.
I think that's one of the things that happened to most runners at least one time. You're standing in front of the battery slot and it says, well, I don't have a battery.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's terrible if you just go up there and then the realization, oh man.
You want to know something that you want to hear something you didn't know yet about this game. Okay, what if I tell you that you can finish the game without having the snowboard in your inventory? Oh, the hardest minigame of the run, jumping onto the rope. This is like the one thing, thankfully, I never messed up yet. It would be so bad.
Well, I hope you didn't jinx yourself for your next run, man.
You can never know.
Oh, but yeah, man, by the way, quick shout-outs to you. Congratulations on the slots world record. That is a very amazing accomplishment, man.
Thanks. It's not even on the leaderboard yet. That's why I didn't really talk about it so far.
Oh, I gotcha.
I got a really messed up video, and I gotta put out my local recording first and everything. But yeah, I beat it by like 420 or 430 or so.
Very crazy. Also, Percy, this is a cool video. If you like just some random FF7 facts. I beat it by 420. Oh yeah.
Can we maybe mod Ellie in this chat?
Oh, am I getting banned from the links?
Yeah, every time you post a link, it's deleted.
That's alright. Yeah, like me said, this is gonna be cool. There's gonna be a side-to-side comparison, and they're like right at the same spot. So let's see what happens. One thing that the stairs does have is it does have an elixir, which you need for a later boss. I believe Karn is going to get his elixir at the mineral mines somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. We're taking the one with the middle mines. That's pretty much the reason for the thief, actually. Like, you can still hit the Genova reset point, no problem with just, you know, the extra screen, with the extra movement in the basement of the Shinra headquarters with a normal step count.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take the thief, you can put yourself a lot ahead. That's like, after the elevator, you're in like a normal position as if you were taking the stairs, pretty much. It's pretty cool. And this allows you to take the Mithril Mines elixir, and that one costs almost no time, only the time you lose in the screen transitions, because since the movement is in hostile screens, it isn't movement that costs any time. You know, it doesn't make a difference if you run in the Mithril Mines or if you run in front of Genova. As long as your Geneva reset point, any movement in hostile fields does not cost time. So the elixir in the Mithril Mines is like a free grab. It is only the 2 screen transitions that cost time. That's like, I don't know, 2-3 seconds about it.
Very cool.
In the elevator, the way it works is you can have any increment from 7 to 15 floors per stop. And once you have 59 or more, it stops. And there are managers on floors 29, 38, 47, and 56. That means on these stops, you will not get a fight. You will just have like a Shinra employee come in and you can keep going. So if you're really lucky, you can get through with 1 battle only. But that's really unlikely. Like the average is that you have like 4 fights. Karn is probably going to get 5 because he's got like a bad start with 14 and then now just 10 increment. It's looking bad, and this is also the worst fight that you can get. Like the double Mighty Grum, that's the one that
that's
takes
pretty
the most
slow
time.
right there. Oh yeah,
It's the worst. So right now, Karn's elevator luck seems to be pretty bad, but it can still be better. Like if you jump into a lot of managers now, you can never know.
that would be very nice for him to get. It's also another reason why he buys the extra grenades. He's going to need them for these fights.
Level 32 after 3 encounters, that's really bad. Maybe we're getting to see a 6-fight elevator for the first time on Karn's stream. That would be the worst timing for that on the raids.
Karn smiling and scratching his head. He's like,
Yeah,
oh yeah, it's going to happen.
Again, 2 enemies. I mean, Brutal told me like the stairs take like 4 minutes 30 seconds, and Brutal said the worst you can get is like 6 minutes in the elevator.
Oh no.
Five fights, yeah. For Karn, missed the last manager by 1 stop. 5 stops, 5 fights, really bad. And the fights weren't good either. Like, Karn is losing time on this particular run with the elevator, for sure. Which is really unlucky because I watch Karn every time he runs FF7, and he's like gaining time in the elevator like every run. And this time on the race, of course, it's really bad RNG and he loses. I think he lost quite a bit, actually.
I think they might be a good 30 seconds off.
Well, something around that. A little bit less, maybe. I think they're now 7 seconds apart or so, aren't they? Or do I see that wrong? Oh, no. You're right. It's really like 30.
I think Karn's going for the fast skip to make you proud.
Well, actually no. Karn is now 13 seconds behind, and I think... Was he at before?
It looks, looking at the timers, it looks like not 30, but 20 seconds. About 20 second-ish. On my CAD the times are synced. Or their clocks. Well, despite Karn getting bad luck, he's he's still pretty close, like really close. Whew. And wow, just like that, Carnage caught up with Ben because he did the riskier strat. Ben was playing slightly safe. Hey, it paid off.
Yeah, only a handful of seconds behind now.
They actually want to get the password first try, and they're going to look at a book, and depending on what the book says, they're going to choose the password. Thing is that they want to get the elemental material. That's going to be a useful material later on. It's mainly to negate damage later on.
Nobody using in-game timer. I'm disappointed.
Oh yeah, I saw you guys strike a conversation about that. That's very that's.
Yeah, it kind of like the RNG for the password depends on the seconds of the timer. So it's like only 60, like a 60-second cycle, and it keeps repeating itself. And like for every second, the password changes by 1. So you can kind of like calculate pretty easily what the password is by just looking at the timer. It starts on 0 with 5, and then it just goes to the circle 5214, 5214, depending on which second you are. So it doesn't save a lot of time. It's more just for the swag, you know.
For the swag, for the technicalities. So you would open the menu right before you talk to the mayor, or where would you open the menu?
It is determined. The RNG is set. It's set when you're going up the stairs to floor. Like when floor 62 is loading, that's where it's determined. So you have to check it before or just when you enter. What I do is I go into 62 if I do it. I don't even do it every time because it's like, I don't know. It isn't really save time. But then you just hold triangle until the menu opens and you check RGT close and you got it. Alternatively, if you want to make it perfectly safe, you check the books, and then you can tell just by the note on the book. Like if it's 2, number 2 book, then it's gonna be password best. If it's 1 and then results as keyword, then it's gonna be king. 1 breakdown is bomb, and 10 something about new urban development stuff is gonna be Mako.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have 2 different. Wait, Ben Gunn and Counter Tom didn't there? Oh yeah, sure. Ben had 1 fight less earlier. I mentioned that I didn't really talk about it. There are 2 different step routes for this part. Like you can either walk 15 steps before Reno on the tower, that's what Ben is doing, and skip a fight earlier on. Or what Karn is doing, you can just run through and then you walk afterwards and you skip 1 of the fights here on floor 65. And in the end, you have the same amount of fights. And you're also gonna get like the exact same encounters after Midgard, but for this particular place, you have the fights kind of shifted around in other parts.
I don't know if you guys saw it there, man. Unfortunately, Karn got some bad encounter luck with that one scissors dude. The scissors guy got 3 attacks off, and that's pretty unfortunate for him.
Pretty much the fight that Karn forced before going to the playground, before we were going for Shidra headquarters, he was forcing a fight before the playground. That's pretty much the fight that Ben did get now here around like on floor 65. And this is why Karn saved the time now. Just he lost it earlier, now he get it back, you know. So you see that actually the elevator itself, even with that bad RNG, didn't really cost that much time after all. Of course, Karn also did the fast guards, which saved some, like, it saves around 12 seconds to the faster guards.
Mm-hmm.
But even like bad, like a 5 fights elevator is not great, but it doesn't even cost that much time. Like, I think when you really start to lose a minute or more, that's like the 6 or 7 counters.
Yeah, they're literally like right next to each other. That fast guard skip helping him to catch up. But yeah, you're totally right. It's pretty crazy what the elevator strats can do.
I mean, I never saw myself anything more than 5 fights. I don't know 100% sure that it's possible, but the fact that Brutal told me that you can lose so much kind of suggests it, and also I know the maths behind the elevator. And actually it's not that the chances for the bigger jumps is increasing over time. Like, you can, in theory, get like the jump for only 7 floors every time, and then you just, I don't know, you just do the math. Or is it 8 the smallest? It doesn't matter, but yeah, if you always get the smallest jump, you should, in theory, get 7. But I didn't see it yet. It must be absurdly rare. Just like you never see the 1 fight elevator. We saw it only once since Karn is doing it. You also don't get to see the really bad ones. Mostly it's 4 or 5.
Yes, you're right, Kanoi. Luzbel recently got the new no slots world record a few months ago. But Ben had a world record for quite a bit.
Yeah, Ben's 737 really stood for a long time. I have to say that. Like, with the strats that were used then, like the Aqualung route, nobody got really close to beating it. Like, I mean, Card had like a similar time before, and he bet it by like 10 seconds, but like after that, nobody really got close anymore, like really close. Card recently got like a PP at least closer now, but nobody else really got there until Luzbel came, and yeah, he got a really, really nice run. Karn actually held the world record for no slots before too, like longer ago, before all of these strats that we're seeing today were even a thing. Like, there wasn't even step count or anything. It was like a run like 8 hours around that, a little bit more. And yeah, it was, for the strats used then, also really a strong time. It was him and Puexel kind of fighting for world record, I think, back then. Karn would be no better now. I'm not too good in FF7 history. I know more about the current stuff, but I know for a fact that Karn had a pretty good run back then and had the world record. And at some point, like, Brutal showed us the step count, and Karn then routed a new route with step count once he released and explained how it works, and that's where the time started to drop massively.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think about it. Like, beforehand, like around that time when, you know, Karn was opening up the FF7 no slot scene, it was crazy to think that getting sub 830 is a really good time. But now the time has dropped down significantly thanks to things like the step count, which saves a lot of time.
Says the person that has world record at every single game she plays, Nikki Kappa. I could explain now the sample strat, but I guess by now you could, like, figure yourself. We're gonna throw grenades.
I guess one thing to point out that we did mention is the speedrun. One of the important mechanics in this speedrun in a lot of Final Fantasy games is something called the weight tricking, where in this game, the way weight tricking works is that the players are gonna wait in the menu while the other characters finish off their animation, and that way it'll save some ATB and giving enemies less turn. It's very important to master if you want to do well in the speedrun.
Yeah, exactly. So far, we actually only used ATB active. I think Karn started to switch to wait for the elevator fights to get rid of some enemy attacks. Like for escapes, active is better because the ATBs keep increasing during everyone's animation. So, like also the counter that is used for your chance to run away from the fight is keep going during enemy animations. So you can run away quicker when you're on active. And in many boss fights, even it doesn't make a difference, because if you're fighting 3 versus 1 and you don't have haste to speed up your characters, even with weight trick, you cannot get more than 3 turns. So most of the time, it doesn't simply make a difference if you use active or wait. But in this particular fight, we still don't have speed up for our characters. Like, you can't get more turns in, but you have more enemies against you. You have more than 1 enemy against you. So if you're fighting 4 enemies and you're playing on active, and you imagine every single time you do a move, 4 enemies are getting a new action, then you have like 4 to 3 per round. So every round 4 enemies are attacking, and that's what you're trying to prevent. This is why I use the weight trick there. Like, you keep stopping the ATBs to select your turns, so you minimize the amount of turns that the enemies are getting.
Absolutely. Like me said, weight tricking is going to be used a lot for bosses, especially the tougher ones. And then you want to make sure when you get into random encounters that you want to be set to active so that you can run away faster.
Yeah, the full potential of the ATB weight trick and its actual use is only coming into play once you actually have haste, because really it doesn't really help to kind of block ATBs a little bit or get your move a little bit faster. You have to imagine that your enemy is usually faster than you are, and every time you select, I can see selecting ones too. So it only helps to have like weight trick or speed up or anything like that if you're really able to get 2 ATBs filled before he gets 1. So you even get, else you don't even get an extra turn. Then you don't need, then you can also play an active, you know. So it starts to get interesting once you have haste, and then it's really also pretty technical, because we have to pay a lot of attention to what you're doing to actually be able, even with weight trick and even with haste, to get 2 turns while the enemy gets 1. That's easier to explain once we actually get to those fights. That's like the end of disc 1 where this really starts to be shown.
Yeah, absolutely. Disenchantment gonna get a 152 Midgar? Is that what it sounds like?
152?
I don't know what the world record for Midgar is, but it's pretty low.
Just above 52, like 153.06 is, I think, Karn's PB for Midgar. That was like a really good Midgar with a really good elevator. Like stairs should cap out at, I don't know, 53.30 or so. I think Luzbel actually managed to get a pretty low 53, like a mid 53, something around that with stairs. Karn has one too. Karn has like a 53.48 with stairs, but it's really, really, really hard with the stairs to get that.
That's pretty nuts. Yeah, to get something like that, you need to not only get good RNG, you need to hit your skips, mash fast. Everything has to go well. Sub 150, oh snap. I want to see these new strats. Yeah, Daddy, looks like the runners agreed to a safety save, especially before the dangerous parts of the run. Because this is a race, we are expecting them to go less YOLO, and what I mean by that is not skipping the saves.
There's another 6-second paralyzing dodge skip in the screen, which is, however, not really used. It sometimes happens randomly, but the thing is that the spot where you're able to talk to Barret and make the dialogue trigger happen just by proximity at the same time is so precise. There's like one spot. It's not only about how close you are to Barret, it's also about like how do I explain the best? Like Cloud's Y coordinate in the floor is also important. Like the trigger isn't perfectly straight. If you see more of Cloud's hair, then you can't get close enough to Barret. You need to have absolutely the perfect position, and then you can talk to him. Yeah, I don't know. Like there is a setup for it in theory. You could try to set it up perfectly, but it would cost more time than the 6 seconds.
Yeah, it sounds extremely difficult to pull off in an RTA run. But that's very cool, and I've never knew about that. That there was a skip like that.
Yeah, it's actually been known for quite a while. It happened occasionally, but nobody really knew what it was. Some people looked at it and nobody really figured out what exactly it is, how to make it like repeatable. Back then I looked at it myself. I also didn't figure out what it was, and I don't know. Sometime I was just looking at it again and I figured out what you have to do. That's where I figured out that like Cloud's position in this floor has to be absolutely perfect. Not only like his like the distance between him and Barret, also like his position in the floor. It has to be absolutely perfect, and then it will work every time. If you want to have a chance at getting it, the best thing is like this Y coordinate that you need. Like you need to know how much of Cloud's hair has to be visible to even have a chance to get it, and then you just run left and mash, and you hope that you get it. Like you have to put yourself in the position where you at least have the chance, and then you just smash. And sometimes it will happen. It happened to me once, but
Nice.
It doesn't. I think I would try to go for it every time with turbo, but not with mashing.
Yeah, Psych, this race has been pretty crazy. It's been a lot of trading back and forths. The fun, the glory.
Of course, it's just for fun. It's a no-slot speedrun. If you would speedrun seriously, would do any percent kappa.
This is another fight with the hold A to win strategy. Yeah, the real RNG is at the second fight. The Heligunner can decide to poison or put someone to sleep. Well, mainly put someone to sleep. That's the slow part.
Yeah, he's like pretty annoying. Actually, something that Ben used to do all the time that I didn't know about like for quite a bit of time is that he can only use the firing line on his third attack. So actually, when you're getting no sleep, it does make some sort of sense to kind of just use a limit to advance him immediately. Like it costs time in your attacks, but you don't have the danger of firing a line, because his attack firing line has the potential to put everyone to sleep at the same time. So you really want to, if you have the chance to avoid that attack, you really should.
Ah, really cool. Didn't know you can skip that third attack. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, in theory it costs time to do so, because you still need the same amount of attacks and you still see the same amount of attacks from him. Like, he's doing one of his spinning body blow things then. So, and limits are a bit slower than grenades, so it costs time compared to a fight with good RNG. Like, if he just does C cannon as the third attack, then you're good. But the problem is really that firing line, if it's chosen, can really make you lose a lot of time, and it does make sense to try and skip it. So I really like that strat from Ben, and I like to do it myself also now that when you have the chance to get a limit off and you didn't get sleep, that you use the limit and like kind of push his attack into the spinning phase where it can no longer put you to sleep. That's
right on the money. Karn did the strat you were talking about.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty common strat. I think everyone is doing it. I was just the only one who didn't know.
Oh, of course, Ben gets Barrett put to sleep. He's gonna lose some time here. I guess another thing, if you're really unlucky, is that if characters get bodied by critical hits, characters can die if you're unlucky. But that usually doesn't happen.
Yeah, this danger is definitely there, but usually it's not that much of a problem. It can cost a little bit of time if it happens early on in the fight, but for XP or so, it's not really important.
Yeah, just slower. Ideally, for the Rufus fight, you want to get that Braver off before the dog. You want to get the Braver on the dog before it does an action, because him casting Barrier loses time. That it's just a few grenade chucks to Rufus. And of course, no slots. Mies was talking about how important getting a Braver is. So this is a battle where you can farm that extra Braver. The Braver is going to do enough to kill him for the last hit.
Yeah, exactly. There were like quite a lot of opportunities to use the Braver earlier in Midgar on some of the bosses. For example, it can also save time on Sample if you count your grenades, but you really preferably use it on Rufus and keep it for this fight because you have two enemies. And as I said earlier, limit always has priority. So if you kind of compare having grenades only for this fight, then you see two enemy attacks before you get one move off. But if you have a limit break, then you will never see more than one attack, because like you can select your limit during the first enemy attack and then you get priority. So you really want to make sure that you can skip this one enemy move there. With a Braver actually. I was thinking about whether it maybe isn't the worst idea to just to keep the ADB like on wait for that, because the thing is that you really don't have any chance, or a really low chance, to get a first turn on Rufus fight if the ADB is inactive, because the time you need in selecting your attack, the limit, is always contributing towards the enemy ATBs. Now the problem is really you have those really, really bad fights on the Trail of Blood, on the step count, where you don't really want ATB wait.
Yeah.
But in theory there's one preemptive and two normal escapes, so you can kind of argue. I don't know. It is actually worth a try, because you could have a more realistic chance of getting the first turn on Rufus and Dark Nation. It would save like 7 seconds or so.
That's an interesting thought. just a small setup before Motorball. Ace was alluding that I'm going to be using grenades and bolts. So you want to give Cloud some additional magic materia. Not only to increase the magic damage for Bolt, but it's also he's going to need that magic materia for the next boss after this too. It's kind of fun. What Karn doing here is he's just holding down an attack button, because if you get 3 red bikes, their AI is kind of funny and kind of passive. So if you just hold down the attack button, they're going to not attack the party. So you can kind of be lazy here.
Yeah, the red guards, I don't know what that programming is. I really don't understand. You just keep swinging the sword and they don't approach you. Sometimes I like to just slay all bikers.
You just want to have fun. You want to play the entire minigame.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really save time, you know. It doesn't save time to keep them behind. It's just like you prevent damage to yourself. But
yeah,
normally Motorball, it doesn't really make a difference. If you like, it makes so few difference actually. Such a little difference. I mean, if you have a little bit of damage from the bikers or not for the fight, you can. If you're bored, you can just kind of fight them. Play a little bit of bike mini game to get a little bit of a breather.
Or if you're bored, you can dance like what CarNage is doing. Just dance on stream.
Yeah, you can always dance on stream. Also, it always bugged me that Cloud obviously has the hard edge for this, but the hard edge is like, it is not even that it's not in the story that you get it like a boss drop or so. It's not even suggested to have it. There isn't a shop that sells it right before. It's like a super rare steal from a super rare enemy that you maybe have if you kind of explore everything. But yeah, he just has it here.
Nice hole. Doesn't even keep it.
No, they don't build limit from the hits they get here. It's just reducing your starting HP. Motorball also has kind of an interesting strat to it. Like, he's, for the first time in Midgar, after buying grenades, you use magic again. Because Bolt, he has pretty low magic defense and Bolt does double damage. And Cloud has some level up by now and has some materia on and has thus kind of a formidable magic stat. Cloud is also the only one who has a magic stat that it pays with to use magic here. And that's not all. You don't just spam grenades and bolts. You also have to pay attention to your attacks. You have to count your attacks. At some point, Motorball is going to charge for a second twin burner. He does one earlier and then he does the second one later. And if he's charging and you have attacks buffered, like you have attacks selected that are just waiting for the enemy to give you priority and actually happen, if then for some reason he attacks immediately. And I don't really know why that is. Like, he's standing up, he's going back into his charge, and then he's attacking you with twin burner. Or even rolling fire. And if you just don't have any attacks buffered at that point, it doesn't happen. He stands up, and then you can use your attacks. So all you have to do is just wait a little bit. You have to keep track of what attacks you have selected instead of just holding circle. You wait until he stands up, then you select your 3 moves, and you can keep attacking. It's, again, something that I don't really know why it works that way. You probably have to analyze his AI script. It's just that, yeah, he checks when he stands up whether you have moves buffered or not. And if you don't have moves buffered, you can select them afterwards and you get your priority and you can destroy him without seeing the second twin burner or even rolling fire.
That's a really good point. This is something that new runners should check out, because a lot of times new runners are just going to hold A, and that's going to result into not only some time waste but a potential death. So you do really want to count. You want to pay attention to what you're doing.
The simplest way to do it is like you only pay attention to the amount of attacks you did with the first character you selected a move with. So let's say you select the turn or a Cloud Barret Tifa. or you don't really want to start with the bolt. Let's say Tifa, Cloud, Barret. Then Tifa is your starter, and you just count until you selected a move with Tifa 5 times. And after the 5th move from Tifa, you hold circle. So you select like 4 moves also with the other characters, but 5 from her. And after her 5th move selected, you wait, just wait out. Motorball does its rolling forward attack and stands up, and you do the other stuff. And yeah, here's just now another of those paralyzing dodge skips, like we call the Barret skip or Midgar escape skip. You can skip a lot of dialogue here, it's very important. This is again the same principle. You talk to Barret at the same time that you try to leave and trigger the dialogue from Iris saying, hey, wait, we don't go just yet. And then if you trigger both at the same time, you can just go out. And yeah, I think it skips a lot of time.
A lot of time. Yeah, but I set up where they can get it first try if they pull it off correctly. So both players getting a 155 Midgar. Not, it's good for a race, but these are times that they would definitely not be happy with if they were trying to go for a PB or world record.
Yeah, on a race, it's a really strong time. I was seriously expecting 156. It's like with safety saves and a little bit of you play also a little bit safer everywhere. You check more what you're doing and so on. Like on a race, you have only one shot for everything. When you're playing on your stream for PB, you just reset if something goes bad.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
always just go maximum speed. You don't have to pay that much attention to everything. You can just try to do everything as fast as possible. Like both runners below 56 on a race is
Very good.
really, really good. That shows that you got very routine, very experienced runners here. It's really nice. Like everyone can do a 54 once on a PB stream, but if you really do it on a race and you get a good time, that's nice. Yeah, this dragon fight is a huge RNG factor. In theory, he can keep casting Life 2. Like Sephiroth can keep casting Life 2 if Cloud was defeated, and the dragon keeps attacking Cloud, he keeps using Life 2, and every time it happens, it costs like 20 seconds almost. It's really... I expected that it's less, but I timed it once, and Life 2 is first a really slow animation, and also you get to see like another enemy attack. You have to wait out more ADBs. You have to hope for Sephiroth again. Every time it costs really a lot.
That's good. Both runners didn't get that Life 2 troll.
And we're just moving on just to the next paralyzing dodge. That's the photo skip, the infamous photo skip. That's a really, really nice one. It is more than just skip a little bit of dialogue. It has more benefits than that. Like, what's happening is when you leave the scene early is that Sephiroth is not getting added to your party. So you have only young Cloud, actually, for the upcoming scenes. It's pretty funny. This is actually something that is pretty dangerous on the one hand, because you can game over, which is normally not intended in this part of the game. Because like young Cloud has only like 140 health and the enemies are pretty strong. But the thing is, thanks to step count, we have only one fire in the preemptive, so we can run away instantly. And that saves time over having Sephiroth. If you still have Sephiroth in your party, he will always get the first turn. Even on the preemptive, he will not be able to run away. Sephiroth will charge his Quake 3 or Ice 3 or anything like that, and you have to watch him destroy all the enemies. And of course, it's a lot faster if you can just leave. So the photo skip is one of the really big time saves, and Karn did it really solid here, really nice.
Yep. Those couple factors, very nice for saving a lot of time. Photo skip is just a very nice package.
Yeah, photo skip, like, again, always same principle. One trigger is from proximity, the other is from activating dialogue. So you actually activate running into the fence and having Sephiroth call you back. And on the other hand, you are talking to the photographer. And if both happens at the same time, you can move and you can just leave.
Ben had this. He has a really nice setup.
Yeah, it's also really important after the photo skip that after falling down the bridge, that FMV where you fall down the bridge, that after that you wait with the mesh for quite a bit of time. If you look, Karn was waiting with the mesh now until like the soldier turned around. There is a very simple reason for that actually. Like, since Sephiroth is not in your party, a text box that is connected to him will not open at the normal point in the script, but it will just be there immediately from the start of the screen. And what you have to do is you have to wait until the point where it would normally pop up. If you remove it too soon, then the script will get stuck and you will soft lock.
That is a very unpleasant way to lose a PS2 run. Getting soft lock 2 hours in because you weren't paying attention. That kind of sucks.
And it happens so easily. Like, if there's dialogue heavy parts, I don't think about what I'm doing anymore when I'm running the game. Like, you just mash. It's
just mash,
like
right?
So like some sort of subconscious process to just mash. And in this part, you really have to force yourself to not touch the controller or you can lose it. And yeah, this is also really one of the very, very huge benefits of the step count, that you have exactly one fight here only, and it's a preemptive. Because else this part would be really another RNG point where you can die. It's really dangerous. Like, you can survive Q-Wilden attack, but you can also die to it, and you can see multiple Q-Wilden attacks, then you're definitely game over. So it's really nice that there's no danger in this part.
Just a very dangerous strat to go for if you don't have step count. And then from this point on, not really that many technicalities, just a lot of mashing for the next 15 minutes. A lot of sequence of dialogue.
Yeah, this is like the part where usually when I'm watching a stream of an FF7 run, I go grab some food or something. There's not really anything interesting happening, just text. Yeah, exactly. Like, the strats are not hard to execute if you know what to look at, but there's a lot of danger in many really simple things. Like, whenever you're trying to just glitch the game to skip parts, there's always stuff that you have to pay attention to. If you mess up, then it's over.
These runners they've been doing it for a long, long time. They definitely know what they're doing.
Though I did see Karn accidentally mash not too long ago.
Oh, in the flashback or with the picture skip.
Yeah.
Whoops. And it happens to the best of us. Things like that are gonna happen.
How did actually the world map go? Was it like 0 fight for both?
Yeah, both players got 0 encounters.
That's pretty nice. Like, it's just a small piece of movement between, like, a small bit between Midgar and Calm, but it's common to have a fight nonetheless.
Yeah, of course. If Karn somehow gets a PB, then yes, it will count. Of course, this being a race / marathon run, you're not going to see the crazy times like a 7:30, 7:40.
Who knows? RNG can always happen.
Yeah, you'll never know. But I mean, if things go decently well, I would say the estimate for the race would be 8 hours.
I think they're even going to be a little bit faster than that, but yeah.
Maybe 750-ish for an estimate then. He wants the silence. Did Karn save before Calm? I didn't see that. I guess the reason why you would save before Calm is just in case you actually do soft lock or somehow your step count is rip. But those would don't be the only reasons.
There's no reason to save at all until carry armor, Kappa.
So some great news over the summer. Ben was able to get FF7 no slots into SGDQ. So that is definitely something to look forward to.
Absolutely. That's like the first time since 2012 that a proper full Final Fantasy VII run is done.
Oh yeah.
Finally, a good run making it to GDQ. So bait. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. No jokes, really, really great. It will be awesome to see him doing that. I'm definitely going to watch that part of GDQ.
Yeah, so if you're a big fan of FF7, definitely see about marking your calendar for that. Or at least checking out the past VOD.
Will also be insane to see how much this run actually evolved in 5 years. So much has changed. Like, the run is so much faster than what was done in 2012. It's really like a totally different speedrun.
It's a very, very great point.
Okay, fortunately we're getting to the end of the flashback sequence. Like a few minutes more and then we're moving on with the actual run. And we just jump right to the next kind of cheesy skip with the Zolom. That's also a really tricky part. It's not that hard to do, but it can be annoying if you, I don't know, make a small mistake or you just get a little bit unlucky. Like sometimes the Zolom will just totally refuse to follow you. And if that happens, you have to realize it quick enough and just run through. Or you're just gonna just move around the mountain and catch you anyway.
Yeah, there's a reason why a lot of us call him the Trollum.
Yeah, I really had a streak of messing that one up. That was so bad. I was missing like 3 runs in a row. I was messing that up. I was like, oh my god, that's so noob. It was every time the same thing, you know. Like I didn't run really aggressively into its direction. Like you can make it kind of safer, but it's still risky than in other aspects. If you really go into the swamp and just into the middle, right, and just face the Zolom, then you lure it behind you. That's kind of how it always gonna work. But if you just go behind the mountain right away, then it can just ignore you. I don't know why, but sometimes it will ignore you for a few seconds and then will just at some point approach you when it's on the other side. You know, I had that happen to me 3 times in a row.
That's very unlucky.
Yeah, it was unlucky, but it was also kind of my fault. Like, it's not really supposed to be done that way, that you just go behind the mountain, but it works most of the time, so
Right.
it's sort of it's weird. It's sort of a safety strat that is not always safe. So yeah, what we're talking about is just like getting through the swamp past the Zolom without like doing the obvious strat of getting a chocobo or saving inside the swamp and resetting. There is a way to just kind of make the Zolom not kind of get to you. You can make it turn around and run behind it and kind of steer it with the camera so that you can get through. If you have seen it before, then yeah, of course not too special, but if you've never seen it before, it's pretty cool. It's also really interesting. That's something I actually only saw recently. That when you're saving inside the swamp and you reset from there, you load a save from inside the swamp, that when you escape from the Zolom, it will spit you out not on the side where like you come from Midgar, but like on the Mithril Mine side. It's pretty funny. Because like when you're coming from a save game, the save file does not store which direction you approach the swamp from. When you're inside the swamp, the game from loading a save cannot tell which side you came from. And obviously the default side is set, or apparently the default side is set to the good side on the Mithril Mine. So that's like a super slow save way that will always work out. You save inside the swamp and you just run away from the Zolom after loading.
Would definitely not recommend that on PlayStation, but yeah, if you're trying to play this casually, that's a good way to cheese it.
Yeah, it's more for casual. It's still faster than catching a chocobo. Like maybe you haven't got the money and you don't want to grind, then you can do that. You just save inside the swamp, you load, and then you can run away from the Zolom, and you will end up on the Mithril Mine side. It's pretty funny. And Karn getting trolled here like crazy.
That's terrible. Looks like both players opting to get into a battle to reset his position.
I think for Karn it was just like bad luck. No, he didn't want the fight. The Zolom was just in the right position, and then when he wanted to go in the swamp, he got a fight. It's awful luck.
Oh, okay. Oh no.
And this attack animation too, like, oh, and then yeah. I called it. That's just what happened to me as well. It's unlucky. It can happen. It's really bad.
Ooh, does Karn have some backup Phoenix downs?
It got stolen. I don't know if he has another one. One got stolen. I don't know if you have two. Probably you don't. With Elevator, you just sell everything. I'm not sure, really.
Okay, this can get pretty dangerous for Karn. Yeah, he wants to make sure he gets this skip because there's a potential game over here.
Yeah, it's just happening just what I talked about. The Zolom is ignoring Cloud on Karn's side. I don't know when it happens, but it's really unlucky if you don't see it fast enough. You have to kind of realize it and run through when it happens. Now he got it down, but yeah, it's
very unfortunate. Both through though. They're going to pick up the long range materia, which is a very crucial materia. Property it has is that if you equip it on somebody, they're going to retain the same attack power, whether or not they're in the front or back row.
I really don't know if he can revive. Oh, Barret is dead too. Karn I think he has some serious problem now for bottoms. Well, I don't know if you can buy Phoenix Downs in this Juno.
I don't think so. I think it's just potion and grenades that you can get. And
yeah, I think he can revive.
And there's not even an in there too. I don't know if there's a backup down in the cave, but yeah, this is pretty.
I really hope the shop sells Phoenix Stones. If not, I don't know what to do. That would be pretty much rip. I don't know. Like, what? How can you defeat Bottom Soul with one character?
I mean, you can PHS somebody out, but Cloud is dead. That's the bad thing.
Oh, sure. I'm an idiot. We still have Red and Ares. Yeah. Okay, that's true. I probably gotta swap one for Red, but yeah, without Cloud. I hope he's got at least one Phoenix down left. Else this is.
I hope so too. I don't know if he's gonna heal up here because it's kind of risky going through the world map with the low Tifa like that. Okay, good. Excuse me. A lot of some of the shops are kind of weird because they don't have like all the items, the common items. Like some shops have a certain amount of items, and then it's kind of funny, the FF7 shops, because they vary actually.
Karn also getting quite some world map fights here. Ben now fighting Bottom Swell. Bottom Swell is also a pure luck boss. You use poison until it works. You really need it to work. You got a 48% chance, but it may still fail all the time. And after that, you just spam grenades. And
first try, very nice.
Yeah, nice. That's just what you want to see.
Okay, so Karn not swapping anybody out. Oh, there's Phoenix Downs. Whew, thank goodness.
Yeah, that's really good. I wasn't sure, really. I knew this shop sells quite some stuff, but since it doesn't have hyper and tranks, we take those in the second Junon shop. I thought maybe no pre-downs either. I thought it's just potions and grenades, and yeah. Good that it has Phoenix Downs, else it would be pretty much bad for Karn now. Probably would have to reload an old save or so. Karn really wants that first poison now also.
That would be very nice. For this bottom Swell fight, usually if the fight goes well, nobody's gonna die. But you especially don't want Cloud to die because you want to keep his limit break for the next boss fight. Fortunately, Karn doesn't have a limit break stored because Cloud died. Maybe he can get it, but the idea is that you want to save his limit break for the next boss.
Karn not getting the poison to stick.
There we go.
Fourth is really bad. Loses like 30 seconds. Maybe even more, actually. Yeah, he's gonna lose more because he doesn't have the big shot. Oh yeah, this is gonna be really bad. But yeah, there's still 5 hours at least of pure RNG. It can still go either way. Don't worry.
Even with Karn getting trolled by Zolm, when he wins this fight, he's only going to be like a minute and a half behind, which is not too bad. Actually, more like a minute. The amazing CPR minigame. Priscilla needs a total of 41 breaths to revive her. Just
yeah, you normally do it in 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like, 10 is the maximum you normally can get, so you do like... It doesn't matter, you can do 4 times 10 and then 1, or you can divide it otherwise just in 5. You can do it in 4 if you get 11, but that's like a frame-precise thing, so nobody really ever goes for that, because the potential time save is like 2 seconds or something, and the time loss if you mess it up is like a multiple of that, so it's really a very bad trade.
I'm kind of with you, Data. Like the mini games in FF7 and FF8, like the speed run, it's kind
but
of.
But snowboard is so good. I love
snowboard. Is good, yes. It's actually true because, like, also another thing about the snowboarding is that you want to perform good in the snowboarding
get a good time too.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of time there, sure. Like 10 seconds easily go by if you don't do it correctly, don't have it practice. Like for the fastest, you have to do the correct route, you have to maintain the speed. You want to hold R1 for the movement at all time. You can do like 24 around that is when you're really good. And you can easily do 230, 240 if you don't do it so well. So that's really interesting. It's definitely in practice, that's for sure.
Stream looks stable on my end. Just had to play it and then pause it again.
Got actually quite a bit of mini games in Junon. First the CPR stuff, now we got the dolphin jump thing, then there is the parade, where you have to also be very cautious. You have to make sure you get at least 41%. Like 51 is optimal in those slots because you just need money, but if you have 41, it's okay too. Or like 49, it still works because it's like the money difference from 6 ethers that you get as opposed to 5,000 gil is just 500. Then you just buy one high potion less in Rocket Town and the money is the same again. So
yeah, as long as you get that 4,500 gil, you're good.
Yeah, exactly. You just need at least 41% and you're pretty good on that one. Then you have another parade, the one where you push the buttons for the right movements, and you need... That's really easy. You can mess it up, really. You need only 100 points for the Force Stealer, but yeah. Junon is kind of minigame hell, for sure.
I don't understand how you can do the marching minigame in your first playthrough and get it correct. That's just a terrible minigame in my opinion.
Yeah, it is really bad. Like before I learned the run, I was never understanding what to do. Every time I needed like 3 tries only to get the game to even advance at all. You know, it's always
yeah. Yeah, Ben usually just goes for the one enemy skill for his runs.
Yeah, this is really essential. The enemy skills are about like the most important skills that you acquire during the run. The physical damage from Tifa and the enemy skills are really important, and you surely want to have both. With just one enemy skill, the whole run is still possible, but it is gonna be really, really annoying.
Yes. So they're actually going to do a little bit of shopping here before the send off. What they're going to get is mainly
a few restorative items, but mainly the tranquilizers and a couple hypers is going to be important for the next boss or next few bosses.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Sadness and Fury are also very strong and important elements of this game. Those statuses are like the only ones that stick after fights. Like, also in the menu, you can. This is also why you can kind of toggle them outside of battles. You can just use a tranquilizer or a hyper to change your status from Sadness to Fury, or from Sadness to normal, then to Fury. You can control what you want to have. The way it works is Sadness actually makes your limit bar go up half speed. Or, yeah, it's half speed, I think. And damage is reduced by 30%. Fury makes your limit bar go up twice as fast, and your accuracy suffers. Like, it is pretty mostly believed that Fury actually increases the damage you take, but it doesn't. Fury does not change the damage you take. Fury only gives you worse accuracy, so you're more likely to miss missable attacks. Like, limit attacks are not missable, so it's pretty useful if you just want to keep using limits. That's what we're doing on Genova, on the upcoming Genova Birth fight. You put Sadness on Iris and Tifa, or whoever you use alongside Tifa. Depends on your route and preferences. Just for them to take less damage and throw grenades. And Cloud is, on top of grenades, always using Bravers when he can. This is why he's Furied, so he keeps getting limit. It's kind of a win-win situation, or like you kill two birds with one stone. On the one hand, the limits are strong from him and make the fight faster, because he's gonna deal like over 300 damage with a Braver, thanks to the Force Stealer, or at least around 300 damage, you can say. And at the same time, you keep your Braver count rising. And as we said earlier, we need Cross Slash, we need 8 Bravers, and this is like one of the perfect spots to farm it. So that's where Fury and Sadness are really important.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah, to flip the script, Sadness, on the other hand, this run would be really difficult if it didn't have that damage reduction property. That 30% actually makes a huge difference in the speed run. So you're going to be seeing the characters tranked throughout the whole run just for that damage reduction.
Yeah, exactly. Like, after you acquire the Cross Slash, Fury is no longer an element, really, for this run. Then you just keep using everyone's set just for the decreased damage.
Here's the actually, he's going to do some shopping, but that second enemy skill, not a lot of people know about that second one because it's kind of hidden in a basement.
I think the more secret enemy skill is the fourth one, actually. Do you know where the fourth one is?
Are you talking about the Chocobo Sage one?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That's the last one. Like, you got one in Midgard, one here in Jinan, then you got one in the Shallot, and you got the last one on the Chocobo stage. Like, I think the Chocobo actually just spits it out, like the green one he has in his house, right? If you talk to the Chocobo, it will suddenly spawn this skill for no apparent reason at all. So yeah, the Force Stealer weapon that Ben is about to get from the Parade minigame is really multiple uses. On the one hand, it is good for Genova, which we talked about like a minute ago for the damage. It also provides Cloud with higher magic, which will be useful later when trying to get Magic Breath with Comet. It will also be useful with the AP growth. I don't know if one of them actually makes use of that, but you can make use of it for to grow materia in certain fights faster. It's really a weapon with multiple uses. It's like the last weapon you actually use on Cloud. It has higher damage, it has better magic, and it has double AP growth, really good.
Yeah, it's pretty great. He's going to be equipped with the Force Stealer like the whole run.
There's also RNG in this mini game. Like time-wise, you can lose or win time in this mini game. Like the length is random and it can range quite a bit. If you're lucky, then just you have a few of those commands, like where you have to do a move to get points, and then it's over. But it can take a lot. Like I think it's that those turn commands are just like you will always do a certain amount of opportunities. It will give you a certain range of points you can get, and also you can get like the turn moves. And the more of those you have, the longer it's gonna take.
For this segment of the game, the reason why Karn is behind is because of the bad Zolom. Also some bad bottom Zolak. He isn't too far behind.
So this is actually the first time we're approaching one of the boss preemptive battles. Like the step count does not only control the random fights you get in field. There's just like I explained it on the start, every single step that the game comes up has a certain chance to trigger a fight. Also, some steps have the preemptive flag. That means that if you're getting a fight just on that step, then you have a preemptive, okay? And now there are sometimes fights that are just scripted by the game, where you go to a certain place and you're gonna get a fight. Obviously, if you know where you are, you can kind of try to make those match. Some boss fights are not immune to the preemptive flag, and they are in hostile fields. So this is what we're trying to do on Genova. We're trying to force a fight before in a consistent spot, so we know where we are, on which step we are, and now we know just from testing it out, like we have so and so many steps until we have one that is flag preemptive. So you just walk a certain amount of steps to delay your movement and spend exactly the amount of steps you need until you reach Genova. And then you have actually a preemptive against the boss. It's super cool. I hope that it's going to work out for both runners. It's not hard to execute. It's just a routing thing, pretty much. And you're really going to go into a boss battle and the boss is facing back to you, and you can get like a first hit that is going to deal double damage. And on some bosses, even that multiplier is higher than 2 for the back attack. Unfortunately, Genova, it's just 2.
Yeah, very, very cool aspect of the step count route. Very powerful.
Yeah, like on the random fights, it's always consistent whether you get a preemptive or not, because as I said, you always have the fights happen on the same steps. So it's gonna be one that's flag preemptive or not. But if you got like, if you got an event trigger fight, something that just happens when you reach a certain point, you have perfect control over which step you have the fight on, so you can manipulate that pretty easily. Abs is also a fight where you can get a preemptive, and one where the back attack damage is actually higher. Like you can get 4 times back attack damage if you have the preemptive on Abs. But yeah, it's
very cool.
It's a little harder to get that one because the last fight you have to tell where you are is in the church, and there's a lot of movement in between. So the standard setup for this step route is force the fight before Genova, and then walk 8.5 steps, and she's gonna be preemptive.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this before, check out Ben's site. He's gonna output a lot of damage, especially with that Braver. He's gonna get a lot of attacks in.
Yeah, the default range is like 500 to 600 with a crit 1000 to 1200 then. Also, you might wonder that first throwing grenades and have Genova turn around. The thing is that the grenades don't count as like the first physical hit. So you can just that way get 4 initial moves rather than just 3. If you start with a grenade and then put the limit on top of the priority. Even though Genova is like shown to turn around, the back attack property to get the double damage is still active after throwing grenades because the grenades don't remove it. It's waiting for the first physical to, and the grenades don't count as such.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just like on Guard Scorpion for this fight, it's important to keep track of the turn order. You have to ensure that Cloud is never going third, because it's the same principle as on Guard Scorpion. If you're getting a limit break, you need any of your teammates' animations to select it and get it put on top, so you get it squeezed in as a 4th move before Geneva. That's really important. So you have to make sure Cloud is always first or second to act, so you get 4 moves in a row if you have the limit. Ben already with the 3rd limit here has really good luck for this fight.
Yeah, I think his path to cross slash is going to be pretty nice. Fortunately, Karn had a dead Cloud, so he's not going to have a limit break, but he will get those initial grenades off.
This also actually makes quite of a difference which character you choose here. Like, you see Ben chose Ares, Karn chose Red. Red, in theory, is a little bit faster for this particular fight because his throw animation is slightly faster than Ares's. However, the dialogue after this battle is quicker if you have Ares in your team, because she's not going to go to Cloud and talk about this, do you want me to have a town or stuff like that, you know? So it's a little bit quicker in total if you have her. Also, another benefit of having Ares is if you use Kite Sith strats, which I don't really know if Ben is even gonna do, but if you do, Kite Sith is gonna be a higher level if you use Ares here, and that's kind of useful.
Nice. Do you know if Ares getting extra XP in this fight is any good?
Yeah, right. Like, the only downside really of Ares in Geneva is simply her low HP. Like, there is Nanaki, just a way more solid companion to fight this boss.
Didn't really see how many Bravers Karn got off. I don't think he even got a Braver off.
I'm not sure, I didn't really pay attention. There's where you see one of the downsides of the elevator, that the higher level does not allow him to get a limit break bar filled in just one attack. He needs 2, or he needs like the double tail laser or W laser. But like the standard laser attack will not trigger this limit bar to be filled in one shot, so you have a little bit of more trouble to get the Bravers in. But of course, in his case, was also especially unlucky with Bottom Swell. He doesn't have this. He's like lacking 600 damage from the first round, missing Cloud's limit. So this fight will take longer. It will be dangerous. Cloud might actually die again. He probably needs to heal at some point. It's really, really gonna be bad.
Got through it. Thing is, he's probably gonna have to use a couple extra more Bravers on the way to right before the Red Dragon.
Well, a good opportunity to get the ones in that are missing would be first the Death Claws, where you get laser, then the Sneaky Steps. We're actually farming Death Sentence now on the last one, you know, like the side attack where you got 2 Sneaky Steps. If you Braver one of them as a back attack, it's a one shot. So there is still uses for a Braver where it doesn't really cost much time. The problem is just that you rely on a little bit more luck that you actually get the bar filled again up for Red Dragon. But actually getting the actual uses in is not too much of a problem.
Now, something very important that they're going to pick up in the basement here is especially the fire ring. The fire ring is going to be very useful for this too. They can grab the treasure here and they can sell it for money if they would like. They're especially going to sell the motor drive. But that fire ring is going to be key to surviving this too.
Yeah, exactly. And also the power source, while it is a very small difference, it can be just the edge if you're having a good fight or not. Sometimes a boss does have only this handful of HP left, and it can make just that difference. So since it's just there, I really want to put it in Tifa at some point and yeah, take it along. It can make the one small difference that you need it. It would be silly not to take it because you're going down there anyway, and you're menuing stuff that's in the item table pretty close to it anyway. So you will find a good opportunity to put it on Tifa without time loss in any of the menus.
This coral and gold saucer sequence, there's going to be a few opportunities, which you were alluding to earlier, where they're going to perform the some battle skips. So there's some opportunity for that here.
Yeah, you got 3 options. Like you got 3 opportunities, and you can get a maximum of 2. You can skip the first one, and for both bombs on the bridge, you have the chance to skip it. And if you skip one, you have to take the other. So if you skip the first one, then you have to run into another one. You can't skip both. That's not going to work. But you have 3 opportunities to try, so that's pretty cool. Hopefully we're going to see at least one, so you can see what it is like. I mean, it's not too special. The menu opens and you keep running, but would be cool to have success at one of those skips. Yeah, Ben, trying the first one, not getting it. It's really the hardest one because the game runs at 30 FPS in field. It's frame precise, so you can tell there every second there are 30 opportunities to open the menu, and you need to take the one. Even if you know where the battle is and you got the good timing, you might take frame 28 rather than frame 27, and you miss it by 1. It's frame precise stuff in 30 or even 60 Hz places are always gonna be inconsistent. You're just not fast enough.
Absolutely.
Karn had quite a bit of bad luck. He got trolled by the Zalam a lot, then he lost his Braver during bottom swell with 4th try poison, thus also had a worse Genova, missing the initial strong Braver.
Oh, very nice job by Karn. He got that first battle skip.
Yeah, that's nice. Trying to catch up a little bit again. This first one is one of the easiest ones in the entire game because since you have like the Genova preemptive setup, and thus you're on the exact same step count at that point, so you always have exactly the same position for the fight. Also, not only because of the preemptive, but also because the movement towards that fight is just holding up, and it's just after the jump, you know? Like, you have to cloud jump up, and you know, like, a few frames of movement later, it's gonna be the fight, so... Like, getting the position and the timing is not too hard on that point. The thing is just, it's frame precise, so you might still miss it. But basically, you have a better chance at that one than at most others.
Just another thing to point out: without step count, this place is actually pretty dangerous in terms of encounters because you can actually get some nasty pincer attacks.
Yeah, certainly. There are pretty strong enemies even in those pincers, like those birds, not like the small ones that are flying. They can cast something like a bolt to damage range on the whole team. That's pretty sick. Yeah, now the right arm stuff. Like, you can steal a pretty strong item from the bomb. I personally do not like it too much, but it is legit to go for it because it saves 30 seconds in dying if you got it. But the thing is, the chances are, like, the odds are not in your favor trying to get it. The chance for the right arm steal is 9.3%. That's too low for me personally to try it, but most runners still go for it for at least 1 to 2 attempts because you only lose, like, I don't know, 4 to 8 seconds trying once or twice. So it's kind of a gamble. Like, I'm gonna trade like something 0 to 10 seconds for the chance to save 30. It's something that is really personal preference. I prefer not even to try, not even to pick up steal. Most runners go for it like 1 or 2 attempts. It's really something that you see different on every runner. Like, everyone does that slightly different. Definitely, it has potential to... It's something I would definitely try if having a lot of bad luck. Because it can save the run for you. It can fix everything. Like, if you lost a lot of time, you get a first try, 30 seconds back, then can really be useful.
What you saw, they're gonna buy a much more powerful item called Molotovs. It's a huge, significant upgrade to grenades, and they do a lot of damage, around 300 to 400 damage. So that's going to be a nice source of damage for the rest of the disc. And before they head to the gold saucer, they have 3,000 gil to pass. Otherwise, that's just a huge time loss because you would have to go back and get the money.
Molotovs are in fact the best damage source up to Red Dragon, where you start to make use of like the Power Soul Death Sentence combination and the critical HP to get the 8 times damage multiplier. Before that, in the past it was common in those slots to use Aqualung, and I thought earlier about it could be like possible to just go with Magic Breath later and skip it, but I was I didn't really try anything with it because I was pretty convinced that the fights in which you use Aqualung, like for the enemy skills and for Palmer, there's no replacement for that. And at some point, Fafnir pointed me towards that Molotovs actually fix everything, that they're actually just as powerful, and it's true. The thing is that Aqualung at that point, when you get it in Disc 1, is not really powerful. This is why we don't grab it anymore. It deals like 600 damage, and it takes around 7 seconds to cast, while a Molotov is like 340 in 3 seconds. So you see, the DPS of the Molotov is more effective, actually. Of course, you still want to do more damage in one turn if possible, because you simply want to skip enemy attacks as much as you can. But if you look at, for example, Palmer in particular, the thing is that you poison him and he's an ADB active, and you get a poison tick with every move. And this is what makes the DPS even more in the favor of the Molotov, because suddenly you got like 500 to 600 with every single 3-second attack. So actually, even Palmer was getting more effective with the Molotovs, or at least you didn't lose time. So Aqualung got entirely routed out for the game from that. Like, we do not go for it anymore in Disc 1. We just use Molotovs for everything. We can use it for the enemy skill kills, we use it for Palmer, And then in the Ancient Temple, we got Tifa going. That was pretty much the routing that Fafnir, who just popped in the chat, has found. And then later, for Junon and Rocket Down, where you used Aqualung, we use Magic Breath then in its stead, and it's definitely saves some time.
Of course, this was recently implemented, almost a year now. But beforehand, yeah, this is still pretty recent stuff. Just some things to note about the speed run. Like this is a pretty long speed run, 8 hours, and you're going to be given some opportunities to take a break, use the bathroom, and the gold saucer scene right here is a good example of when a nice time to use the bathroom. You see Karn opting to eat some chips.
Yeah, pretty much what Fafnir was just explaining in chat. Like, the main difference between Aqualung and Magic Breath is just that a Magic Breath is a little bit more consistent. Like, we figured out that with Molotovs, it doesn't really make a difference if you have Aqualung or not for this one. So it was purely about the choice for the rest of the game, Aqualung versus Breath. Aqualung has the advantage of being double damage against Wolfmeister, and of a very low MP cost. Magic Breath has the advantage of higher damage, disadvantage in very high MP cost. And, well, it does double damage on Eagle Gun, another boss. So it was kind of still balanced, but the main advantage of the Magic Breath is that the fight where you get it on is on the step count, so you certainly see the enemy that casts it. For Harpy, for Aqualung, it's a world map battle, so you kind of have to pray it spawns, and even if it does spawn immediately, it costs a lot of time to go for it, because you need to move around on the world map and force an extra fight until it happens, while the other one is like replacing an escape, so the time loss from getting Magic Breath as opposed to just running away is a lot lower than having an entire extra fight that you also have to force beforehand. So Magic Breath saved quite some time and brought more consistency for the run. Definitely. Exactly.
Yeah, Magic Breath is nice. It removes that RNG factor you were mentioning and that extra time to move around to get force that battle. It's just a very nice. It's a nice situation to have. The only downside to Magic Breath, of course, is it having a heavy MP cost, but the runners will plan around that and have a couple MP restorative items. It would be awesome to implement a Barret date to the speedrun, but unfortunately, it requires a lot. It's not worth the hassle. The thing about the Barret date is that you actually skip not only the play, but you get some short dialogue too. It's a pretty fast date.
The date itself is definitely faster, that's for sure. The problem is setting it up. Like, Ares starts with 50 how is that called? Love points or something. It's usually, I don't really like the term, but I think that's what's usually it's called. And Tifa has, I think, 40, and Barret has 0. Okay, so you need to quite some stuff to have Barret actually surpass Ares and Tifa. Like, having Tifa surpass Ares is not too hard if you do the right choices. You can do it on the run. It doesn't save time, cost time, as stated earlier. You basically just have to decide which character you talk to first before apps. You talk to Tifa if you want her date. And on the cargo ship, you tell Ares that you will not take her on the airship, and that's pretty much all you have to do. You got the Tifa date. But for Barret date, you would have to go in screens where we don't even go, and trigger extra dialogues that we don't even see usually, only to get those love points in the right place. And yeah, there is, in theory, it's not hard to get. There is like even a point where you can loop it and destroy and kind of cheese it, you know, where you can just keep repeating the same dialogue, but still that's slow.
Yeah, it's slow.
Because you have to keep re-entering the screen, so it was timed at some point, and I think the Barret date, at least on console, where the screen transitions are rather slow, all the extra stuff, even with the time save in the date, still costed 1 minute to set up and go for it. So yeah, it's a little bit sad that it's impossible to do it, because it would be hilarious. Like, the obvious choice would be to take the faster date, which is Barret, but it's really sad that we don't have a way to really set it up quickly. It's really, really sad.
The menus that they did there, outside of putting removing equipment and removing material, it's mainly to give manipulate to Tifa and a couple enemy skills to Cloud, because this is going to be the first place where they start learning enemy skills. Yeah, Karn got some bad luck from right as he started the Zolom sequence, and the few bad boss fights too.
Yeah, the laser enemy skill that we're going for now is also a really essential one. It has multiple uses in the run. It is good to one-shot the icicles. It helps in many situations to control Tifa's HP and the yellows when you need to. And it's also useful on the train fights where you don't have Tifa as your main damage source, and you kind of have to deplete the HP of very strong enemies for that point on a run where you basically escape everything and never level. And it's really useful to have laser, because it kind of halves the HP, and you have, for example, Eagle Gun with like 16,000 HP. It's really nice to have laser and just keep halving its HP until it's in a reasonable range where you can destroy it with Magic Breath then.
Again, you want to be pretty good with your movement to keep the step count, and this is where they're going to force an encounter to get that laser skill that you're talking about. Now, there is also some RNG to this. Tifa can be dumb and not decide to manipulate them.
At the same time, this fight is really good to farm in Bravers if you need. Also, just to replace Molotov uses, because like since we don't have Aqualung, we're gonna need more Molotovs than in the old route. We do a lot with Molotovs, so it's also a money thing that you have to buy way more, but you can't buy infinite amount of them. So you have to try and get other damage in whenever you can. So the bravery here replacing the Molotov damage is a pretty nice thing also. And Fafnir, no, you cannot skip both bombs. You have the opportunity, like you can decide to skip either of them. You can either take the first, skip, and fight the second, or you can, skip, fight the first and skip the second, you know, but you cannot just run over the entire bridge without a bomb fight.
Here we go. Yeah, Karn's gonna get a couple Bravers from this fight. Now we have to hope that they get through Dyne without any problems, because Dyne could still cause some issues if you're using Molotov strats. But they can decide to play it safe if things go wrong.
Well, the way a menu buffer skip works is that the battle disappears, but the danger value stays the same. So you need that reset of the danger value to 0 in order to have no fights on the bridge. So if you skip both, you just have another one later, and the rest of the step count is messed up.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary, Ben. you definitely don't want to see a crit in that fight.
Yeah, 58 damage, 100 HP left, 58 crit, and it would be over. So yeah, that was.
There's a chance that that Dyne can counterattack right before he dies, and yeah, thankfully got through it.
Having this final attack from Dyne, which he can do or not, like purely RNG dependent, is actually really bad. Because not only the attack takes a lot of time, there is some really weird delay. Like he just chills for 3 or 4 seconds and then he pulls it off, and then after that he chills also. I think it costs like almost 15 seconds or so. At least 10 seconds if he does it. It's super bad. Yeah, sorry, I really don't know how many Bravers Karn did by now in total. It should be 7, I think. But I'm not perfectly sure. I didn't really count.
I didn't count his side either.
Yeah. There was one advantage of Harpy, that in the segment where you're farming for cross slash, you actually have an enemy where you can use it on, and it makes sense to use it for the damage. And you're getting your bar filled from the Aqualung attack. So that was kind of useful. It's getting a little bit more tight in the Magic Breath route to get cross slash, but it's actually still pretty easy to. Like I said earlier, there are many opportunities still where you can use Braver, like we got the sneaky step back attack, a side attack where we're getting death sentence. I guess that's where Karn is gonna do the last one, and then just get it back on Material Key on Palmer. It will be okay, I think.
It'll be all right.
The Chocobo race is also pretty interesting. Like in the international releases, they mostly it's like impossible to lose it, even if you do not know about the stamina or full trick. You don't even need the sprint. You just press square and you win the race. But the thing is that in the original Japanese version of the game, the Chocobo race could have way stronger stats for the Chocobo, so that even with the stamina trick, you cannot win the race. And in the international releases, there is still like one difference left, namely in the international Japanese. Well, normally the international Japanese is just like all others, like the PAL release or North American release, just with Japanese text. It still does have the harder Chocobo race, or the one that has the potential to kill your run. So if you're ever watching like a Japanese FF7 run, which are all on the FF7 international Japanese, not the original one, then you might eventually see the runner lose the Chocobo race and thus lose the run. I saw it like twice already. I saw it happening once to Skate, that the white Chocobos was just blasting away like crazy, and there was no way to win.
Yeah, that's very crazy to think about. Just having this Chocobo race be a run under. Of course, the English version is pretty free with doing the stamina trick. But man, knowing about the Japanese runs, that's unfortunate.
It's actually pretty weird that it's also in the international Japanese, you know, because there are a lot of version differences between basically international and Japanese original. But actually, the international Japanese is equal to NA in everything, like literally everything but the text. But for some reason, this was still taken over from the old game. That maybe they kind of just forgot to patch this mini game file or something. That's like still the old one. And you can really lose the Chocobo race and it's not your fault. It's really cool. But yeah, this is the NA version. In NA it can't happen.
I don't think I've seen either of these lose a Chocobo race before. Kappa.
I'm pretty sure Luzbel also lost it once on international attempt, national Japanese. I think he also had once this insane white Chocobo with 5,000 speed.
Wow.
No, that was an exaggeration, but you know what I mean. It can just have a ridiculous stat for some reason. Yeah, I can't really explain that one, unfortunately. Like, the PC version of FF7 has some FPS issues in many parts, but this isn't an FPS thing. This is also why sometimes it's fast and sometimes it's not. Like, it is still the same that all minigames are at the same frame rate. Like, the Chocobo race on PC is always 30 FPS, but for some reason it can't just be double speed. I don't really know why it is. Normally, when you encounter it on a run, it will always be double speed, usually. It can be normal speed, depending on your PC, I think. We haven't really figured out yet what it is. Deathtome said it has to do with your hard drive, but I'm not sure. He said that if the minigame loads too fast, then something is messed up and it will be double speed. It can be, actually, because normally... Oh, if you got like, if you play on a desktop PC with like 32 FPS, it will always happen, for sure. But on a laptop where you got a little bit bad stuff, a little bit slower hard drives also, then sometimes it doesn't happen. But yeah, it's of course one of those of 1 million glitches that the PC version has that the console version does not have.
Of
course, both players are going to skip the harpy. Now, a common question that people ask that who haven't seen this run before is why do they exit and enter the buggy? It's because when you enter and exit, it's going to reset the threat levels. So by doing that, you're not going to get any world's map encounters. So you're just going to move freely without worry-free without having to deal with encounters. Now they're going to force this one so that they can get big guard, which is probably the best enemy skill in this
exactly.
speedrun.
That's just how it works. Like, the world map also uses some sort of step count. It basically works the same thing. It checks on every step if you exceeded the danger limit of the step. The thing is just, it's not purely movement based and it's not perfectly consistent like in field. So on the world map, there is an RNG factor in like the way you move. It keeps changing. So if unless you have a part where you have very consistent movement that you just hold one button, it's very hard to reproduce certain segments on the world map. And also the RNG that you have is dependent on the in-game timer the moment you load the map. That means basically the world map is always gonna be random for us because it's too precise for us to reproduce. And yeah, apart from that, it kind of works the same as in field. You have the danger value increasing and the steps increasing, and at some point you will reach a step where the limit is like lower than your current danger value. And yes, Ellie correctly said already, going in and out of the buggy will set the danger value to set something around 100, I think it is. So it's not like you're entering the world map from a town or from a save file, so you can still get a fight if you're unlucky. The thing is that if you're entering and leaving a vehicle, it's always the same danger value, so it's lower than before, but it's not 0 or something. So you can still get a fight like after 3 or 4 steps after. I saw sometimes people, if they don't really consistently go in and out like every, I don't know, half second or something, that you can still get a fight while doing it.
Yeah,
That's pretty unlucky then. If
yeah, that is.
Also, you can use it thus the other way around. Like, for example, when you're actually trying to force fights, let's say you want to get Aqualong, you're doing the Aqualong route, it makes sense actually. I think it makes sense. I'm not perfectly sure on that one, but I think it makes sense if you first go out of the desert and you leave the buggy and you go back in, because then you have this higher danger value that it's getting reset to, and I think it's a higher number than the one that you have after that little bit of movement, like from loading the world map new. I experienced that to be useful in slots when I need kills in the desert, that I kind of always go in and out of the buggy before I try to force the fight, and I feel it makes the times shorter that I take to force the fight, rather than just always going from the reset danger. So it can be useful in either way, like depending how you do it.
I'm with you there. Yeah, just seeing the results from all these runs, it looks beneficial to enter and exit if you need to force another encounter, because it looks like they do get the battles quicker.
Yeah, so we're getting to the stinger skip. In that case, I don't really want to give it away. I think we're just waiting it out and we're explaining afterwards how exactly it's working, because that's just too good to spoiler.
Mies will give you the frame by frame commentary, Kappa.
Alright, I'm back with having some spaghetti kappa.
That sounds delicious. I think Ben is just gonna bring Kate Sith wherever he goes.
Yeah, if you
Because
need some
it's
food
pretty
too,
good.
then I can take over from here now if you also need something to eat at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll let you know. I'll send you a whisper if I need to go AFK for a little bit.
Okay, so we're going for Stingers and for Death Sentence E-Skill. I will talk about Death Sentence already, though. I don't know, or did you already talk about it?
I didn't talk about anything.
Okay, well, Death Sentence is not used to kind of, I don't know, actually use it on enemies and use its usual function. The thing is that the Power Soul weapon from Tifa, and it's good to talk about it as early as possible, because before MK we suddenly use it and everyone's wondering what it's for. The Power Soul weapon for Tifa is like our main damage source in the run. And it has very special properties. Like, its description says it's stronger when near death, and that means there are actually, technically, it means there are two criteria for it. Once, near death is like yellow HP. If Tifa is in yellow HP, her damage will be doubled. So her physical attack damage is just doubled. And then there's also the property that if she's under death sentence, which is like this thing, you got a counter of 60 seconds above the head, and once it runs out, she's gonna be knocked out. If you got that status on her, you get a 4 times multiplier, and they're both cumulative, so you can get actually a total of 8 times damage, base damage. And that's really, really cool. That's what we actually use Death Sentence for, why we even grab it, so we can initiate that status on her. We only grab Death Sentence to actually cast it on Tifa while she has the Power Soul equipped, in order to get her damage where we want it and get, like, really the power in. It's not a magic spell for the enemy, it's only for the special weapon property to trigger it.
Yeah, the mechanic, Tifa's weapon, very crucial for the run. Like me said, main damage source. Also, they're going to pick up the death blow materia pretty later on, so you're going to even add another multiplier to that.
Yeah, that's like a fun trivia that I always like to mention at that point when death blow and even edit cut comes in. If you got like a paralyzed enemy, every death blow will connect. This is what cross slash is actually for. So with a death blow, we can get a 16 times base damage already. If you got edit cut on top, which gives like another physical attack, like if edit cut is linked to death blow, she first does death blow and then you just the physical. You have a total of 40 times base damage. This is always a nice number for me, because I know that Omni Slash actually does, if you count all hits together, it does 22.5 times base damage.
Oh, really? Wow.
So actually, if you have Tifa's weapon set up and you do one death blow edit cut, has a higher damage than an entire Omni Slash would do. So yeah, it's not just that we can't get it or anything like that, or we would be limited by quad 9 or anything. Like, the limit breaks, even if we had access to them, would not save any time. Even if you could decide to just have the most powerful limit breaks on your characters, you would never even use them, because they're simply not stronger than just a basic buffed Power Soul weapon. They're just gonna take a lot of time, that's all. That's pretty funny that Tifa does with one attack, with one death blow edit cut, she does more damage than entire Omni Slash with the same stats would actually deal.
I do not blame the safety save that was pulled right there, because this segment has potential to rip, especially if you screw up input.
and there the net disappears. So what we're seeing right here is like a very, very difficult and precise step count trick. You know that those nets, if you run into them, actually trigger a Stinger fight. Like, Stinger is the name of the spider boss that you fight, and you can kind of trigger a very specific glitch here in order to skip them, which is, it works kind of similar to the menu buffer skip. If you have like the activator or the trigger for the Stinger fight on the same frame as a random encounter, then both fights disappear. And its properties are kind of the same as a menu buffer skip, so the danger value stays the same, and you can kind of get a fight right after. This is also why you have to force a fight at the end of this trick, or you would fight Gene Attack twice, which is like this double boss glitch we pointed out earlier. Like, the thing is that we're forcing a fight first in a consistent spot, then we know where we are in the step count, and after that we just use a very, like, you have to do perfectly frame precise movement. This is why he's just running to and fro between walls and stuff like that. That's just to have some sort of method to make the movement like perfectly consistent. You know, you could in theory just run circles in front of the net and go in, or walk a certain amount of steps, but that would be very difficult to get precise. So we kind of routed just some sort of movement where you just keep stopping on the walls and keep just inputting the same sequence of inputs after the stops in order to get the exact same movement in the screen. Like, really, if you mess up by one frame, one movement a little bit messed up, one mistake, it's not going to work, and you're going to soft lock the game. So it's very, very difficult to do this. Like, once you got it down, it's not that hard, but it was definitely very interesting to route it, find it, and yeah. At this point, again, kudos to Brutal.
Oh yeah, Brutal's to kudo. This is, again, one of the major benefits of step count. This is going to save a lot of time, because otherwise you're going to fight the Stingers, which take about a minute, and that's... having to fight them just wastes a lot of time, a lot of resources.
Both Stinger fights actually combined take around 1.5 minutes to kill, combined. Which is, of course, well, in that case, like in Magic Breath Route, would be even much more devastating because we don't have Aqualung, so it would take probably even longer.
Mm-hmm.
And Gene Attack is the obligatory Final Fantasy one-shot boss. I don't know why every FF game needs this one guy that just dies to an elixir or a phoenix down or something because he's an undead enemy. I don't know. It's something that they really love to do, and it's like in every game. I think FF8 even has 2 of those. They have like the fake president and the Abaddon. I don't know. It's like it has reached the status of a running gag in my eyes.
Otherwise, yeah, if you can't throw an elixir at this boss would actually take a long time. This boss isn't easy. It takes a while.
Yeah, it's actually pretty fortunate timing that this is like just at this point the boss that is like the boss from the game that you can one-shot with the elixir, because this is like the cross point here where you don't have anything yet. You know, you don't have.
Yeah.
You have just like the last point where the bosses start to get powerful, and you has like 5,500 HP and deals formidable damage with his physical attacks, and you do not have the power slow yet. So I think Aqualung would probably not skippable be anymore. I don't think you could get around with only Molotovs. Probably he's even immune to fire. I don't really know, to be honest. So yeah, this boss would be really hard and really annoying and take a lot of time if it wasn't for this zombie status property thing.
Yeah.
It's also pretty funny that the elixir doesn't actually kill him by HP, like an X potion, for example, would do. The elixir gives it's a very interesting mechanic in this game for those ghost-type enemies. Even though they are immune to instant death, they are not immune to the instant death effect of, like, if you turn it around, the restorative effect of, like, a revive item, such as Phoenix Down or something, turned into a death effect. That's like, I don't know, it's pretty interesting, I think, because The elixir does it like it's a full heal, so rather than saying like restore, it says death and it kills it immediately. That's 100%. But you can also kill him with a Phoenix Down. You do not necessarily need this HP thing to deal damage to him. Like when you throw the elixir, also doesn't say 5,500. Just with the Phoenix Down, it's I think it can miss, and the chance is pretty high. I think the Phoenix Down is like a 10% chance to hit, and then you can kill him with it.
After Cosmo Canyon, it's kind of a nice breather. You performed your stinger skip. Step count is pretty straightforward after that. To work your ways toward Materia Keeper.
I think Karn made up some ground, didn't he? Like, I think there's not too much time between them anymore. Something like 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, he definitely made up some ground in the Cosmo Canyon section. Less than a minute? Yeah, that's pretty...
Yeah, 42 seconds. Hey, I was guessing, I was estimating quite good. And now Materia Keeper is also a huge RNG factor. I think on Materia Keeper we're gonna do the same. We're just gonna let the fight happen and explain it after. It's just too good to give it away.
Yeah, the Materia Keeper fight is one of my favorite fights in the FF7 speedrun. Very awesome fight. And of course, you want to slide down the right pipe and get Tifa's best weapon, the Power Soul.
Yeah, there it is. If you just jump into the one, I think it's a rip. I don't think you can get back up there because you haven't set the ladder.
Oh yeah. There's also an opportunity for a buffer, enemy menu buffer skip. Karn didn't get it. I didn't see Ben's side.
So the save here, it is also a pretty good spot to save. While it's custom steps, we have a reset point right after in the Ancient Temple, so it's okay step count wise. Oh, well, you can get back. Okay, that's good to know. I I knew you could get back on the middle level, but I thought you needed some ladder set to get back up all the top. I'm not sure, but I didn't try. Ben having a good fight here, as it seems.
It seems that way. GG.
Nice. Doing it very safe at the end, just the way you should do it on a race run. Not trying to time it, just going for the really safe one. So what we're seeing here, if you haven't seen it before, you might wonder what happens. The thing is, I think the Lucky 7 mechanic is pretty well known in this game. Like if a character has quad 7 HP, he will do quad 7 damage with any of his moves after some sort of berserk where he just keeps attacking all the time. Then also after that, any attack will do like quad 7. The thing is that the same property goes for enemies as well. Like it's a global thing in the battle engine. Like anything that has quad 7 HP will deal quad 7 damage every time on every move. And poison kinda is treated as self-inflicted damage. So, oh, Ben has the pincer. That sucks a lot. Well, and yeah, this is why actually you're trying to get Materia Keeper to quad 7 HP after it's poisoned, and then it will kind of destroy itself with a poison tick that deals quad 7 damage. The math behind it is pretty simple, actually. It has 8,400 HP. That's 623 away from quad 7. So you heal it by you kind of deal 99 damage and wait out the 2 poison ticks, then you got 623 damage. So the poison tick does something in the 90s, and the rest is with the mini attacks from Tifa. You deal 99 damage, and then twice 262 is exactly the damage range that you need. Yeah, Karn had some pretty bad luck here too, both unlucky here in this part. Ben got a pincer, Karn had the 100 poison tick. That is actually a very low chance to get it.
He got 2 100s in a row. That's pretty bad luck.
Oh well, in that case, I guess his magic set wasn't really on point. I guess he didn't set it up. I think Karn just he kind of just puts the materia. I don't think he really checks the stat because it wastes time to do so. But yeah, normally if you try to do it very safe, then you would set the stat to 45 on Cloud, and in that case, there is a 1 in 256 chance for a 100 damage bio, because the random variants, like the random damage variants, will always reduce the damage. Like there is 256 variables for the random damage, and only it will be the maximum damage if you get one of them, Then the damage will just be 100%, if you will. And that's the 100 damage if you got the right stat, so I don't think you can get that twice in a row. I guess he has a little bit higher magic than the 45.
Right now, Tifa does have the Power Soul. It wasn't really demonstrated, but you will see how the mechanics work. If you do need to output a certain damage with Tifa, for example, if Tifa had a death sentence, she would do 4 damage, or if she was weakened, she would do 2 damage. So you can see some of the mechanics there. Another big thing is this is the first battle where they'll use Big Guard, where Big Guard is a very ultimate enemy skill. Not only does it haste the characters, it also puts a temporary barrier on them. So that's going to be very essential for all these upcoming boss fights, especially the haste property.
Exactly. Like with the help of the haste on the whole team, you can finally make use of ADB weight tricks so that you can actually get 2 turns in every time. So you have like 4 or 5 attacks with Tifa, depending how well you do it. And within those 4 or 5 moves, you have to be able to actually set the damage to 99, like the resulting damage. Let's say you get a poison tick of 92, then you could do, for example, like 1114 or so, is just the combination of different things. You would use the death sentence to get 4 damage if you need more, or you can get 1 damage, just what Ellie explained. The Power Soul in that fight is not really for the high amount of damage, but just to have multiple multiple numbers to work with when you're trying to set the exact damage that you need.
Mm-hmm. Rocket Town's a great stop to stock up on restorative items. They bought a few potions, high potions, downs, a lot of tranks, and a tent. And that's going to help them get through the end of this one and some of the beginning of this too. Saving those Phoenix Downs are really important. You don't want to burn through them.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Also, I think Karn's Materia Keeper fight was so bad that despite the presence of a pincer on Ben's side, he lost even more time, actually.
Wow.
But I might be wrong on that. Yeah, Karn lost 13 seconds. Thanks, Arethium. Well, that's right. 13 seconds lost not too bad, but actually if, like, the other guy gets a pincer, you don't want to lose time, you know? We see pretty suboptimal RNG so far on both sides spread over this one, but, well, that's FF7.
That's FF7.
But yeah, for sure, Ben has like pretty guaranteed time save here with an M Tentacle on Palmer as opposed to Karn, who doesn't have it, because the M Tentacle is not only like a higher probability to kind of give the poison on Palmer, which you definitely need in this fight to have a good battle, but it also deals massive damage, even if the poison misses and you get like bad bio after that. Like the damage from M Tentacles is really solid. It has like a base damage of 2400, and then it gets applied to the magic defense of Palmer. It usually hits in like 15 to 1600 even after that, which is like almost a quarter of, even more than a quarter of Palmer's HP actually. So that's like, it takes care of a lot of the fight if you have the M Tentacles. If it hits the poison on top, perfect.
Yeah, it's a very nice cherry on top. Very good drop if you get it from the sneaky steps.
Yeah, and no slot's also pretty rare, actually, especially in Magic Breath route, because we only killed 2 sneaky steps now, and the drop rate for one is 12.5%. So we have like a result of a little bit less than 25% to have, yeah, to have one. %23.5% actually, yeah. I guess you're talking about like the FF Relay Erythium, where you also had some really bad luck in some parts. But yeah, getting back on the actual run here on the race, the thing in Palmer is that we're playing back in ADB active actually. We're not making use of ADB weight and big guard and trying to get the extra turns in simply because of the bio mechanic. The way bio works is if you're in active and full speed, every single move any entity in the fight does will trigger a poison tick. And you simply want as many poison ticks as possible. And as I predicted, Ben does never get poisoned. Even with M Tentacles, the bio simply won't stick even with the M Tentacles. It's just, it's not. I don't know. So yeah, in Palmer, really, you play an active again. You just keep using poison until he's bioed, and then you just start to spam Molotovs. Or you, with M Tentacles, probably you can start to spam them earlier on. Also, since Ben uses Kite Sith strats, he has a really good damage source in Dice, which hopefully does a
Wow.
lot. It can do up to 2400 damage. Did 1000. Well, that's still better than the average. The average from Dice is 800. The lowest possible damage from Dice is 300, and the maximum is 2400. So Dice can make quite of a difference in this fight, actually. Like an M Tentacles plus Dice damage is really nice. Another benefit, actually, of Kite Sit in this fight is his HP. That he can, sometimes his HP roll is good enough if you had everyone always alive and so on. And you get a good stat roll from the level ups. He can actually survive 2 Mako guns. So you can just keep throwing Molotovs with him and you do not have to, you do not lose like a caster. No, the average is 800.
I think both players looking good. I believe Cloud has cross slash for both of them, well, especially for Ben. But they're set up nicely so that Cloud has a limit break for the next boss fight.
Yeah, the attack, the limited break, that it's not like those slots does not mean no Kate Sith. You can still use Kate Sith's Dice ability. Dice is just a damage dealer, you know. Chief, the race is still pretty much close. I think we're within a minute or something by now. So yeah, I think both runners are doing pretty well. There was some good and some bad RNG on both sides. Probably Ben gained quite some time now in this fight because of the M Tentacles and a decent dice roll. So I guess he's over a minute ahead now. Oh, still the same time difference. Erythium says still the same. Yeah, you see the poison RNG is still important in this fight. Ben did not get the poison as fast as Tom, I think. So I guess it's still a pretty close race. Everything good. Both runners are doing really well, in my opinion.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's really nice. Even after 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 30 seconds, it's still a really close race. Really nice. Sorry, Fafnir, not today. I really prefer this poison and Molotov strat.
Just a little fun fact that not many people realize if they don't see the speedruns. Like in that FMV, Eris is there, even though you didn't bring Eris with you. Because it's a set FMV.
Yeah, that's true. We actually also have to pay the ticket a second time, so in the Rocket Town shop, you gotta be careful that you keep at least 3,000.
So at this point in the game, this is going to be the date sequence. A nice little break before the Temple of the Ancients, which, in my opinion, has some of the tougher bosses at this point in the game, like really difficult bosses. Yeah, time for some Eris dating.
Or maybe it's Tifa dating. I didn't really pay attention on the character choices before apps. I don't know. I think Karn always goes with Tifa date. Ben sometimes does it too. We will see.
So you don't actually have to win anything. You can just run away from the Battle Square challenge. Even if you say no to him, you're still going to be forced into it. But you'll get the keystone either way. Just simply run away.
Yeah, the message he says after it is most fitting when he said, "Oh man, I'm disappointed, but well, a promise is a promise."
Right?
Like one fight, you run away like a chicken. It doesn't even get to see anything. It's even better in slots when you go into the arena dead. Like the battle opens and Cloud lies dead on the ground and it closes again. You know, it's just insane. Also in the date is again like some sort of dialogue choice that you have to pay attention to. In the event square you have to take first, second, second. Then later in the gondola you have to make sure that you don't look out of the window. I mean, it's nothing that you have to pay attention when you're runner because you know. But when I was starting to learn running this game, I didn't know that you can actually just skip this cutscene in the gondola. I didn't know that you can just chill there and do nothing, and the game event will still advance, you know? Like, I used to press right and look out of the window, like, really get an
I was
extra
with you
FMV.
there. I didn't know about that too until somebody brought that up. How much time does that waste, you know?
I don't really know, but I mean, it's an extra FMV, probably at least 30 seconds.
That's pretty bad. That's a bad mistake.
Also in the event square is also quite some swing if you get the wrong outcome. If you just smash, you lose time over just doing 1, 2, 2 and having this, you know, this game where Ares just goes or Tifa just go mad and oh, you know, Ben has the Tifa date as well, so no Ares date today. No love for Ares. Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man.
Both runners going for Tifa today. Lol.
Mies highly recommends Legend of Dragoon for a new speedrun. I would recommend personally Dragon Quest VIII.
Well, Dragon Quest 8 is really, really nice. It's just, I don't know, there's so much grind in it. I would love the game would run immediately if it wasn't for the metal slime
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I agree. The both those runs are 12 hours long. They're pretty long.
Yeah, I mean the 3DS version is a bit more consistent, I guess, and a bit closer to an FF run with the 8 hours and kind of better opportunities to force the metal slimes and so on.
Mhm.
But I know, I think the 3DS version looks and sounds really bad. I don't know. I don't.
It's not aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, I'm with you there.
I mean, I can understand the graphics don't look quite that smooth, and I think also this comic graphic aspect worked better with the PS2. I don't know. The 3DS looks a bit. I think it doesn't look as nice, but that's not too important. What I really don't like is the music. I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, it's a modern game. What is so difficult about putting the MP3s of the orchestra music rather than some MIDIs? I
I'm
don't
with you
really
there.
understand what that was. Really don't know. But yeah, in the end, video and audio isn't too important for me when I'm just picking a game for a speed game. Just like in Dragon Quest 8, it's just, as I said, this metal slime grind. Even if it's more consistent 3DS, I don't know if I can wrap my head around it.
How about Legend of Dragoon? You liking the music, the soundtrack? I actually enjoy the soundtrack of that game, man.
Legend of Dragoon, yeah, it's cool. I think Legend of Dragoon is a song that just has a certain charm to it. It's not technically the best or like the most creative. I mean, it's not the level of Uematsu's compositions. Like Uematsu is different. That's, you simply have to see that. But it does fit the game. I think it's kind of nice. It does have some nice melodies, but the songs really start to loop really fast. I don't know. It's not the same quality as an FF soundtrack, that's for sure. Also, some of the instruments sound pretty cheap, but it does have some charm to it, I have to say.
A lot of nostalgia factor to it. Yes, Second City, there is a leaderboard for the 8-bit FF7.
Oh, is 8-bit FF7, is that this from this Chinese company, this FF1 mod that is kind of turned into FF7, like this?
Yeah, the 8-bit
NES?
mod, like the NES
Oh
version.
yeah, oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it's actually pretty well done, like pretty accurate to like all the event sequences of the game and so on.
Yeah, you can tell that they put a lot of effort into it.
Yo, Gosu. So, with the date scene approaching the end, we are approaching one of the more dangerous parts of the run, the Temple of the Ancients. There's like 2 pretty tough bosses in it. Red Dragon can be cheesed pretty easily, as you will see soon. But even that guy has some sort of danger if he picks like a strong attack. And then there is Demon's Gate, which is of course one of the main run killers of this category. Hopefully it's gonna go well, the temple, for both. But yeah, this is like a really interesting part of the run. This is the first time we really make use of the maximum damage output from Tifa's Power Soul and ATB weight tricking for her. This is actually what you want to do in no slots, you know? This is when you pick the category. This is the sort of fights that you have in mind when you're saying no slots, like Demon's Gate or later fights in this 2 and 3 that work the same way. That you kind of use the big guard and Power Soul with Tifa buff to like the maximum damage that you can get and just try really beat the boss by damage output. This is where it's getting cool, I'd say.
Yeah, this is where it starts to really pick up in difficulty. It's all hands on deck, especially for Demon's Gate.
Yeah, I think even if you play this game casually and you don't like grind too much levels and stuff, I think that Demon's Gate was chosen a pretty powerful boss. I always felt that.
Yeah.
Because I was never a player who really levels a lot. I was kind of making use of the escape mechanic even in casual a lot. And I found suddenly having this 10,000 HP standing in front of you, throwing rocks that do like 1,000 damage, like in casual, you don't know about anything. You don't know you can go back row to half the damage.
Exactly,
You don't know
yeah.
you can go sadness to remove another 30%. You maybe don't even have big guard with you, and you just get destroyed by this guy entirely. Like he does like, I think he does, yeah, easily 800 with like his hits normally with his rock drops. Maybe in front row even more. I'm not perfectly sure if it makes a difference on that attack, but Demon's Gate is really, really, really a tough boss. You have to say that.
I have
Also
no doubt.
Yeah, especially because in casual you rely at that point more on your magic than the physicals. You know, you might have some powerful magic, your summons, maybe you picked up Beta or Aquilon, and you can get along with that pretty well in Red Dragon, for example. But Demon's Gate is one of those guys who have ridiculously high magic defense. All of your magic will just not do anything, especially, except for Bahamut, because Bahamut is a piercing attack. But normally your magic is pretty much out there, and you are normally not prepared to deal a lot of physical damage. So
No, you're not.
the run addresses that pretty well using Tifa and Molotovs, which also count as physical damage. They do not go against the magic defense, they go against the physic defense. So Demon's Gate, yeah, Molotovs and Tifa attacks is like a speedrun strat that makes it pretty possible even without any leveling. But in casual, if you didn't pay attention to what you're doing, you don't have leveled enough. And Demon's Gate was also really strong, always a really strong burden.
Now, before they head to the temple, they do need to get out of their way to pick up the important death blow. Looks like Ben's forcing an encounter for safety, I guess.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't want to get he said he
pincer.
wants to, yeah. He says he's gonna lose a lot of time in this split because he will go full safety. He does not want a frog pincer or a berserk pincer. So he said he's gonna force a fight in front of both forests, which takes a lot of time, of course.
Wow. Makes sense. And the reason why they visit Gongaga later is if you try to get the death blow early for the first time, you're going to have to fight the Turks. But after this story progression, you don't have to fight them. So you just run straight to the death blow and pick it up.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can understand the one before the Berserk forest because you're pretty likely to see a fight, and the Berserk is really a run killer, but I don't know. I think this forcing before Deathblow, I don't know. I wouldn't have done it, I think, because it's very unlikely you get a fight there. You can get a fight, it's really, really unlikely, and you can get, at worst, the frogs, which take time, but they're not a run killer necessarily like the Berserk guys, so... Ben really going super duper safe mode here, and yeah, Karn's gonna pick up because of that for sure. I mean, if you're perfectly honest, Ben just wants to make the race more tense.
Looks like Karn's doing the same thing, playing it safe. There's nothing really important to pick up in the Temple of Ancient, except for the Turbo Ether that's on the way, and probably a Trident, which they're going to sell for money later.
Yeah, for sure.
A couple of opportunities to pick up some things to make some money.
In theory, you could pick a ribbon here, but we simply don't need it. We only need one ribbon, and one is closer in Disc 2, so we don't take the one we could get here. It's fine with one ribbon.
there's a lot of, because this is only a one-time dungeon, there's a lot of missed stuff. Because you don't have access to this place anymore once you're done with it.
Yeah, true. This is like, I think, the only opportunity ever to pick morph. I think you do not get morph from the excavation. I think you can't grab it anymore if you're not taking it here in the temple. I think it's one of those things you cannot dig out.
I think luck plus, the luck or some plus material is missable too. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, possibly. There's also like a reset point for the step count here. I'm not perfectly sure how much it affects. I think this one is only because you simply don't want to fight in between Red Dragon and Demon's Gate, because you can have really bad fights. Probably is even a pincer or so. There are those flying dragon things. So you just kind of want to make sure you get the fight before, so everyone will force the fight here in front of the gate before this Rolling Stones minigame.
Yeah, getting a pincered in this dungeon is very bad. You could actually easily wipe. It's like Bets have a little bit of a hard time there, or getting some.
Yeah, those rocks can really troll, actually. It's also RNG, but you can get rocks where you're consistently forced to run back, you know. Luz told me once that he said that it happened with him whenever he was menuing inside the screen. I don't know if it works, if it has an influence on it. I never tested it, but it might.
Huh, interesting.
Well, those rocks costed him a lot. When the escapes, too. I think Karn is pretty close by. I think it's only like 14 seconds or so now, 13, 14. Another useless trivia, in the original Japanese version, there's only the fast clock minigame. You know, when you press circle and the, you know, the timer, the arrows just go fast and you have to stop them timing both at once. There's not the opportunity to do like the slower one. So in Japanese, you would have to practice also. If anyone would ever run it, you would also have to practice timing this.
That's pretty nuts. Wow.
I did actually take a look at it. It's not that hard. You just have to wait until both meet on, like, at one point they meet on like 3 o'clock or something, then you press circle and it's good. I also checked if it's actually faster here too than doing the other, but unfortunately it's 2 seconds slower. It would be cooler to do the fast one. So I guess this is like the first boss where we actually get to see cross slash, right? So Death Blow, as you all know, is, or probably most of you will know, is just like sort of a gamble attack. Death Blow is an automatic crit, but it has only 1/3 of hit chance. So, like if you look at Power Soul Weapon as 1 or 5% hit chance default, and with Death Blow you have only 35% hit chance, and then you add on top of that like Dexterity, the speed stat, divided by 4. So you're usually around 40% hit with a Death Blow. So if you see that you have less than half of the time it connects and it deals double damage, it would actually be a bad trade to use Death Blow over physical attacks. But the thing is, if an enemy is paralyzed, Death Blow will always connect. And this is where Cross Slash comes in. Cross Slash is dealing paralyzed status to the enemy too, and some bosses are actually susceptible to it. So what you're actually doing is setting up Big Guard in order to be able to get, with the help of ATB Trick especially, to get as many turns in as possible in the paralyzed phase. Then you use Cross Slash to paralyze the enemy, and then just Death Blows. And they will always hit and deal massive damage thanks to Death Sentence and critical health on Tifa. And this is pretty much the model that we're going to use on a lot of bosses to defeat them fast.
Tranquilizing characters, of course, putting them in the back row. These enemies are going to do so much damage, so you want to make sure you have a lot of protection, and Big Guard's also going to be used. And without those things, these guys will murder you. Tifa on top also has a long-range material, so she's going to be outputting normal damage even though she's in the back row, which is another reason why we pick it up. The Red Dragon, along with Misa's explanation of the Cross Slash, he needs a total of 4 Death Blows to take him down, and with some good weight tricking, that should be done without a problem. I think one of the worst things that can happen is like if Red Dragon decides to go first and crits Cloud and he loses the limit break.
Yeah. Or if he just focuses, In the normal strat, Red Dragon will get 2 turns. He can troll with this if he does the right thing. Like, for the correct ADB trick, I think you need all 3 characters alive.
Yeah.
So if he kind of decides to go full physical on Ares, then you have a problem too. You protect Ares from fire with the Fire Ring, but she's still weak against the physical damage from Red Dragon. It is actually possible to use a bit more risky strat and have Red Dragon paralyze after only one of his attacks, but it is a little bit more difficult to do. So probably not gonna be seen here on the race.
Yep, Cloud barely living that flame breath.
Yeah, that's also connected to Magic Breath route, because some XP are missing. The guys are a little bit weaker here and they can die more easily.
Oh man, that crit was kind of scary. Oh, and there goes Karn's Tifa, already causing him problems.
Yeah, it's really, really bad.
Okay,
You know,
looks
this
like-
is where it can provide even some safety if you paralyze him after one turn. But yeah, it requires a pretty troll timing.
Yeah. Very nice recovery by Karn, and then Ben had a good, got all 4 death blows in the paralysis. Good for them.
Yeah, Karn does a nice recovery, doesn't seem to throw him off entirely. Okay, Red Dragon pass on both sides. A little bit of trouble on Karn's side due to bad luck. And now it's time for the real thing. Demon's Gate, one of the hardest bosses in the game. Like, he's not the most dangerous one because he has less potential to kill you if you don't mess up. Like, carry armor is really the guy you go in, and if it's pure RNG, you can be just out. But the thing is, carry armor after that, if the RNG isn't too bad, is not really hard to execute. Demon's Gate is extremely hard to execute, and he's got very... he punishes mistakes really strongly, and he can really also be, RNG-wise, a troll like mad. So Demon's Gate is some sort of the peak of the run. Let's see how our runners are doing.
That's why you're going to see a lot of SFF7 runners practice it a lot.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, GG is easily explained. Like, the strat is just, since you can paralyze him, use physical attacks, because as I explained, Deathblow has only 40% hit rate and does double damage, so statistically your damage output is better with physicals rather than YOLOing for death blows. You can YOLO for death blows if you're about to die, just to hope to kind of save it that way with luck, but normally you use physical attacks. And basically the strat on Demon's Gate is keep forcing him into his Demon Rush phase. Every 2,500 damage, Demon's Gate will not keep attacking with rock drops and stuff like that, but he will move forward and give you more time to attack him. So you actually just big guard and then you deal some damage. And when you're about to deal the 2.5k damage, you will put Tifa in yellow HP, so she keeps hitting stronger, and then you just don't let him do anything anymore, rather than, I mean, except for one Demon Rush. And yeah, okay, Ben is kind of lucky here. First turn rush, it costs time, but it is pretty solid as a fight, because he will never do any move that's really trollish. He can't do Petrify Eye or double rock drop or rock drop crits or icicles or anything like that. He can only do Demon Rush now, because you keep hitting him into the Demon Rush phase over and over. So Ben's fight is pretty solid right here. Not too much that can go wrong, actually.
Yeah, looking nice. Yeah, after each Demon Rush, you want to make sure Tifa isn't to crit HP.
Yeah, if he doesn't open with Demon Rush, it's a little bit more tricky, because you kind of have to get this 2,500 in while he keeps doing this rocks every round, where it's a bit hard, because you also have to heal up and take care for your HP. So getting the first 2,500 is a little bit more difficult if he doesn't open with a Demon Rush, but it is faster, because it's faster animations that he does, so...
Yeah.
If you do it well and you get some RNG, then it's always better if he does not open with Demon Rush, but for a race it's kind of nice if he does, because it's a very safe fight.
I think Tifa should live this. Oh no, Big Guard oh no. Oh. Fortunately some bad timing. Big Guard running out before that Demon Rush.
Yeah, that's because she's in the white, it doesn't do the... So, yeah, okay, I see what you mean. I was a little bit behind.
Unfortunately, that's gonna set Ben back a little bit.
Yeah, I was looking more on Karn's side on this fight now, because I thought with the opener Demon Rush it was rather safe. I don't really know what exactly happened to Ben now, because I think he would probably was supposed to be dead by then. I saw that Tifa did damage in the white HP. I think there was something, maybe a Demon Rush missed her or something, or some mistake, or it was just bad RNG. I didn't see it.
It just looked like some bad timing, yeah, because Big Guard ran out and just killed everybody with the Demon Rush. Oh, GG Karn. Looks like a solid battle on his side.
Yeah, I saw that the Big Guard ran out, but normally that's not really a problem.
Oh.
Normally you got him dead by then, you know, that he doesn't do the last rush. The problem was that Tifa wasn't doing sufficient damage. He wasn't white HP, and I didn't see why.
Yeah, I did not see that.
Don't want to commentate too much on that fight because I didn't really look too much at it. That was my mistake. I looked too much on Karn's side because I thought with the Demon Rush I hoped it would be safe, but Demon's Gate is never safe. Okay, this time looks like Ben has a more normal fight too. Even though that was already kinda a bit lucky because Tifa was already in the yellow and he was still getting a turn. But yeah, it seems that now is solid because now he should have the damage and Demon's Gate should move forward. Ben used to be in the lead, but he had a bit of trouble with Demon's Gate first fight, and now he's fighting him again, and thus Karn overtook now. Just the Demon's Gate thing.
GG Ben.
I think on Ben's side, the first rip was it was definitely a little bit unlucky because the thing is, then Demon Rush it has some RNG in when it happens. You know, when he's going in the Demon Rush phase, he can do either the rush immediately or he can wait for like another round. You know, and if you get twice the long one, it's pretty difficult to keep the big guard up. I mean, you can conserve the ADB. Even if you kind of let everyone's ADB keep refilling, you can block it in time in between and keep it up alive. but it is a little bit troll, to be fair. So it was kind of a combo of really bad RNG and probably not perfectly controlling the ADB.
So he got a two long ones. Ah, that sucks.
Yeah, exactly. Got 2 long ones. That's why the big guy ran out, and yeah, he then died. That was really bad. Bad luck. You have to say
that's
that.
very bad luck. Curry armor. I like the sound of that. Both players pretty much wrapping up disc one. Disc one being the longest disc in the speedrun. It actually takes up like almost 60% of the speedrun. So this is pretty nice. You could see how much RNG factors into this single disc. Of course, there's still more RNG to come. But yeah, it looks like you could the first disc is going to be right under 5 hours from, or way lower than that. But it takes a lot of time in the speedrun.
Yeah, disc one is, I think, especially in those slots, like pretty much the basis of a really good run. I think disc one is the most important by far. I find that this category is having much more consistency in disc 2 and 3 compared to disc 1. There's still RNG, of course, and also RNG that can just randomly cause time, like World Map or Final Descent. But as the battles go, disc 2 is actually rather consistent if you well practice in it and you don't do mistakes and you do everything quicker, menus and skips and everything. So I think yeah, I just felt that I observed that normally a really good Snow Slots run has a very strong disc 1. I don't think you can go to Snow Slots time if your disc 1 isn't really quick, and at the same time I think after really fast disc 1 you can be, of course you can always mess up or get really bad luck, but you can expect a good time after really fast disc 1 for sure in those slots because the rest is getting more consistent.
No doubt, this one's a big key.
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's more any percent where if the game is just keep picking up, actually, because you have way more slots to do and way more stuff where it can just go bad. I think slots is something that is just keep getting harder and trollish, and disc 1 doesn't really say it all yet, but I think in those slots it's very important to have a good disc 1, and if you got one then you can hope for a really good time if you don't mess up big time later on. Like, I think anytime anyone grabbed the world record in no slots, like in the last 2 years, it was like also like a fastest disc 1 up to that point, you know. Although the current world record always had also disc 1 that was faster than any disc 1 done before. That was the case with the 41 from Ben, with the 37 from Ben. That was the case now with Loose Bells 34. That was a 435 disc 1 really fast. Yeah, I think no slots. Disc 1 is really the basis, and it's most important to have a good time there. Not saying you can't have, of course, tons of opportunities later still to lose a lot of time or die. But disc 1 is, I think, more important no slots than in slots, I think. you wouldn't really farm limit on the world map. It takes too long. Like I'm not sure where exactly the bar is, but if Cloud isn't too far away from the limit, you can just kind of hyper him and wait out on, you know, this random fight until you get the limit break. Farming on Zuno every, like, look how much time it takes to farm an extra world map fight. I mean, okay, if he needs a full bar, then I want to agree, but if he's not far away, even if the cover isn't like reliable with blind, you can just hope to get 1 or 2 enemy attacks on Cloud and we'll be fine.
Yeah, you also gotta walk around and force that encounter. There we go. See, not too bad for Karn's side.
Yeah, I'm just having a buffer here. Did he get his limit break on the random fight?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it pretty fast.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not far away, never far. Like, I only would recommend farming an entire new world map fight if you need the full bar. Like Cloud died at Demon's Gate, then I won't agree. Otherwise, no.
Just some other detail. The Icicle, or not the Icicle, the Bowen Village was the last opportunity to get Phoenix Downs. So the players want to make sure that they conserve their Phoenix Downs from this point up to, actually all the way up to Medell, because there's going to be no chance to get some downs. They do have a heal spring before Shizo.
Yeah, exactly, but that's really it. That's true.
So if they find themselves without Phoenix Downs, they can be in trouble. But they should be pretty good.
Karn did not get the shell-out skip, too bad. But, well, that one is also a little bit troll, because it's one of those where you have only one shot to do it. It's, again, the same principle that you're kind of allowing yourself to move around and thus skipping a scene. This way it kind of works. You can open the elixir chest from above, as you just see or saw Karn attempting to do. And there's a certain line in front of the chest, crossing which will trigger this scene where it turns nighttime and the story advances and so on and so forth. And if you just open the chest just when you cross the line, you can move around. And you can menu freely in that time. You can pick up the 30 skill. And as soon as the dialogue starts, you can still move. So you can climb down the ladder and escape the scene immediately. It saves 30 seconds, so Ben has potential to save those 30 seconds here because Karn unfortunately did not get it. There's actually pretty fail-safe setup for it, which I don't really know why nobody does. You can go up the ladder holding upright in R1. This way you always have the same point where you start from. And then you walk 3 steps to the right, and the 3rd step of walking you open the menu and use a menu buffer for it. And you just close the menu, hold running right and circle, and that's pretty fail-safe. I don't know. It's something I would recommend to everyone. Lol.
Moment of truth.
Yeah, Jennifer Life can open with Aqualung, which will destroy everyone except Cloud, who has the watering equipped. The chances of that happening is 25%. We just hope it doesn't happen. If it does happen, it's still not that bad. Like, I mean, you can recover from it, but it's not safe to recover from it. It doesn't always work, so I guess on this race, Karn would probably lose 4 minutes if it happens, because he would just let the MP run out, because the backup can cost you a lot of Phoenix Downs and is thus risky.
Yeah, great job on Ben's side. Able to get the shell hut skip, even without the menu buffer. So that's a good way to grab some ground on Karn.
Yeah, this strat that I just talked about, nobody's doing that. Like, most runners are pretty consistent with a shell skip without it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it does cost some time. And also, I think nobody really knows this. But yeah, if you, like, I don't know, when I learned this part of the run, and I practiced the shell out thing, I was like, okay, it's perfectly safe. You just run right and press circle. But then I had one run happening where I didn't get it, and I thought, like, no way. I'm never gonna have that happen again. Like, I rather lose 3-4 seconds, but I never want to have this happen that I miss it on the run.
Oh, it's worth it. Yeah, saving those seconds.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's why I look for a setup that makes it fail safe.
I think there's quite a few skips you can do the same idea. Have a menu buffer to have a better consistency of getting it.
I'm losing quite some time actually doing all of those, but by now I'm not doing any setup, any skip without setup anymore. I don't want to think about those that much, I just want to do the same every time and get over with the skips as fast as possible.
Oh, gotcha.
Without messing up. Like Photo Skip Brutal showed a setup where you can use a menu buffer, which makes it perfectly safe. Jesse Skip, you can do it. You can do it on the safe Crystal Skip, you can do it everywhere. Coral Skip also. Nice, no Aqualung for Karn.
Looking good. Kind of the same concept for as Big Dragon, except you have more time to work with the death blows. You only need 3 to take out Genova Life here. Also, Tifa has the Gigas Armlet, which is a very nice drop from Demon's Gate. It's going to increase her power by a lot. GG Karn.
Yeah, it increases strength by 30, which is really a lot. That's especially if you look at the stats, like the stats range in something like 0 to 255. Her attack will thus get a very strong increment. I don't know where it exactly goes, probably something like from 60 to 90 or so. So that's like a lot of increment. And also like the damage growth for the physical formula is parabolic, so the effect is even stronger. Like just like, I don't know, if you increase the attack set by 50%, you get like 70, 80, 90% more damage in. That's really nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like 441 this one, I guess this ends up, which is on a race pretty fast. Kind of like 5 minutes away from world record pace. I guess that's not too bad. I still don't want to call that the runs will only be in the 750s. Those guys are good enough to hit 740 runs here. This one time is really strong on both sides for a race.
Yeah, both sides really strong. Looks like they're gonna end up with a bad Genova from Ben. Let's see what he gets. Oh no! Oh, not my body.
That's not good. I mean, in theory, in the Magic Breath route, Aqualung is not that bad at all if the backup works well and fast. That's just what you gotta hope for now. If the backup works quickly and reliably, then Aqualung isn't that bad, because you kind of do like the old roll, only that rather than getting Aqualung from Harpy, you just get it in the course of the fight here. So if you've got Aqualung, then you can skip getting Magic Breath from Stilva, so it's not that bad. It is not that bad, but of course if the backup doesn't work out and you keep getting someone killed, then it will take so much time that it's really awful.
Wow, great job, Ben. That was a really good recovery.
only having to revive the characters, and yeah, good job. He was definitely prepared for that.
Yeah, with his backup, it's not really that bad. Like, he doesn't need Magic Breath anymore now. Even though I don't know if he is actually switching routes. Like, I don't know if he's gonna switch routes in a race. He's probably gonna take Magic Breath anyway. But even in that case, it's still gonna save time because you've got the double damage on both Wolfmeister and on Eagle Gun. So it's not gonna be that bad. He's gonna save at least a little bit of time back. He also won't have MP issues because he's always got Aqualung at his hand as well. So it's not gonna be that bad. I love this part of this too, I gotta say. I like the snow region design here and the snowboard part. Also, I always like to play this part on the run. I don't know, it's really kind of cool. It's a good breather after all the ancient temple bosses in Geneva Live.
I agree, yeah. Very nice change of scenery. And then I think Misa's all about that snowboarding.
Yeah, snowboarding is the best part of the run. I practice that more than any other minigame. I want to see that 224 snowboard or Riot. Hero drink.
Hero drink, hero drink.
Privyet. Only for you, Gosu, Kappa. Yeah, the hero drink plays a very major role on the Shizo boss fight. What a hero drink does is increasing all of your offensive stats and defensive stats by 30%. And that's actually doing a lot. It's, as I explained earlier, like the damage formula is parabolic, so any increment in the damage or in your stats is gonna have a huge impact on the actual damage outcome. So if you don't have the hero drink, Shizo would take forever. Like really, it's making a very, very big difference on that fight. And since Shizu is like one of the most RNG battles, most RNG heavy battles in the run, in terms of death blow RNG, and can also take really long, that's exactly where we use it. On most other fights, it wouldn't have such a strong impact as on this particular one. Yeah, true. I guess the correct pronunciation is Schizo, but I don't know. I'm not going to change that, sorry.
I agree. Yeah. Very nice change of scenery. And then I think Misa's all about that snowboarding. Yeah, snowboarding is the best part of the run. I practice that more than any other minigame.
Yeah,
What is inside that hero drink? What is the secret?
Garlic and raw eggs.
Oh no.
And a bit of Polish vodka.
Polish vodka. Oh yeah.
Delivered by Gosu himself.
Ecom absolute.
I got another pointless trivia for the snowboard minigame. Actually, cloud jumps considerably higher on the PC version. I don't really know why that is.
Oh, is
Like,
that right? Oh,
yeah, they're like, if you compare PC to console, it's like some things that could have been fixed are not fixed. Apart from, like, at least in the Steam version, they fixed the magic defense bug now. But like, most essential stuff is left totally unchanged, but then they kind of updated some super useless stuff. Like, for example, in the motorbike minigame, there are now blue bikers. Like, what for? You know, who was thinking, like, okay, it's not enough to have orange and red bikers, we need blue ones on top. Like, for what? And in the snowboard, obviously someone was like, no, he's got to jump higher. And now in the PC version, he jumps way higher. There's this one green balloon, for example, on the downhill part, which is really hard to grab on console. You need a very, very precise timing to jump to get it. And on PC, it's like, you can jump anywhere. Cloud jumps like 5 meters.
I don't know what the programmers were thinking on the PC side of things, but that's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, like, I mean, I could have understood that you do a lazy porting, but why do you change things that I don't know, that useless? Like, in some really weird details, they made some serious changes, like, for no reason. But like, some proper stuff, nothing was changed at all. Car with a 227, I take that. That's 227 is still okay. I accept that.
All right, Mies accepted that. All is good in the world. Now, of course, they make the snowboarding look easy, but that minigame does require practice if you want to do good at it, because it's not as easy as just go down and do it as fast as you can.
Yeah, the controls are super troll. Like, you have to keep tapping the D-pad, because the way it works is that you press one direction, and then he goes rather precisely, and the longer you press it, he will keep steering stronger, and it increases with a ridiculous rate. You know, if you press the directional button a little bit too long, he will just steer against the wall immediately, and you kind of have to tapping it and keeping it under control. Like, the first time I was practicing that, I was not getting it done at all. It's super difficult to get something like below 230 if you never practice. Now, Karn in the snow region doesn't actually take the fastest way to the Gaius Cliff, because we have to pick up added cut. There are actually two other ways that are faster. One is faster in just really the traveling time, because you've got less screen transitions, but it does input more movement on the step count, so usually kind of balances out if you take that one with kind of having more fights then, or any other thing. And there is another one that is like just faster in simply not having more movement. It has less movement and a few less screens also. Yeah, it's just because of the edit cut. The no slots really forces you to get out of the way and pick that up. It's extremely important. Edit cut is like, are those the independent, or is those, no, independent is the purple one. I don't know what the blue ones are called. Fafrin is gonna know. Yeah, and one of those materials it is that just connects to other materia. And edit cut connected to any sort of command materia will just give you a physical attack when the command is triggered. So if you couple that with death blow, you have technically like a triple cut, if you will, as long as the death blow connects. You have one crit and
Triple
then another
cut.
physical.
Very, very
I like that.
Yeah, it is really nice because it kind of allows you to use Death Blow all the time. You know, you don't have to think about anymore, is it worth it with the chances? Is it better to hope for the death blows and stuff? Because you get the physical on top anyway. And
Yeah,
on top
exactly.
of any physical attack, you get the chance to have another double. And if you got like a paralyzed enemy, we got one more of that kind, which is Geneva Death, then you have like all three, if you will, like the crit, connect, and the normal hit connect every time. You got like technically triple cut, if you will.
Potential quadruple cut if you get that extra crit from the added cut.
Yeah, true.
Now again, step count is very important. Like this entire place, the Gaia's Cliff, is climbing down. Like there's a lot of nasty encounters, and if you're not on step down, this can potentially be a mess. There's also some bad pincers too.
Yeah, that's true. This place is full of really bad fights. There is the back attack against those little birds, which can really take a lot of time. They can deal quite some damage if you're not paying attention. Then there is pincers against the evil heads, the ultrasound enemies. They can deplete your health in no time, really, in a pincer scenario. Then there is Marlboro, of course, the legendary troll enemy. Always in the climb sections, he can appear, in theory. Like if you are on a messed up step count. Whenever you see white snow, you can see. You can get Marlboro, and he's super strong also. He can cast not just like the infamous Bad Breath that will put everyone on really bad status. There's also his Frozen Beam, which does a lot of damage, and Bio 2. Yeah, this place is really full of dangerous enemies, that's for sure. Stilva also is a very dangerous enemy. If you actually forget to put the firing on Cloud, then the Magic Breath will just devastate you.
That would be an unfortunate game over and rip of a run if you forget that important detail.
That's like the major downside of Magic Breath, actually. Magic Breath is super strong, but it has like every element in the world, you know. There are just... every second enemy is kind of immune to it, or even absorbs it, because it has fire, ice, and thunder. And the way it works is that one, like, elemental resistance is always having priority over elemental weakness. Like, if you have an enemy, let's say, that is weak to thunder, but it absorbs fire, use Magic Breath, you will get healed. So you just need to be one condition met that, you know, he has protection against Magic Breath and it won't deal damage.
Yeah, Common is a very nice spell. It has a potential to do like so much damage to a single target. It's one of the best spells out there in terms of single target damage.
Yeah, definitely.
It doesn't take too long to pick up.
Especially later paired with MP Turbo for the train, getting even better.
Oh, baby. Gonna be some good damage right there.
Just to throw out some numbers, actually Aqualung has 3.125 times base damage, base magic damage, I believe. Or I think it's 3.25 and beta is 3.325. That, yeah, 3.25 damage is Aqualung. Then Magic Breath is 4.875 times damage, I believe, and Comet is 5 times damage. So you see, Magic Breath is very close already to Comet, actually.
Wow.
Problem with Magic Breath is really just the element. And yeah, with MP Turbo, Comet will then rise to 5.5 times damage, and that's where you get strong enough to one-shot the gas ductor on the train, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, you're definitely going to see Comet and Magic Breath play very nicely in the train segment. As me said, it's going to be very cool.
Yeah, Ben will have like the best train ever if he gets Magic Breath on top. He can like use Aqualung on the Wolfmeister and Magic Breath on the Eagle Gun.
Yeah, it's nice to have that option in his pocket.
Yeah, exactly. This climbing part is also interesting. Like, you will not see the square option for increasing the temperature really used by a speedrunner. except for the middle climb because it's really long. But the first and third climb, even though it looks like it's getting close, it's not getting close. You will pass out in 26 degrees, and it takes a lot till it goes from 27 to 26. So you can kind of just always go through the first and third climb in one going. And if you don't really do a major mistake, which you can't really do in that part, you just hold the same buttons and spam circle. There isn't really any danger. You only have to warm up in the middle, like once to 30 degrees, and then it's all good. There's also a really funny mechanic to these icicles that Karn is fighting right now. Like, they actually have 3000 HP, and the laser spell is actually doing half of your damage. It's like a gravity attack. And there's like, I don't know, I would call this this elemental weakness to gravity, which is pretty funny. Actually, I would call that some sort of an Easter egg almost, because like the icicle is hanging from the top, and when he dies or when you defeat the enemy, the icicle is dropping down, you know, kind of like gravity pulling it down. So you actually have double damage from gravity attacks, which is why the laser spell, which actually deals damage to an enemy with a magnitude of half of its maximum HP, will now deal 100% of its maximum HP. So like any gravity spell that deals 50% damage, at least like laser or Demi 2 or Demi 3 will one-shot an icicle because of the gravity weakness. That's really some sort of Easter egg there.
That would be cool if it were an actual Easter egg. It might be. But
yeah, it's a very
interesting concept.
Fun, of course. They were laughing when they coded that. It's like Rude. It's like Rude not attacking Tifa. It's really a thing, you know. It's really a thing. Like Rude and Reno talk about you know, which girl they like, and Rude likes Tifa. And really, when you're fighting Rude, he does not attack Tifa. It's in his AI. He can't attack her. He won't target her. It's like some sort of story element put into the battle script.
Yeah.
It's really, really funny.
So good.
The icicle battles actually also have a very big RNG time swing, because you got 4 enemies in front of you, and the fight ends as soon as the icicle got attacked by laser. But yeah, of course, you can see either 4 attacks or 0 in every fight. So every ultrasound takes over 5 seconds. So you see there's like a 20 to 25 seconds RNG swing in all of these battles. So in theory, the perfect icicle split with 3 times first turn laser compared to the worst one is like 1.5 minutes. So, or no, it's not 1.5 minutes, but it's a little bit over a minute, you know. So there's a lot of RNG in this split.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. What you're hoping for is that you have good ATB and they have bad ATB. Laser off early.
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing they have is the ribbon. They actually picked it up. It's a hidden treasure in this place, and they definitely need that just in case they get ultrasounded by the bats. Otherwise, you're in a world of hurt without the ribbon.
Yeah, right. That actually increases the RNG even further. You do not even just need a good ATB. You need a good ATB with the character that has the ribbon, because if you don't get the first turn, if you get like, let's say, a second turn, it's really troll. You select your magic, and then you get ultrasound, and the silence makes it impossible for the caster to use his magic. Only the ribbon guy will always get his spell through.
Looks like Ben's gonna try to get some experience from this fight. If you do kill the bats, you're gonna result into a lot.
Yeah, if you kill one set of evil heads, you're gonna have 1 level higher on shit, so that makes it a little bit more safe. to fight him if you use a certain strategy where you're trying to fight with a yellow HP Tifa, which you're gonna see Karn actually do. If Tifa's level 22, that strat is a little bit easier because she's gonna have a maximum of around 800 to 850, and so if she's in the yellow, she will always have enough HP to survive another ice. This is why actually Karn put Shiva and Element on Tifa. The strat is just to make sure that you can just use her in yellow HP, but she will still be strong enough to survive an ice if one comes, you know. She will have like around 180 HP, 170 you hope for the ice to do only. It can do more. If you're in level 22, you got 800 HP on her. And then you will have 200 in yellow, so you're 100% safe on that. But I don't think that Ben even uses that strat. I think Ben just wants to have some more attack damage on her.
That makes sense.
Karn has a really good scenario now. With the first turn Ice on Tifa, if he puts one laser on her, he will be in the good HP range already. And oh no, he heals. No, it's the hero drink, sorry, yeah, okay. Yeah. One laser on her, she should be in yellow, and then he needs one death blow. That's the strat at this point, you know. You attempt 3 death blows, 3 times in yellow, you attempt a death blow. And if one connects, you're gonna have dealt 9,000 from that one. And as soon as it connects, you only use physical attacks. Yeah, exactly. And as soon as you got, you know, 1 death blow, then you only use the normal physical. So within 3 turns of Tifa attacking, you need 1 death blow and others. Else you need physical attacks. And then you got him just where you want him. You can heal Tifa, you can destroy the head, and then it's just death blows.
Yeah, it's looking like a nice situation. Oh, that death blow lock though.
Yeah, he needs the third one. He needs the third one now. 2 misses are okay. If the third one hits, it's all good.
Alright.
Yeah, there it is. Like, mostly you're getting 1 in 3. That's why I really like this strat. It was usually... I'm pretty sure you're gonna see the classic strat on Ben's stream. I think he used the classic one. It was normal to use her just in white HP, and with the strength from the hero drink, just keep using Death Blow till the ice head is out. And then use Tifa in yellow for the fire head, which cannot deal damage to Tifa because of the firing. But yeah, I thought there's gotta be a way to kinda use her in yellow and speed it up a little bit. And yeah, you just need a little bit of luck for it, I admit. But I think most of the time, 1 in 3 Death Blow is something you can hope for.
Another thing to keep in mind is that they're going to counterattack depending on how many hits you have on each head. They're going to counterattack with a Quake.
Exactly. That's a really nice thing also about the strat with yellow HP. If you get this 1 in 3 death blows, he cannot use Quake.
Yeah, you're going to kill him really right away, yeah.
Yeah, if you have Tifa in white HP, that's impossible, actually. Like, because the Ice Head will counter with Quake after 6 attacks on him, and the Fire Head will counter with Quake after 5. No, after... Wait, what did I say now? The Ice Head, wait, 6 and the other 5, yeah? Ice 6 and Fire Head counters after 5. So, in white HP, even if all death blows connect, you cannot deplete him within those hits, you know, within those 6 hits. You will use Quake, definitely. So...
yeah, just like... Yeah. He got a good fight with your explanation. That's very good.
Yeah, that's like...
Shizo is a really tough boss casual too, but if you know what to equip, you can really negate a lot of his attacks. So just some equipment. So Tifa had the firing, will negate the fire. Cloud has a dragon armlet, and there's an elemental realm with just some things to mitigate the damage. And it's on top of big guard and all that back row trank stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was just thinking about whether what I just said was even true, but yeah, it is true. Yeah, because 5 hits the fire and 6 is the ice hit. Because if you're in white, a death blow deals, if it connects with edit cut, 4,500, and if you got 3 times Deathblow added card, you dealt 6 hits, and 3 times 4,500 is not 18,000, so the head is still alive. So you will use the Quake. Oh, what happened on Ben's stream?
I'm not sure why he reset. Did he input a hero drink wrong, or?
Yeah, I just saw the fight open, and I think he used the hero drink on the wrong character.
Oh man.
That's really, really unlucky. Or maybe he just realized he forgot something in his menu, I don't know. Oh, he was on ATB active, oh my god.
Oh wow.
Oh, of course
Yeah.
you need ATB wait for the boss fights. He forgot to set ATB, that's so unlucky. Oh, poor Ben really getting the bad scenarios here.
That fight is nearly impossible with ATB active, so might as well reset.
The screen currently running through is also kind of interesting. That you can move while you can't even see Cloud while the camera is still moving. Okay, I hope Ben at least gets a really good fight now with good deathblow luck.
Come on, good deathblow luck.
Okay, Geneva Death is like cross/slash, and the last boss that we're fighting here that is susceptible to the paralyzed status. This is really the same model again, SJ Life and Red Dragon. We're gonna paralyze him and then just use Deathblow added cut for serious damage. She's got 25,000 HP and it's gonna be depleted within like 6 turns. It's really crazy.
Yeah, with the fire ring, this fight's like literally impossible to lose because that all she does is fire attacks.
Yeah, exactly. What you want to do is actually get either a death blow in or 2 physical attacks before you use the cross slash, and then you can kill Geneva within the paralyze phase, and you do not have to rely on death blow anymore.
Looks like Ben had a decent fight.
Yep.
So he's done with Shizo. Good job.
Really, really nice.
Tifa dying there is not really important. XP doesn't
Yeah, exactly.
matter.
We just, exactly like you said. We're getting so much ridiculously high XP from Geneva Death.
Yeah.
We're good for the rest.
Good for the
It's
rest.
more important that you don't have to heal up and get, like, you just want to kill the dragon as fast as you can. You don't want to heal up Tifa and get white HP damage again. Triple red light, bad luck. Oh, well, that was actually the wrong turn order. Like, well, now he's gonna have to hope for another death blow at the end that is not gonna be in paralysis to actually hit. Jennifer Death is probably gonna get another turn, which she's not supposed to get. It's okay. Like when Karn was selecting the cross slash, he could have just put another physical in with Tifa and then do the cross slash, and her ATB would refill, and he would, like, okay, he got the extra attack off. That was pretty close. Saved it. Really nice.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I think that was not perfectly planned. Would have to ask him after the run. He had to switch over actually from Deathblow to selecting physical attack for that last one. Then he did it really well, but you have to see that when Jennifer is already moving again, it can happen very well that she's getting her turn already. So I guess he saved it in last second. Really nice.
Yeah, where Karn's at. Mies was talking about this earlier. This is where things start to slow down. This is going to be a lot of dialogue coming up here.
Oh yeah. Now it's going so boring.
It's a little fun trick that Ben's been using throughout the whole run. He's using the change command to get some extra time to run away, get a little bit of that animation.
Yeah, that's a good strat for some of the fights. Definitely. Like, there are enemies that really have slow attacks, and you just want to hope that you get your change before, and that the time of the change is enough to actually run away before the enemy is attacking. I like to do that myself, but it's also sometimes kind of a blind strat, because sometimes it doesn't make a difference. You just put in another, just another move from your side, when you could be away after the enemy move only or so. I like to do it like on enemies that have slow attacks, like the one that's just been doing it on. Those fire, they look like lighters. I don't even know what that's supposed to be, really. They have really bad slow attacks. And enemies that do like only one fast slap, actually, I don't really think it is too useful, because you're mostly out of it fast.
I think even the monkeys have a slow attack animation. Like
Yeah,
they spit out that fire thing. Yeah. Or the weird letters.
Yeah, they are the result of having to reset. Normally, you never see this enemy on the step count. Like, when you reset, the enemy formations change. Like, the step count itself stays the same.
That
actually.
is good.
Like, it can happen. It can happen that one fight disappears because the danger value is resetting to 0. But apart from that, everything else is gonna be the same. The only thing that's different is really the enemy formations, because the RNG pointer is carried over after soft resets or game over. So the game will think that you already fought like so and so many fights, but you're on a different point in the game, so.
I mean, Karn can blow some seconds if you wanted to, because this sequence is it's not just about mashing. You actually have to pay attention to Cloud's movement. So if he doesn't pay attention, he can lose some time there. But yeah, welcome to Mash City.
Yeah, definitely. This is like the part where you grab a drink.
Yeah. If you guys are ever thinking about speedrunning this game, whether it be this category or I know this category is pretty long, but there's also some other shorter categories. No matter what categories, there's a pretty good resource. There's a lot of good resources out there, especially if you look at the leaderboard. There's going to be notes for different categories if you're interested in learning one. A lot of links, and even Karn himself made some tutorial VODs. Ben has some notes.
Just saying the time is really good. Like, Ben had a little bit of bad luck now forgetting that, but even on his time, he's not too far behind. Like, the time of the race is really, really good. I must say honestly, I did not expect that. Like, usually when I see an RPG type speedrun, like no slots, where there's also a lot of danger in it, and they put it in a marathon or a race, where you can kind of revert to a lot of safety stuff, then it takes forever, you know. Normally then you save all the time and you do everything rather slow. Like normally in a marathon or race, it's kind of normal to be really, really far away from like world record pace quickly, but this time is really strong still. I'm impressed. The runners are super consistent, both.
Very, very, very awesome speedrunners in their own rights. Very good at their games. Yeah, the PlayStation Final Fantasy games are really long run. 7, 8, 9. They are very long.
But they're also the best in my opinion. I really like those. 7, 8, 9, 10 are really, really the best. I mean, 9 isn't my favorite, but still, I respect that it's a good game and for what it is. Like I can see why people like FF9. It definitely is a quality game, even if it's not necessarily my personal preference. But those 4 games are really special games, I think.
Well, of course, people are going to have preference to which speedruns they enjoy more. But for me, there's a lot of aesthetic value in 9 and 10. Like the music in 9 is fantastic. I don't know about 10, but it's really a chillaxing run to watch. Just listening to it.
I have to say I prefer FF10 casually. I think FF10 is like the perfect casual game. Like if you just want to relax and play a cool RPG with like cinematic FMVs, very good and good characters, and so like I think FF10 is like a perfect game. As a speed game, I kind of personally have different preferences for that. The game is too much watching a movie for a speed game. Like I would go nuts. I don't know. I mean, I'm not someone who says like I need a super hardcore game. Like then I wouldn't run FF7. Like the super executional stuff, like some platformers or other games, or Dragon Warrior 1 also has like so much frame precise stuff and so on. That's not my thing either. But FF10 is the other extreme. It's too much dialogue for me. I have to say, really.
That's a good point. Yeah, FF7 is a nice balance. I mean, a lot of execution, but there's some good breaks in there too to calm yourself down a little bit. It's a nice thing about RPG speedruns.
Yeah, exactly. I like the type of challenge that FF7 provides. There is execution, there is stuff that's hard, but the hard stuff is more about knowledge and practicing certain scenarios. It's not necessarily this insane finger skill on the pad like you need in some crazy platform where you do one pixel perfect timing, pixel perfect skip, or frame perfect timing after another. It's not like the super spectacular execution fiesta in FF7 running, but it still does have execution in it and a little bit of RNG. Like, I think FF7 is the perfect balance. RNG is there, not too strong, but still a factor. And yeah, it's a good balance also between execution and non-executional stuff. Really, FF7 is one of my favorite speed games for sure, because it's a really good balance. Yeah, I like Spyro 2 as a speed game also, but I'm really bad at it. I must say, honestly, this game is too hard for me. Like, that's 10 minutes of pure execution and one silly thing after another. I have no idea how people do that in 8 minutes. It's pretty intense, I don't know. I can't tell you how it's possible.
Misa's dream is to have like Legend of Dragoon be in a marathon.
Only if it's non-turbo and Death Tome is running it with his sick nail finger double finger mesh. Then I want it in a marathon, because that's something the world has to see.
Oh my good god.
I enjoyed. I saw it live when he did the world record. It was so good. Like, I don't know how you have the stamina of meshing that. Like, my fingers would bleed after like the first boss. You have to mesh this 260%. You actually need, for 260% in Legend of Dragoon NTSC item, you need more inputs than the Valve in FF8. And you have to do that all the time for 12 hours. It's, I don't know, really something else.
It is insane.
With Turbo, the run is still fun. It turns into something different. Like, Legend of Dragoon with Turbo is super consistent. It turns into just really a contest of good planning. Like, this is where you can make any sort of strat, and it just comes down to your route 100%. Like, the time is there's still RNG, of course, but it's not too much RNG. It comes really down to your route, because the really executional thing is the actual mesh, and that's gonna get consistent by the turbo controller. It's still interesting because you can make different strategies that are otherwise impossible, but the real thing is, of course, being able to mesh that. I practice this 2-finger mesh, and it's too hard for me. I don't know. I can get around 240%, and that's it. Ellie, you should really go for that Dragon Quest 8 3DS world record.
Yes. There's actually a Japanese world record. The world record holder looks to improve some of the strats, so I'm going to be taking some notes from that.
Oh, that's cool. Like, the Japanese, the one where it's kind of more feasible to do this out of bounds stuff, right?
Yes. Well, for DQ8 PS2, yes. 3DS, no.
Yeah, I mean, you played Dragon Quest 8 quite a lot by now, and you got pretty good at it. And I think the 3DS doesn't have this extreme RNG element in the metal slime grind. You can kind of, if you really practice the route well, you can probably just get a good time just by playing better, more easily, and then in the PS2 version where you really have to pray for the slimes.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct about that. 3DS is definitely more consistent in execution. Like, the time is really based on your execution movement, and then if you flip the script on the PS2, it's really based on RNG. Like, the DQ8 for PS2 is probably one of the most RNG heavy video games to speedrun.
All right, Fafnir wants FF7 again. We have actually one thing now that everyone has to pay attention to when they're running the game. Like, you can really forget it easily. I actually saw someone forget it already. You have a lot of mashing here, not much to do. But you have a very interesting skip, like the FMV skip. And you have to really pay attention to it. The way it works is that in some screens, you actually have an NPC that is controllable, even though it's not visible on screen because the model isn't there. You don't really have a character in the party in that screen present, but you can still move around. It's really, really funny, even though you can see what you're doing. And in this particular screen, what you can do is just run out. That's the whole thing about it. You can skip the FMV by just really moving the character and running out of the screen if you know where he is and what you have to press in order to get out of in order to get out of the screen. I think it saves 90 seconds to skip this FMV that way.
Yeah, you really don't want to do the speedrun without knowing that trick. Just free 90-second time save. How can you just not do it?
Yeah, we got 2 instances of this very weird mechanic that we know of. This one and later the Midgar skip, where you really just hold a movement running while there is dialogue, and you will suddenly see a screen transitions and go somewhere else because you are still in the screen even though you're not supposed to be. And this is where it is. This is the screen that we see in Karn loading now, this field. And there will be later, it will come up again in a few seconds, and there will be like the camera going up. And while that happens, with the right timing, you have to switch from running down to down left. and then you will leave the screen.
Very, very, very big discovery, especially the Midgar skip at the end, which we'll get to later. Because that saves.
I think the Junon FMV skip is even a discovery from Zero Kidas. I think that's one of the few things that do not necessarily go to Brutal, but you probably knew it anyway. Yeah, I mean, Brutal knew all this stuff like 10 years ago already, just gave it away piece by piece, you know.
What a guy.
So this is now the part. Probably Karn is already holding, running down. And then you wait for the point where the FMV opens and you switch. Yeah, like here it is, running down, and as soon as the exit is out, you add left and whoop, you're out. Get genius. Absolutely genius.
So good. You want to actually make sure that you get back to the room where Kate Sith is in. Otherwise, if you try messing around, soft lock the game.
Actually, the term Sapphire weapon for this weapon we see here in the Junon FMVs is never mentioned anywhere in the game or in any official files. The name first came up when it was actually printed on an action figure that was sold.
Yeah, it's some fun trivia. You are right.
I don't know, Fafnir, I really don't know. You have to, probably by now with all this stuff out, like the Ultimania and the compilation of Final Fantasy, I'm sure the term is established and is in official game data or dialogue or anywhere. Probably the term Sapphire weapon is now more frequently heard. You have to kind of just Google that. But when around, like the time FF7 was around, it was really only on that action figure. Yeah, as I assumed, the Ultimania is answering the question. It's officially a Sapphire weapon, named as that. Like, the Ultimania actually answers a lot of questions, but I wouldn't perfectly trust it in all aspects of the game, because it was created much later than the game by other people. Like, around the time like this compilation is out now, and a lot of other FF7 derivative games exist. And it does certainly contradict some of the stuff that's said in the original game. Like, the way the story of Final Fantasy VII was translated to NA is not perfectly accurate. If you read the way it is actually explained in the original Japanese release, it becomes pretty clear that Genova is like the dominant element. But the Ultimania will absolutely state that Sephiroth is like, because Sephiroth is cooler and so on, and everyone loves Sephiroth. So I feel they kind of made a change there just for the swag and made it the official version. So I'd be careful with the Ultimania stuff. Made this scene from Geneva death until like hunting for the huge materia. The scene is so long and so boring that I start to talk about the story of the game. In theory, it's also faster to win the slap minigame, actually, rather than letting Scarlet defeat you. The problem is it's RNG. Like, you would assume that it says mash circle to hit, but it's like a script, it's a false disguise, this minigame. It actually makes you mash and you believe it has any sort of influence how fast you press the circle. It's with timing, but it doesn't. Like, the exact outcome of the slap minigame is predetermined by the RNG that you enter it with. You can just press and hold circle for the entire thing, and it will happen exactly the same. And there is like one outcome where you attack her 3 times and she doesn't attack, and it's faster than letting her win. But the thing is, you cannot really know if you're on the right RNG or not.
Holding circle and essentially kind of waiting on the roll of the dice.
Yeah, I always kind of felt that it was weird. Like, normally if there are mini games where you kind of attack when you hit circle and you mash circle, it feels more direct. I always felt like I'm kind of, I don't know, like you mash the circle, but she attacks on different times, You can mash the circle button, but she sometimes attacks, sometimes she doesn't. Yeah, now I know why. Brutal explained it to me. It's just all determined. You just have to hold circle, and the game is just doing it automatically. It's super, super weird.
FF8 minigames? Oh man, I don't know. Reno's one of my favorite Dirks. I love Reno. Or my favorite Dirk, rather.
Oh yeah, Reno, you're saying it. Like, Advent Children was terrible in many aspects, but that was the worst. Like, ever since when is Reno some sort of King of Queens-like character? Like, what the hell? Like, he was totally the derp. Normally, Reno's supposed to be cool, and I mean, he does have some sort of irony in him. Like, he's trying to be super cool and is a little bit ironic in this game already, but still, he's not like that. He's not completely ridiculous like in Advent Children. All right, there's some important stuff now for the run again. We need the curse ring. This little mini game, you have to be really careful with the dialogue option. If you say the wrong thing, you don't get the curse ring, and that's like the most important item here. Really, that's the most important item in those slots, apart from the power soul itself. It does not only provide very strong stat increment, basically 35 in attack and magic and 15 in dexterity and some other stuff, I think. It also gives you automatic death sentence, so you never have to cast it anymore yourself. You have it from the start by default. That's really, really cool.
It's just a win-win accessory using the power soul mechanics.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a win-win combo. Super good.
What they're going to be doing
shop.
with the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, keep going.
Oh, what I was going to say, what they're going to do with the shopping. The items that they picked up in the end of this one and the beginning of this two, including they're going to sell some of their own equipment. They're going to go and buy some HP plus materia and destruct materia. So this is a big shopping sequence here.
Exactly, and the money is actually perfectly planned because you need exactly like a little bit more than 4,000. You need a range, preferably from 4,000 to 4,400.
Mm-hmm.
Like something in between there is perfect, and it's pretty precise. Like to get that, you need to plan it well, what you buy, when, and you have to pay attention to the money, because in when we're reaching Fort Connor, the mini game, we don't want to wait it out entirely. The minigame ends as soon as you don't have money to buy anything anymore. And, well, after buying 4 tri-stoners, you can destroy them yourself. You can be left with so little money that you cannot buy anything else anymore. However, if you have 400 gil left, then you can afford a soldier, a human, so the minigame will not end. So you have to be careful that you don't have more than 4,299 gil. And yeah, just the target is to have this range of money, so you can just put 4 tri-stoners, you destroy them, and then the game ends because you're out of money to kind of buy more stuff. If you have actually accidentally 4,400 or more, it's still fine. It just takes a little bit more. Just instead of putting 1 tri-stoner, you would put 2 fire catapults to get 1,200 gil removed, and then you're in the good range again. So you have to remove 5 items then rather than 4. But you have to really pay attention to the money. Like, if you're left with 2,000 gil, you can't even start the minigame. If you're left with 10,000 gil, you're gonna lose a lot of time destroying all the machines until it finally ends.
That's why they end up buying an extra HP plus if they need to.
Yeah, exactly. Not all HP plus are actually needed. I think 6 are needed. 7 are still useful, at least. Like, it provides extra HP for carry armor. 8 is totally useless. Like, if you buy 8, then it's just in your route to remove those 8k.
Just remove the... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course, the HP plus material is going to be a nice boost of HP for bosses like carry armor, and then it's going to be very nice at the end of the game. Also, destruct is definitely needed for the final boss, so that's why they buy it.
Exactly. Safer Sephiroth will always open with wall. He does not necessarily get the first turn. It's not a sneak attack. Some bosses get a sneak attack like Heli Gunner. He will always start. Sephiroth is just using that still as his first move every time, and after wall, then yeah. He has magic and physical barrier on him, and of course you want to get rid of that. That's what Destruct is for. Destruct actually carries the barrier, and that's what you use to get rid of his barrier status.
Oh, did Karn go off? Or internet stream issues?
Oh, yeah, it's offline. Probably gonna fix it. I think he will just have to restart the streamer, so I hope it will be good.
He's back.
Back already. Nice. Okay.
Yep, getting some RNG outside of FF7.
Yeah, real life RNG kicking in. But I like this episode, like the start of this too. I think it's well scripted that you gain control over different characters, over Tifa and over Barrett, even temporarily, and then over Sid for a longer episode, and then finally Cloud returns.
Yeah, nice change of scene / pace.
Like the first time I played this, I remember I was like, "What is happening?" Like, you already lost areas. Now they take Cloud to like Game of Thrones style. Of course, I didn't know Game of Thrones back then, but yeah, the joke kind of fit right now.
Karn, both players gonna do somewhat of a big menu here, mainly putting things like the Javelin Wizard Bracelet, the Curse Ring. Like me said, the Curse Ring actually gives some good stats, including the magic stat, and they're going to be stacking up Sid with a few magic and summon materia to boost his magic. It's going to be important for the train segment coming up.
Yeah, exactly. Especially Comet Pair to MP Turbo to increase the magical damage by 10%. Even more like the... Actually... Wait, let me think for a second. No, it's actually a little bit less than 10% because you only get the magical side boost by 10%. And yeah, in the damage calculation, both your level and the magic stat is used. You only boost the magic stat, but... That's... No,
Yeah.
what am I saying? I'm saying complete garbage. No. You boost 10%, of course, because it's MP Turbo boost the Comet spell, not your stat. I'm confused. Yeah. So 10% damage more from the MP Turbo and Comet, and that's really, really useful because the first enemy gas doctor has like 3000 HP, and we deal just a little bit more than that with Comet if you got MP Turbo. It's just making the difference to one-shot it. So yeah, right. In this particular case, for the train segment, the Curse Ring's function is really only the stat boost, not like getting the death sentence. That's just later for Power Soul.
Mm-hmm. There you go, just as me said. Gonna buy 4 of those Tri-Stoners and instantly end the minigame.
If only I had known that earlier. I always hated this part. Well, it takes so long to just wait out this minigame normal way.
Yeah.
And now we're taking another shortcut to get out of this faster.
Red getting bodied. Oh yeah.
Karn. I'm sorry I can't do this acting stuff. It's just, I heard it too many times. I can't pretend that will run instead. That's like the other nice shortcut here. By game overing against that, you skip this Phoenix cutscene and everything. It's really, the game is absolutely consequent in this. You know, if you dare to fail, they will cut the rope and you can never again go into for Condor.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, for the speedrun, it's ideal because you can just finish this episode quicker. How far are the runs actually apart at the moment?
I don't know myself. It's kind of hard to just trying to eye it. It's kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Like, I'm just gonna look at the combined soon. Like on 5:53:30, Karn enters like just leaves the bridge on the combined on the LZHSR stream. So I'm just gonna wait until that happens and then. I got a lot of walking with Sid here. Needs like 23 steps. I always find it a little bit tricky to walk with Sid because his walking animation is a little bit different than Cloud's. Rather take some safety extra steps there. Make sure to not get the fight. Here's like another instance of kind of like, oh, Karn is pretty far behind the step count. Where did that happen? He does not get the guards preempted that way. Okay, so forget it. Although he might still get it if the position was luckily correct without walking. The spot might actually be good.
It looks like he did not get it.
Yeah. Normally you want to force this fight that he just had at the start of the screen before the guards, and then you do like 2 steps and you got it. This is like the same principle as on the boss preempters, you know. It's just like, this is not a step count fight, but an event trigger fight. So you can kind of manipulate your steps to be so that you got a preemptive flag when this battle actually triggers. Pretty cool. Wow, 3,200 from Magic Breath. Really sit with the damage here. I think Karn lost a lot of steps with the Barret. Like, after you go up this elevated platform, you can't just go right and you leave the screen. Karn was holding up right and he was running very, very far until the exit. I think that lost a lot of steps. But it's okay. Like, he's still gonna get the same amount of fights. He just lost this preemptive. It's not the bad thing. It's like 5 seconds loss or so. Also, you have to take into account that actually having the fight in the previous screen is kind of good because the bomb is a fast escape. The fight you get in front of the guards is a really, really bad escape, so probably doesn't even make too much sense. This minigame is also really, really difficult, like this lever minigame. You can, I don't know if you remember, like, doing it casually takes you minutes to catch up the train. On a speedrun it takes only a few seconds. Like, Karn got it like in 10 seconds now. You can get it even in 4 if it goes perfect, and there are multiple ways to do it. You can really alternate the buttons or the levers like the game suggests you to, and you can do the same fast, but it is rather difficult because you need really good timing. The simpler way is putting up and triangle at the exact same time. If you press both buttons, the game will accept it, and you still need some sort of rhythm, but you can really just spam up and triangle and it will work. The perfect proof for this is that you can do that even with a turbo controller. You can really turbo up and triangle in the turbo and it will do it in 4 seconds perfectly.
Very nice.
But yeah, it's pretty hard. Like, if you press one button accidentally a little bit faster than the other, it's not working anymore, so... Yeah, Karn had lost a little bit of time there. Like, usually he does it really in the 4 seconds. But, of course, it can always take a little bit of time. It's really difficult.
Whew, that's very unfortunate with the duct fights. Not only did Magic Breath miss one of them, Sid got a miss, so this ended up being a slow fight.
Magic Breath missed. Okay, that's weird. Like, actually, that fight is also one of the big benefits of Magic Breath, because you normally, you're not like, it doesn't matter if you get silenced normally, because you do not need the guy with a curse ring to deal the damage like you need with Aqualung. Like, if you use Aqualung, you only get the damage from Dragon Fang plus an Aqualung that has curse ring. But if you have Magic Breath, you can just take the guy with the ribbon, because Magic Breath is stronger than Aqualung, and Dragon Fang plus that Magic Breath will suffice. Of course, if the Magic Breath misses, it doesn't work anymore. That's really, really bad luck.
Another powerful use of Comet. Just needs a Molotov to finish him off. Otherwise, you can't really Magic the Iron Giant, because it's not going to do that much damage.
Yeah, exactly. This is the only fight where Aqualung is stronger than Magic Breath, simply because he's weak to water. But yeah, it's the same. The train is better with Magic Breath, because the dual doctors are better because of the reason I just explained. It doesn't matter if you have silence or not. Normally, if it doesn't miss, that was really bad luck now, but apart from that, you have one boss that is faster for each, you know. For a Wolfmeister, Aqualung is faster, and an Eagle Gun Magic Breath actually deals double damage, so you can defeat that guy faster.
You're going to destroy him with Magic Breath.
Yeah, it should deal like 6,000, it's ridiculous. Magic Breath better than Thunder Magic. Well, first of all, you don't really have access to strong Thunder Magic, and yeah, Magic Breath simply has the Thunder element alongside, you know, the other elements, Fire and Ice. So I don't know. Magic Breath simply has a high damage count. That's just what it is. It's programmed to be
a really high
spell.
base.
And we can't just get it on the run. You can't just get yourself Bolt 3 at will. We would need to farm it, and that would cost time. Okay, Ben is 6.5 minutes behind, actually.
6.5 minutes. Yes, Carry Armor might have a word to say about those 6.5 minutes.
Well, every time you get a double lapis, you lose 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Now we see the coral skip, maybe. That's one of the tricks that are known for longer, but a good setup has only been found like not too long ago, so it happens consistently on runs for not too long, and maybe let's see if he gets it. Looks like a good spot, but I'm not sure. Because he went a little bit down right. I hope it works. Nope, it didn't. I saw it. He went a little bit down right. You're not allowed to go down. You're just allowed to run right and left. So even though the feet were on the line, yeah, it's one of those things. There is this girl, this with the, you know, the purple trousers ahead of, like, on the top of the screen, you know, that's standing in front of the tent on the left. You can talk to this woman at the same time as crossing the line, and you can run out. Actually, Karn was standing in a good position, but yeah, as I said, it's difficult to explain. It's not really useful if I explain it, because you only will understand if you tried it yourself. He just made one, in the setup, one mistake. When he went run down, when he was going left, right, he was going down right a little bit. It is okay. It's 30 seconds. and no ultimate weapon. In no slots, you have no desire to actually win the fight against ultimate weapon. You know that it will just run away after 3 turns, so it's faster to just survive. You just you got the opportunity to kind of couple the element materia to any other materia that is non-elemental, and that will actually halve the damage of one of ultimate weapon's attacks because of some funny mechanic. Basically, all elements in this game, or let's say materia can have a certain element, you know, they can have fire or thunder, and any materia that does not have an element still has something selected in that implied, like where the element is, and that kind of counts as an element too. Then, you know, kind of the not having element is also an element, like a placeholder. It's usually referred to as the hidden element, and there's a handful of attacks from enemies that actually have this for some reason, probably some oversight in the coding. And the ultimate beam is one of those. So if you kind of couple element materia to any materia that is not elemental, like you can use HP plus or steel or whatever, the damage from ultimate beam will be halved, cut in half. But it's not necessary to do that. Like, you can also just heal up, which is what Karn is doing right now. He just cures Sid. And yeah, he just has to survive the fight. He's gonna do those 3 moves, and then that's the end. Ultimate weapon also has it carries another curse ring, actually. You can steal from ultimate weapon in those 3 turns. In theory, you can steal a curse ring. The problem is the steal rate of this game is dependent on the level difference, and ultimate weapon has level 61, which is why even though on the wiki page it will state that you have a 50% of stealing the curse ring, it's not true at all. 50% is just it doesn't make any sense even to write it that way. It's just that the steal rate is a stat of an enemy. It's like a stat like strength or anything else. And the maximum you can have is 64. And he has like a 32 stat there. So that makes it look like it's a 50% rate. But that's not totally how it works. The stat is just used in a totally different formula that also incorporates your and the enemy level. And if you actually apply that with the character level you have at this point, you will end up with a 6% chance to get it. Well, within 3 attempts you got around 17% then, but still, you won't really get it. And having 2 curse rings at this point doesn't really save time. It would be cool just to get it so you can skip the first sequence, you know, where you have to do this mini game with the door and everything to get the curse ring. It would be cool if you could skip that and instead you steal the curse ring here. It would save time, but probably
It's just unrealistic. If you're desperate,
yeah, exactly.
and you somehow make a mistake, you will try to steal
exactly.
it. Yeah, it's very unlikely.
No, even even if the levels are the same, it's not like that it's correct to calculate it that way, you know. You just have to see that the relation between the steel drop stat and 64 it doesn't really say anything. Like, it doesn't mean that if you have like 8 and 64 that you have a 1 in 8 chance to steal something. The formula for steal is pretty complicated. There are like 3 formulas, or 3 terms that stats are parsed onto, and variables. There's 3 calculations that are done until it's finished, and yeah, really, the wiki is really wrong there with the steal stats. Like, stating 50%, it's not that easy. It would be better really to just write 32 for the steal rate, and then put a link to the steal formula so you can calculate it yourself.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool formulas out there. The steel one is a very cool one.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII is a very level-based game. Like, That's something kind of unique to it, you know. The level is basically in almost everything. The level is in the damage calculation, the level is in manipulate calculation, the level is in steal calculation. Like, the character level is really, really, really important. Let's say you have like maximum attack now, 255 attack, you would still not deal near as much damage as you have endgame usually, because your level is still low. Both the level and the attack stat are actually both appear in the damage formula, both with parabolic growth. So low level will strike hard and you still deal kind of shitty damage compared to level 99 character.
Looks like Ben got the coral skip.
Yeah, on Ben's we can see what it's supposed to look like. Really nicely done.
Very nicely done. Catch some ground there. He also, his overall train segment was really good. Even if he didn't have magic with his long, still everything ended up pretty good on his segment. So that's very nice.
Also, Ben, actually, did you say he doesn't have magic breath? So, or what did you just say in it?
I don't think he got magic breath.
Oh, okay. Well, that it does make sense. Like, that's what I said earlier. It does make sense. Normally, you would, if you got the route down properly, you would definitely not grab magic breath if you already got Aqualung from J Live.
Yeah, you can tell that he made up some time. Ben's already at the ultimate weapon fight. Oh! That, I think he safety saved right before ultimate weapon.
I can't believe it. Did Ben seriously just get a crit physical on Sid? Holy.
Oh, man. This is unreal. Holy crap, dude.
But shouldn't he still do 1200? Isn't normally the physical 600? I don't know. Like, probably Sid was not in the wrong row, or maybe not defending or anything. I don't know.
It looked like he changed rows in the middle of the fight.
Okay.
I have to rewatch that, but yeah,
Ben
just getting that
worked.
crit.
Like, I don't think he's supposed to do 1200 normally, or is he? No, it's right. It's right. It was correct. Like, he has 700 HP. Or no, he doesn't have that much, does he? I'm not sure. I have to see it again. Because the ultimate.
I think he is supposed to live a critical attack in the back row.
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It was too much damage. Yeah, it was too much. You're totally right. Like, you have like the Quake 2, and then you do not have to do anything anymore if you don't get the physical on him. So it should be. Yeah, Ben doesn't have a save. I think Ben is using now a save file from Carry Armor, and he's waiting until Karn overtook him and is 6 minutes ahead, and he's keep going or so. Something like that. He probably doesn't have another save and doesn't want to replay the whole segment. I assume that's what he's doing now. Kind of just waiting out for Karn here to get the same gap back in and then continuing from the save file. Yeah, it's all good, guys. It's all good. We just have to wait out for Karn to reach carry armor. It's all fine. Ben just probably overlooked something with the Rose. I'm not sure. It looked like a front row hit to me, but of course with the crit, it was just ridiculous RNG anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just.
But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. He's just
all
gonna probably wait out. It's just for the fun here. And he's shown so far really good run. Just did the coral skip really well done. Just a small mistake. Gonna be all good when once Karn reaches that place. We're gonna just keep racing. So no, don't worry, guys. Everything is fine.
Yeah, major props to Ben, despite a lot of the bad energy he got. Waiting out for Karn, then continue from the gap. So some good stuff right there. The memory restoration sequence is one of the last longer sequences of the game of dialogue. This just takes a while. But has some good feels to it. The legendary live streams. Oh man.
I really, really hope so much that once this last piece of the puzzle is out, that it's this. I really hope it's this. I mean, I can kind of figure with what I know now that it's not, but I still hope for some reason that it's the live stream skip. It's so annoying. This is also the only point in the entire FF7 game where I have to honestly say I don't like the song. Like, this music repeating, looping itself for 17 minutes non-stop is just really devastating.
I don't know. When I speedrun this category, I'm just thinking about carry armor. I have like no thoughts about really what's going on.
Karn, mesh faster. Make the live stream go away. Okay, Karn is pretty much reaching the end now. We can actually speedrun again. Yay. So yeah, Karn looks like he's really got a solid run going here. There's not much left, really. There's carry armor, rude, diamond weapon, and then some really consistent bosses, actually. Like, the endgame bosses, Hojo, and of course the bosses at the end of this clinic crate are really consistent in the no-slots route. Like, you pretty much repeat the same strat. Use Big Guard, Cursing and Tifa, use the strong death blows. There's time swinging it RNG-wise, but there's not really danger in, you know, dying or not, and there's also not too much RNG swinging the time even. I mean, Diamond Weapon, okay, you can really mess up if you get only 1 in 6 death blows, or even 0 in 6, but that usually doesn't happen. It can happen, it happened to some people already, but it's not that common. The chance is rather low, actually. You're pretty good. Like, once Karn has passed carry armor, he's pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Sure that he's got a solid time down in that case. Yeah, Ben, of course, also got a really nice run so far, but then just had some really bad luck and, yeah, made some few mistakes. Can happen. Now just waiting for Karn to catch up, and then we just keep racing. Will be fun to see how the end goes. Actually, the HP pluses we bought earlier are pretty much just to increase Tifa's maximum HP. So she's in the yellow earlier, so you can just get her into the yellows easier and also preserve a higher amount of HP when going into certain fights and still have her in yellow HP. Like, it's not that she really has to survive attacks, she doesn't really get any damage anyway. Only later on, really, in Genova, she can get she can be dealt damage later on Bizarro, Sephiroth, and you kind of need her over a certain point with her HP and still be yellow. That's where the HP plus is for. But for most of the battles, like the guard battles or carry armor, she's like perfectly protected by guard, actually. So the HP doesn't really matter there too much. Like, we have cover leveled now on both materials leveled up, so there's gonna be like an 80% cover rate. So any physical damage has a very low chance only to actually hit Tifa, even if it's targeted on her. Ben's run is not over. Just for the guys who were maybe away or just tune in right now. Ben just has he had a little bit of a bad scenario on Ultimate Weapon, and he didn't save in a while, and he just loaded a safety save file he had from before the race, and now he's just waiting out for Karn, because it wouldn't make sense now to wait, like to reload on shit so like a few hours away, or like 1 hour away probably or so. So he's not out of the race. He's just waiting up now for Karn to catch up, and then we'll wait out the gap they had before and then keep playing. So all good here. Yeah, the guards fights are just really purely hoping for the right ATB, you know, Magic Breath or Aqualung. Karn has Magic Breath, so yeah, just uses Magic Breath, the character that gets the ATB. And this fight, it's kind of nice. Another thing that's nice about the Magic Breath route is that we got 3 enemy skills that actually have magic on them. So all 3 characters actually, if they get their ATB first, can kill the enemy, so you increase your odds of seeing fewer enemy attacks. The downside, again, the MP cost, like, if it's mostly the same character that has the high ATB, then you need to put an Ither on him. Or you might have to wait out until another character has the high ATB, ATB, I'm sorry, the high ATB again. Yeah, that's like the small downside of Magic Breath. Like Sid, for example, right now can no longer cast it. But we do actually have a save point before the next fights. And he's just gonna throw a tent, I guess. That's like the usual strat, and then everyone's MP is ruffled again. You can keep using the magic. I don't really know how Karn's pace compares right now to world record, but you don't go for that on a race. Like, we were like 5 minutes behind after this one's gonna be a little bit more now, most likely, but for like a race, Karn's time is really strong. Yeah, I assume something like that, Erythium. Something like 3 minutes off PB, something like, I don't know, in the 740s, but not really world record pace, but it's a race, mate, so it's a really, really strong time, in my opinion.
Sorry about that. I was finishing up some... But yeah, the run, his run looks really good.
By the way, oh well, Karn doesn't hear me, can't answer it. Fafnir, wait, I'm gonna write that. Oh, nice. Then, if Karn has an S1, we might see some sort of small new strat here. Actually, normally on carry armor, if he doesn't open with Lapis Laser and puts Tifa in the yellow for you, you would start using lasers on her in order to get her into the yellow. You need like twice the laser magic animation, but Fafnir actually figured that you could probably just throw Nest Mine and it does it in one shot. It's faster animation and more reliable. And it seems to work out, so we might see that.
Oh, nice. That'd be nice for saving a couple turns, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool if it works. Fafnir always got the strats made.
It's always awesome seeing optimizations like that, especially for this. It's just like a lot of no-sots is pretty much optimized, but finding things like that, it's really awesome.
Yeah, especially if the optimization come from some weird people that don't even run right Fev.
Right.
Well, fast strats are kind of a mixture between that. Like, it's 90% troll and 10% truth, and you gotta find the 10%, and then you can save time. So yeah, Karn just passed the save point where Ben is waiting. Ben probably just waiting out the gap right now. It was like 6 minutes. He's just gonna wait for those 6 minutes, and then he's gonna keep playing and yeah, keep hoping maybe to make a little bit of ground back at least for the end.
Finish strong. Step count on both sides have been really good. Nothing like there's really nothing going on crazy. It's not that much walking left, probably one more.
Yeah, of course. Like, both runners are so routined and good at this game that something like the step count is, I don't know, it's trivial for them.
It's
like,
just nature to them.
Karn doesn't, yeah, he just does it. He doesn't think about it anymore. Ben the same. That's like self-explanatory that they get the step count executed to the end. That was really cool. But it's really something, if you practice it a while, it doesn't feel difficult anymore. You basically just do the same all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like the Lapis laser is some sort of love-hate. On the one hand, you want it, because if you get one first turn, you get the faster fight, because you got Tifa yellow instantly and can start to deal damage. On the other hand, it makes the fight riskier. You might just get another one, and then you have to revive Tifa, and you might just die right away if he does a double. So the best thing is he does one Lapis at the start, and then he chills. And you kill him while he chills. That's the best thing that can happen.
That's the dream, yeah.
That's what we want to see right now, hopefully.
And of course, we want Tifa to land her death blows because there's still the death blow RNG there.
Exactly. With the Curse Ring, it's a little bit higher again, because as I stated around this two earlier already, that the speed stat matters for it. It's slightly increased with the Curse Ring, because the Curse Ring increases speed and thus accuracy increases a little bit. Oh, it's actually 1174. That's perfect. Nice. I hadn't seen that before. Cool. That's really cool. That I see something new on a race.
Very nice.
Whoa, both death blows hitting. Come on. Oh! Oh my god.
Oh, baby.
So, 3 death blows in a row connecting. That was insane. Like, that's exactly what I said. Only that he didn't Lapis, but in all honesty, that was even faster than with Lapis. Thanks to the S-Mine strat. Insane.
Yes. You guys might not see it on the stream, but Carnage with the little pop-off.
Yeah, he's celebrating like crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Very, very awesome carry armor fight.
Yeah, now it's getting important. This is like the major impact, or the major reason why we have really the covers and leveled them up. Because now we need to balance Tifa and the yellow HP, and we got a lot of physical attacks now, especially in the pincer coming up, and in the next guard fights in Rocket Town, that could potentially kill Tifa in one shot. but cover is pretty likely to prevent that from
Yeah.
happening. And even if it does happen, you can just arrive her with the Phoenix down. You really need her in yellow HP for Rude in Rocket Town.
Ben's gonna start moving pretty soon. There you go. You see the cover in action. Cloud covering all 3 attacks, protecting the others.
Yeah, cover is also important because you need limit, you know? Like, you need the
Right.
limit breaks for diamond weapons, so with cover that's really nice. You get that pretty easily. Like, Sid is gonna carry over a limit bar all the time anyway from ultimate weapon and coral and all that stuff, but Cloud really doesn't have it, and since Cloud is the one who's getting all the damage, you're pretty guaranteed to have his limit on him as well, and then you got 2 limit bars for diamond weapon and you don't need to do summon shenanigans.
Exactly. Speedrun's gonna prompt you to read the tutorial twice. Gotta be slightly careful with that.
This place is really terrible. 3 times in a row you have to take the second dialogue option first, so you don't fight the soldiers.
Oh yeah.
That's like your dear old friends from the parade, you really don't want to fight them. Of course, also faster to not fight them. And then you have to, exactly like you said, twice dispatch getting the tutorial.
On top of the submarine minigame, yeah, that segment's pretty obnoxious.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, something that a lot of people actually never saw is that you can, in theory, get the red submarine that you're fighting in this mission as like opposed to the blue one. If you actually fail this mission, then you're not getting the submarine right away, but you can get back into Junon. You can get back where Curry Armor was, like in the underwater reactor. And in front of the elevator is a sideway. That's where the dog was standing earlier.
Mhm.
And there's like a small mini quest where you actually conquer the red submarine. I have to say that I never saw that in casual. I only saw that once I actually saw it on one of Zerakinez's PC speedruns. I never saw it before because this mini game you never lose it.
Yeah. Karn right now getting the Key of Ancients. Might as well get it now that you have the backtrack.
Yo, Keon, what's up? What's up, mate? Alright, Rocket Down sequence upcoming. Basically just guards fight like early on June on casting Magic Breath. Or, yeah. I am not sure if in those slots you're strong enough to destroy the senior grunts. Probably not. I guess Tifa's defeating those with the physical. And then on Root, just using Death Blow.
There is that annoying chance that Tifa can get put to sleep.
Yeah, that's the one really bad thing about the Root fight. This is why, yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to judge. In theory, you want the limits, but if nobody has limit, then you could just hit her when she gets put asleep during Root, and she would be awake again. The fastest recovery actually is you just Molotov her so she's dead, or grenade, or whatever, attack her, anything. You just kill her and you revive her. That's death heal statuses too, you know, so after that she can act again.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Ben's going for the Mayan strat too.
I'll think about it, Gosu. So yeah, Root fight. I mentioned it earlier already, Root is not able to target Tifa. It's in his battle script, really funny. But yeah, those sleep guards can put Tifa to sleep. That would be bad if that happens. We hope it doesn't. Oh, Karn actually just destroys them with Magic Breath. Well, that's a legit way to deal with this danger. And it makes Root cause M Barrier, which is faster than his triple spark. That's actually not the worst thing.
Alright, not too bad, yeah.
Karn, is he still there? Yeah, his stream's buffering for me.
Great job, Ben, getting through carry armor first try. He also had a great setup. Unfortunately, Tifa was just being Tifa and missing the death blows.
Yeah, she always does for him. I don't know why that is.
Feels bad, man.
I remember, like we said, that there's not like huge dialogue split anymore. Actually, this is the next one.
Oh yeah.
Like all this text, then the cutscene with the Meteor, then Bugenhagen, then Ancient Key in the Forgotten Capital. Up to Diamond Weapon, there's again not much to really talk about.
Yeah, this
approaching the final stretch, more or less in an hour. That's a tough call, fantasy. Just like a lot of things can go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, most of the times, even if something is bad, if like in the situation, it's always hard. Like you're always smarter after it. But if you kind of look back on the VOS, most of the time it was in theory possible to fix it. So I don't know. Apart from really crits from Demon's Gate or double lapis, there isn't really something that definitely finishes your run. Maybe the Berserk Pincer, but mostly the chances for this kind of stuff aren't that high. It kind of depends how you play, and you must be really, really lucky and really good with the backups.
Yeah.
But yeah, you really can quantize it in some sort of percentage. That's totally ridiculous. You can't do that. Like this run can go wrong in 1,000 ways that I'm not thinking about right now. So yeah, the biggest thing that really cuts the run and you're not able to do anything is the double lapis. That's like 1 in 8. And apart from that, everything can mostly be argued if you maybe didn't have a way to fix it. But yeah, you can say for a fact that 12% of your runs are dying without you having the chance to do anything, and maybe like a few more to things that are really, really unfair and difficult to fix.
Diamond weapon isn't, well, it's a big rip point, as in like you can lose a lot of time but as long as you know what you're doing, you can win that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can count Diamond Weapon as a run killer, I think. Because like you need the 2 of 6 death blows, and it's possible to get 1 or 0, and if that happens, you're pretty much screwed. So you can add that. The chance is low. I actually don't have it at heart right now how much it is, but yeah, it's not that much. Yo, Skate, what's up?
Ben right now starting his rock. And of course, you don't need to pick up the huge materia when you're out there in space. It might hurt a little bit if you're a treasure enthusiast, but you can just straight up skip that. The game doesn't give you the code. They just want you to try to figure it out with the hints that Sid gives you. I think a lot of us I didn't get the code the first try. As in like my first playthrough. I think right now Ben is about 10 minutes behind. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen that before. What happened on card side? Holy smokes.
You mean to get a fight on the way to Cosmo Canyon?
No, that too, but the bird used the attack that reduces everybody's MP.
Yeah, that's pretty troll actually.
Yeah. MP is very important for the diamond weapon fight. Well, it can be.
You don't really need MP anymore, though, I think, do you? Like, big guard, but that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
Diamond Weapon is actually interesting in terms of ADB tricking again, because Diamond Weapon has a pretty high speed stat, so in order to be even able to get 2 turns in a row, we do not even need only the speed up from Cursoring and probably also from the Steel Materia. You're still gonna be too slow with your cursor, because on maximum battle speed, just the time you need to put the cursor onto Deathblow, even if you just hold circle, it takes a little bit of time. And that time is too much. Diamond will get his, like, he will get his turn. So for this fight, and the only fight where you see that is you reduce the battle speed, just so that it doesn't, like, the time you spend in real time selecting stuff is always the same, but inside the battle it's gonna be like longer. So you can actually ADB trick also in Diamond Weapon. It only works if you reduce the battle speed, and even then it can get close. This is why we use Steel there. Steel actually does not only provide the Steel ability, it also increases the speed status by 2, and that can just make the difference, that too.
Yeah, this is another fight where ATB weight tricking is very important, and this does require some practice if you haven't done this fight before. Wow, signed discs from these? Oh, okay.
And there is Diamond Weapon. Not just a fun fight, it actually provides pretty essential AP and XP for this category for the last dungeon. Like, we need some HP pluses leveled, and we just need this, like, the level up simply on Tifa. Diamond Weapon was really an XP and AP machine. You get like 2,500 AP for the fight and a ton of experience for a lot of level ups. I know it's even 3,500. 3,500 AP, and Hojo live form gives 2,500. So that's like two bosses at the end of this 2 that really push the parties, or especially Tifa's level. That's the interesting one by a lot.
Yeah.
Privyet. Okay, now it's enough goes. Apparently there's also some cheesy trick to fight Diamond in the water. It doesn't save time, it's just some sort of trick, I don't know, but Brutal simply doesn't want to tell me how it works.
Oh, really? Wow.
He says it's like a magic trick. If you know how it works, it loses the charm, so...
Diamond Weapon's a slow ass dude. He's gonna take a while for him to approach the beach.
Enough time for Karn to dance the Macarena.
Exactly. Yeah, back in the old days, they would use this time to like gather some things like the double cut and things like that.
Oh yeah, true, actually. I totally forgot that. Like, this route change is so long ago, actually, that it's kind of self-explanatory for me now to go full Tifa. But yeah, you're totally right on that one. Like, when Card 7 first claimed the world record, or I don't know if it was the first time, but when she did it the first time, a run that was not beaten for a very long time, that was the 74802. That was still using Sid as the late game damage dealer. They were picking Venus Gospel from Rocket Down, his ultimate weapon, and would pick Double Cut from the Sunken Gilnika. The thing is, while the world map movement is free, the movement in towns and screens is not, so it actually costs a lot of time to pick it up. And at some point, we realized that while Sid is stronger in Diamond Weapon because he can use elemental attack, he is weaker later. So in the end, you still have like probably even faster fights with Tifa as a damage dealer because her 8 times multiplier is just too good to replace. Like, Sid has only a 3 times damage multiplier. He does have higher attack in return. But yeah, later he's weaker than Tifa. Only in Diamond Weapon he's really stronger because, yeah, as I mentioned, his weapon has more slots. Like, the power slot unfortunately does not have any connected slots, so you can make use of elemental attack. The Diamond Weapon is weak to Thunder, so with the Venus Gospel you can use Thunder elemental attack, and then he gets a 6 times damage multiplier, and that paired with his extremely high attack stat from the Venus Gospel makes him considerably stronger than Tifa in this particular battle. But in Hojo and Genova and Sephiroth, he's weaker, so it's better to use Tifa. Also, you don't waste the time in picking up all the stuff.
Exactly.
Also,
Tifa.
now that's... Yeah, what do you want to say?
I was just saying Tifa's more than sufficient.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Super strong. No, all good. What I just wanted to say is the reason Karn is using limits right here is because that's totally an AI thing. Like, it's not about the fact that you can't really deal damage with everything else than magic at this point, or limit breaks or summons. The thing is just that like, normal magic wouldn't do anything. It's not about the damage. Like, the Braver and Big Jumbo did it do like a few hundred, several hundred. The thing is just that he opens up the core and allows you to attack him physical with Tifa for whatever reason after you used 2 attacks that are either a summon or a limit break. It is really asked that way in the AI specifically. It's not about, like, I don't know, special magic or whatever. It has to be either a summon or a limit. Nothing else works. So if you actually go into this fight without limit breaks, without at least 2 limit breaks, you have to summon just for this trigger to happen. So the core opens up and you can start attacking physically with Tifa.
Yep. Very nice. Yeah, with 6 death blow opportunities, just need and you're good to go.
Yeah, with 2 connecting, you're good, but I think Karn even got more and got the fast fight. He didn't even get to all potential death blows. They hit and it died earlier. Karn is really getting some super nice death blow luck here in this 2 today. Really, really good. So yeah, some more FMVs. Midgar skip. Like, that's the biggest skip in the run, actually. We mentioned it earlier on the Junon FMV skip. It's the same principle. Like, during the dialogue with Reeve, he's just gonna hold running right. When the game actually jumps over to Hojo and displays him on the top of the Sister Ray, going nuts. And if you just hold running right, you will also enter the screen. And then you will just trigger the end of Return to Midgar sequence. So the entire Return to Midgar sequence where you go through the tunnels again and you fight Proud Clod, that's just entirely skipped. It's not as big as most people would believe, because in this speedrun, this sequence is only like 10 minutes long. But still, 10 minutes is the biggest skip we have.
Oh yeah.
Also interesting, in the dialogue before Hojo, another of Brutal's amazing pieces of work, there is a field RNG that tells you your from which you can kind of figure what RNG you're on for the final platforms. Like the biggest RNG factor in the game, in the end game, like in Disc 3, is of course the final platforms before the Sephiroth final fights. You can get any number of 0 to, I think, 8 fights. I'm not perfectly sure if that's the maximum. There are definitely 12 platforms, and yeah, you can have anything from 0 to at least 8. I saw already, I think. Average is something around 3, 4, 5 fights. And the RNG for that is a one that is used for field RNG. Like the same variables that determine the outcome for the final platforms is something that determines random field visual effects. Something like the fumes that are seen in the North Crater, like these green fumes that are sometimes going over the screen. Or in terms of like the dialogue before Hojo, it's the sparks. There's just, on one of his machines, there's lightning sparks going up. And if you kind of examine those and time those, you can tell what kind of RNG you're on. And you can, with help of a ridiculously elaborate Excel sheet that Brutal made, you can actually figure out how that translates to Final Descent. And you can not only predict it, you can show manipulate options and improve the RNG for the Final Descent by waiting a certain amount of seconds. That's just really cool. And we're just going to try to do that in co-op now. I have to actually grab my timer, and when it's starting on Karn's side, I will try to time it, and it will enter it in the sheet, and I will tell him what Final Descent he will get, and hopefully we can improve it to the maximum.
Yeah, what Mies just mentioned there, just a lot of tech. Very, very amazing tech.
Yeah, it's really an insane piece of work. I really don't know how you can come up with something like that, because it's not enough just to figure some variables. Actually, you have to you need the sheet to simulate the entire RNG engine for the last dungeons, for the last screens, because the RNG keeps changing while you move through the crater. And it depends. It's not consistent how it changes. It's not like RNG advances once per second or so. It's not that easy. Like, it increases after some weird pattern that is actually dependent on where the RNG is currently at. So you have to kind of figure out first where the RNG is at, and then you need to simulate the RNG and the the algorithms behind calculating the RNG. It's totally insane that it perfectly does that for the entire North Crater. That's like 4 screens where it still changes, and it's perfectly simulated to the end. It's really impressive.
Right, Karn, gonna do the mid-car skip right now?
Don't forget it, Karn. Don't forget to hold right.
Can he do the skip?
Can you do the skip? You have to hold cancel right. Can you do the skip?
The emphatic motions he's putting out to his controller. He got it. We're in there.
Yup, and there it is. Oh, I'm not timing. God. Like, you guys see the sparks on the left? This lightning that appears every 1, 2, or 4 seconds. That's what I'm timing right now. Okay, be right back. I gotta prepare this sheet.
Yeah, for sure. Hojo is pretty straightforward. All you're doing is just really death blowing them to death. There's nothing. This fight's really easy. Like, I guess one thing to worry about is if Tifa gets confused or they decide to do some crits. Other than that, pretty easy. Unfortunately, the consequence, of course, you're going to save time. There's a aesthetic consequence that the music is going to go all glitchy, and it's going to be like that for the rest of the run. Looking good so far for Karn. Like, the only thing that controls him is Tifa herself. She decides to miss some death blows here at the last phase.
Okay, I got it. Stone 225, list 201. We are going to see 3 encounters in the final descent. No manipulation options present.
3 encounters? That's still pretty. That's pretty decent.
Pretty nice. Yeah, nothing to worry about. Pretty sweet. But there's nothing better close by, unfortunately. But yeah, let's see if the prediction is right. The prediction says a fight on the 2nd, on the 8th, and the 10th platform.
2nd, 8th, 10th.
Yes.
Write that down. And then if Mies gets it right, we can all buy him a beer.
Buy the beer, Brutal. Give him the beer.
Buy the beer to Brutal. Ben had to do a little bit of setup. Ideally, you want to enter the fight with Tifa being weak, just enough to survive the fire beam. But she would have died anyway because she got targeted for... Oh, good death blow luck by Ben. Very nice fight. Diamond weapon crushed.
Card is really not far away from PB, is he? Isn't disc 3 something like 20 minutes?
No idea.
Two minutes behind that ancient key. Well, that might have decreased further. And Final Descent is gonna be pretty good if the prediction is right. So yeah, Karn is at least not too far away from his PB. Pretty cool, actually. He got a lot of good luck, also, we have to say, at the end of this 2 years. So many death blows connecting, really nice.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah, of course. If he PBs, of course it'll count as a.
Oh, that's fine, Erythium. Like, we're not that strict in the submission stuff that, like, if you have a timer that keeps going that shows where you are and shows the correct time, it's fine. If there's a little bit of the VOD missing. Actually, when you should look at card 737, that run is missing a lot of parts and was not a problem because we could clearly see it was played in one piece. So that run is like in 5 parts. That just can happen. It's not the runner's fault, you know. And Karn's internet really was only off for like, I don't know, not even 20 seconds. I think it was super fast. So yeah, Ben is actually going to go for a fixed RNG manipulation for the Final Descent. If you don't want to do it on the fly by timing the sparks, you can just save and reset at the start of disc 3, and then you know for sure what's going to happen. The RNG you got from a reset at the start of disc 3 is a 3 encounter Final Descent, and it is a few increments away from a 1 encounter Final Descent. You need to wait 12 seconds in a specific screen, and you're going to get one fight.
Please enjoy some final dungeon music. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the Midgar skip is that it messes up the game music. It will, whenever a song starts to play from a new trigger, it will loop that forever until like a new song comes in. And at the start of this, there's no music, so we don't get anything. The Judgment theme will not trigger.
Yeah.
And I think like after Genova, like this experience screen music will loop. Yeah, Karen suiciding Tifa right now because that's like the fastest way to get her into yellow for the final boss is kind of killing her and using a Phoenix Stone to heal. Alright, Karn's going for another little final double dialogue trick in the run. What he's basically doing is he's activating this climbing trigger at the same time as he's selecting the save crystal from the menu. He doesn't want to save, he just uses the save crystal because it pops out a dialogue box, which allows him to move during the sequence, and it skips a large portion of time. Like, I think it's 25 seconds with this method and 34 seconds with a different method, which you could also use. Like in the screen where Karn is now, the second split screen, you could perform it there again. Like, rather than selecting parties to the left that you want and the others to the right, you can say that Cloud goes to the right, and then you go to the left anyway, and you skip it entirely. And then the game will not let you pass on the left way, because you said that Cloud is supposed to go right. But you can you can skip that trigger with another save crystal trick that saves another 9 seconds, but it's very unreliable to do that, so nobody really goes for that. Okay, the final descent manipulation might, if we're unlucky, will not be perfectly accurate, might be 4. Because Karn was doing a different move on the last screen that matters. That is, then it's entered in the sheet. You can either do the big jump, which Karn did, or you can do 2 small jumps, and the 2 small ones are a bit faster, and the sheet expects to do like the small ones. So I guess it's possible that it's gonna be off, but we're gonna see. It might not make a difference. Yeah, sometimes the RNG only advances like within 1 or even more seconds at all. So, but it can also advance by multiple times within a few frames. It's really inconsistent. So if you do something different, you can never know. But the thing is, the surrounding RNGs were all 3 or 4, so we're not going to see more than 4. I'm counting on that. Might be different platforms, though. Yup. The platform's already different. The different jumps changed the RNG a little bit, but it might still be 3. Just on different positions. Yeah, I think we're gonna get the 4. Probably RNG advanced further by 1 point because of the jumps, the different route. And that's a 4 encounter descent if it advances by 1. So yeah, probably gonna be another one.
Yep. 4.
Yeah, 4.
So pretty average. Not great, not terrible. Final menu here. I want to make sure to put misstyle, which is why he sent Tifa to the right, and along with the curse ring, because when you send Tifa to the right, you're going to remove her materia. Just got to put it back on. And in addition, there's going to be a 2nd level elemental materia Tifa. So she's going to, if she gets targeted with Bolt, she's going to absorb it on the Bizarro fight.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, getting a first turn with Tifa on Genova. And here we see again the value of cover. That crit would have destroyed Tifa. Yeah, Tash, I think we got like 7 to 8 minutes from now. Oh yeah, sure, and Rhythm, I should explain that too. I already explained earlier how the hit percent is put together when you death blow. Like first your weapon is the basic hit percent of your weapon is use, and power slow is 105%, so you got, then it's multiplied by 1/3, so you got 35%. And then you get some extra from your dexterity, like your speed divided by 4 is some extra. So you're normally around 40% later, 40 to 50% in this too. Now, the mistile provides another 50% extra, and with that you're actually ending up at 100% finally death blow hit percent. That's because for some reason the game adds your evasion on top of your hit chance as well. So like the mistile is actually just there to make you dodge better. The mistile gives 50% evasion, so you have a 50% chance to dodge physical attacks. But the way the game works is that it actually adds your evasion percent on top of your hit percent too. So with the 50 you got already, you finally end up with a perfectly safe hit of death blow on every attempt. So while actually the Giga's Armlet provides more strength up, it's just more important to have every death blow connect. So you're
Guaranteed
substituting,
death blow.
yeah,
Absolutely.
substituting that for the the mistile, the Giga's Armlet for the mistile, and it's gonna be everything, every death blow hitting. What Ben is doing is just like resetting for Final Descent. In theory, if it works well, Ben should get a 1 encounter Final Descent.
These final fights are pretty straightforward. Just utilize your ATB weight tricking. There's nothing super complex about the final fights.
Yeah, basically just keep using the same strat. I mean, it is important that you have element level up, but you already explained that the bolt 3 in case it targets Tifa will just deal 0 damage.
Mhm.
Other than that, really, the default strat that we use in those slots late game. Curse Ring on Tifa, big guard, keep using Death Blow with ATB weight trick, get 2 Death Blows per round and the boss will fall quick.
Boom, baby.
In Safer Sephiroth, we at least have to use Destruct first to get rid of, like, the barrier, to get rid of his barrier status. Interesting question, Kyan. At what point does 1 FD mana become worth it? Hard to say. In this step count, it's not that worth it because it doesn't skip a random fight to reset. But you can wrap around the fights in a different way so that then it removes a step count fight to the save and reset. In that case, it is pretty much the same speed as having like 3 on the fly. So if you have 3 fights and you need mana, it's better to have 1 fixed. If you have 3 on the fly, it's kind of the same. If the fights go bad, like the 3 fights can have a really bad escape RNG, even then the 1 FD will be faster. But really only if you remove a step count fight. And in this step count, that doesn't happen at the moment, so I don't know, it's not that. It's, yeah, only gonna be good if you have 4 encounters or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna be like 3 more minutes, I think, from here. Oh, Shadow Flare and Tifa. That sucks. But it's fine. There's a backup for it. Like, it will, yeah, cost a little bit of time, but it's not too bad. Like, the point where Sephiroth actually starts to use Supernova is really late in, and that can't really happen, so it's all, all good.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's just a time loss.
It's time loss, that's all. Like, this is what you skip if he doesn't do Flare on Tifa. Like, he doesn't go into the air, but he will now use another turn Pyro holds, and then another one for then Supernova happens. Like, you have to mess up big time to see that.
Yeah, great job. Wow, great
GG
job.
Karn, amazing
Wow.
performance. Really, really strong. Great, my friend. Super good.
His run is just very good. Good stuff. really, really, really close to his PB.
Yeah. So on Ben's side, we're seeing now the screen where you do the manipulation. This is like the screen where we'll always do the manipulation. Just waiting out like 12 seconds, keeps going. Hey Sly, what's going on? High 743 for Karn. Looks like that's really good on a race. Ben already had one fight, dang. He's like, why do I trust this guy? It's not gonna be 1 FD. No. Yeah, Ben's getting the 2. Would have probably needed a little bit more waiting. But 2 is also okay.
Whew. Very nice. Very nice.
GG, Karn, great job.
Looks like 7:44:04. Great job. Ben's turn to finish strong.
Remember at the start of the race, Ellie? Gonna be like 8 hours or in the 750s. I said one of them is gonna do a 740.
You called it, man. You called it.
They're really good runners, and one of them is gonna get the RNG and everything done. I knew it.
Yeah, just what a race time. Like seriously.
Yeah, and really strong.
Saving on PlayStation actually takes a while, maybe 10-15 seconds. It's kind of slow. I think Karn saved at least 5 times or so.
Yeah, it depends if you actually have to open and close a menu only for the save, or whether you do it in the context of a menu that you're already doing anyway. If you're already menuing, then a save is like 10 seconds, a little bit more, 11 or so. Other than that, like 3 or 4 more. I mean, Karn did have some bad luck at the start, but he can't really complain about RNG. The run as a whole, so much good death blows was really nice.
Oh yeah.
It's just basically safety threats that take some time. The saves, basically, and like forcing the fight in front of the temple and some other stuff. Yay, Karn coming on our Discord.
Hoi hoi.
Yay, Karn coming on our
What's
Discord.
up?
Hey, great job, man. Great job.
Great job.
Oh my
Really nice.
god. I swear I thought I was dead like 3 times in that run.
Yeah, man.
Zalom was I
What's up?
I just don't
Hey,
even
great
have
job,
words
man.
for him
Great
right
job.
now.
Great job, really. That is like one of the points, especially because it's so early on, where you just have to make sure that you don't like finish with a run right now. Like, oh
Yeah,
no, it's all
Right.
shitty and stuff. Like that, you just keep going strong, and that was really good that you just kept going and it all went out well at the end. One of the points,
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially because it's so
It,
early
it
on,
was
where you
like
just
one
have to
thing for him to
make sure
crit
that you don't,
Cloud
like,
and get rid of
finish
my
with a run
braver. It was
right
another to
now.
kill
So
Barrett as well. I'm
crazy.
sitting there going like,
that you just keep going
oh,
strong. That was
really?
yeah, in the
It's like,
commentary
I
we were
said-
already really freaking out.
well at the
Like we
end.
were,
Yeah,
do we
absolutely.
can we even buy Phoenix Downs? What can we do?
Right.
Like, is the run over now? We have only one character now for the.
Yeah. I was sitting there going like,
So
I immediately thought, well, here it comes.
And then
Yeah,
Materia
the
Keeper gave me
already
like
really
two
freaking out,
100s.
yeah.
I'm like, what has
Oh,
happened?
like Phoenix Downs, what can we do? Like,
Right.
is the run over now? We have only
Yeah,
one
like
character.
because
now
I
for
also
the-
remembered that the thief stole one Phoenix
Yup,
Downs. I
yup,
was like,
I knew
oh,
that too.
we have a problem.
I knew that.
we have a
I'm
problem.
sitting there going, of course he stole the Phoenix Down.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, like because I also remembered that the thief stole one Phoenix Downs.
I
was
really
like, oh,
felt
we
my
have a
Dis 2 and
problem
3
here.
practice
We have a
though
problem.
has really paid off. Like I feel like
Yeah.
before I was really good at Disc 1 and then I just
Yeah.
fell apart in Disc 2 because of Rust. Like it was just awful. And it's not even that hard of a disc. You just rely a lot on RNG. You know, like Deathblow working and all sorts of things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
practicing it more, it makes it so much better. And I felt really good about Disc 2 and 3 a lot lately. And then I was like, I thought I was dead at Diamond Weapon too, because she just would not hit him.
Yeah. Oh, did you get just the 2 and 6 in
Yup.
6 on Diamond? I thought, oh, okay, then
Yup.
I didn't really
The
look
last
properly. I
minute.
thought Diamond was also
Yup.
good Deathblow. Okay.
I got two at the last minute.
Okay. Good. Well, yeah, I felt also that it really paid
Oh,
off
did
because
you
it
get
felt
just
like
the
you
2
were
and 6
a lot
in
more
6
solid
on
than
Diamond? I
in
thought,
Disc
oh,
2
okay,
than
then
like
I
before.
didn't
Really
really
good.
look
last
properly.
minute.
I thought
Yeah,
Diamond
I
was
mean
also
the
good
menus
Deathblow.
is the
Okay.
biggest thing to like get down. Once you can do
Yeah.
that, you just save a lot of time. And I
Wow.
found a
Yeah,
pretty good way to do the Medial buying. Because like I start with the expensive items and then I just kind of sell like a molly here or there.
But that carry armor, wow, 27k in 3 minutes.
Yeah. I was just like, that was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
That S mine strat, that was something that was
Well, that's cool. The S-Mine strat is so nice.
I wonder why. I mean, I muted my stream, but there seems to be an issue with an echo.
Right, banner bound to finish as well now.
Okay, it's just a delay for the muting. That was fun. I felt good on the run, to be honest. Seemed like Ben just made a couple Rust mistakes, I think, like ATB on active on Schizo. And then I guess Ultimo Weapon, he accidentally put himself in the front row, is what people told me.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
it's
a
a
reflex.
kick
Like
throws, yeah.
he uses
Yeah.
like you know, the change in the ADB parts, like just
Mhm.
or for escape sometimes as well. And it was just like holding left and circle, like without really, you know,
Yeah, I got you.
just small mistake. I wouldn't really call Rust, just like small mistakes that can happen if you have only a single run, you know. On the race, you can.
Oh
just-
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one run. Anything can happen in one run.
Oh yeah.
I thought I was having heart palpitations at the guard skip in the Shinra HQ. I'm sitting there going like, oh god.
Yeah, GG Ben also
Great
finished.
job, Ben.
Hey,
Nice
nice man.
Way to finish. Way to finish.
Yeah, it's tough to finish when you get hit like that, you know? It's annoying. Like, this game can be very troll.
Oh yeah.
So how did the stream go for you guys? Was it fun, interactive with people?
It was a lot of fun.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good that I wasn't alone. It was cool to have Ellie around. It was really, really good. We had a lot of fun here. It was
So big.
we were handling this really
Good,
well,
good.
I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Like everybody was saying that the commentary was good and that they were really enjoying the race. So that, and I was trying to throw everybody. I'm like, get away from my stream. Go in there. Go in there right now.
Yeah. Though your stream, it was actually good that you did it that way because we could actually use like your streams to see it with less delay. Like
Yeah.
the delay was pretty huge on the Lzuruha stream,
Yeah.
but we could use like yours.
Yeah. It's I mean, it's always tough to do a relay of a stream. I don't know if there's a way we can like lessen the delay. I don't think so, but you know, it was for what it was really good. I think the only thing that would help maybe in the future is if like say like if me and Ben were racing and you guys like calculate, okay, we got about like a 40-second delay on your stream. Okay, we'll add a delay to our stream, for example, that matches it so that it all matches up.
Yeah,
But-
that's an example. But apart from that, I think
but you
it's
know what?
normal.
Actually, you know what? That would probably just increase the delay. Then I really don't know how we would fix that.
Well, it is done this way. Like this way that we were like watching your streams and the Khadgar link was like only like 10 seconds or so. That's
Oh,
the
okay.
normal thing. Like on the FF Relay Store, you don't do it differently. Just that the stream that the commentators see is not live. You know, that's the only difference. But that's what you do. Like the one that's rebroadcasting, like the LZH stream that has the big delay, and the commentators see like a direct source. Only that in
Right.
that case, you wouldn't necessarily put it on Twitch, but like on Hitboxers or something that has even less delay and is not visible for everyone.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. Yeah, I just want to thank Ellie for kind of tuning in. I asked him, and he said, "Yeah, no problem." Really cool.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you, man,
commentary.
for being a part of it.
And yeah, it was really a lot of fun for me. And right now, unfortunately, I pretty much have to leave.
It's all good.
So yeah,
I mean, it's winding down now, so I mean,
Yeah.
we can send it out. I do want to thank all of you guys for coming out. I want to thank Ben for taking time to do it with me. And you know, we're trying to build our community up more. We've got a really awesome speedrun group in the Lzuruha community, so we'll be doing more things like this, guys. So if you enjoyed this, please throw a follow to the channel. You should throw a follow to Ben at Ajneb174. Creative Ellie, and Mies Baker. They're all really great streamers and really great guys. And thank you guys for coming by. Hopefully you enjoyed it.
GG guys, please enjoy the rest of your weekend and your Friday. Have a good
And
one.
Mother's Day. Don't
Mother's
forget
Day.
Mother's Day, everyone. Word to your mothers.